Chapter 3074. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Jiang Chen's mouth. His body was in a terrible state. His strength had been greatly damaged. He couldn't use the 9 venerables anymore. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. All he could do was to keep retreating to buy time for Dragon Shirsan and Wuningzhu to escape. In the end, he used the soul-exterminating technique, but it weakened him to the extreme. Currently, it was difficult for him to make any progress in terms of strength or soul realm. Jiang Chen was struggling to stand with his sword. He knelt down on one knee and his face was pale. He had already expected this scene. No matter how strong he was, he would not be a match for the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even the Zulong Tower, his last resort, was gone. Jiang Chen had no way out now. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he could not even protect his lover and brother, then what was the point of cultivating? Jiang Chen never thought that he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, this was his style. Although Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might blame him, he had no other choice. You are truly courageous and extremely righteous. Ha ha ha, looks like I have really underestimated you. You would rather use your death to exchange for your beloved and your brother. Even I am a little touched by this. Dou Qing smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tongxian Mansion was in a mess. Although everyone managed to escape, they only had one target, Jiang Chen. As long as he was still alive, they would not lose the battle. It's not that easy to kill me. There are many people who want me dead. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen stretched out his finger and gently wiped off the blood on the heavenly dragon sword. His cold eyes shone with a radiance as if he was facing death calmly. It was a battle with his back to the river. A fighter is a hero. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. You're still so stubborn when you're at death's door. If you hand over the inheritance of the immortal execution great sovereign, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Dou Qing said coldly. You're dreaming. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Dou Qing as though he was looking at an idiot. Good, good, good. Second Master, if we don't kill him, we won't be able to quench our hatred. Dou Qing's words made the Second Master solemn. What he wanted was Jiang Chen's immortal execution's inheritance. However, this fella also wanted to snatch it away from him. The Second Master had made a mistake by telling them about the great sovereign's tomb, allowing them to find their ancestor. However, they were still not satisfied. These fellas obviously coveted the profound connection divine palace. If it wasn't for his big brother, they would have already taken action against the profound connection divine palace. The power of a divine emperor expert was not to be trifled with. Even the Battle God clan did not dare to ignore it. There was a huge difference between a half-step divine emperor and a divine emperor. A divine emperor expert could be called a peerless almighty, but a half-step divine emperor was nothing in front of a divine emperor expert. This was also the reason why the Second Master had been refining the heavenly lightning crystal for thousands of years. As long as he could fuse with the heavenly lightning crystal, he would have the chance to break through to the divine emperor realm. A divine emperor expert was the true almighty of the heavens and earth. Only a divine emperor expert was qualified to be called a peerless supreme expert. Now that his big brother was traveling around the world, Tongxian Mansion was much weaker than the Battle God clan. After all, they were in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they had Dou Qing's help this time to save Tongxian Mansion. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might really destroy Tongxian Mansion. Brat, your time has come to an end. The Second Master took the lead and kept pressuring Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, putting up his last resistance. Sword shadows kept striking out, but he was forced to retreat again and again. Failure was not scary. What was scary was that after failing, he would never be able to stand up again. Battle God broken military strike. Dou Qing struck again. Jiang Chen did not have any means to defend himself. The four of them kept pushing him back. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. His will was still holding on, but he could not hold on for much longer. Let's try everything we can. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen did not have any other way. The Zulong Tower was taken away by Longsher San in order to save Jiang Chen. Now that he was trapped, he could not even save himself. He could only place his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell had lost the Great Emperor's aura, it was still a true peerless emperor weapon. It was even better than the Cold River Stone. The Eastern Emperor Bell was the most terrifying divine weapon in the immemorial era. The Eastern Emperor Tai was also one of the top rulers of that era. Jiang Chen placed his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was a desperate gamble because he really had no other way. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. However, the four half-step divine emperors' expressions changed. Because Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell was too tough. Even though it did not have the aura of a billion years ago, the Eastern Emperor Bell still managed to block their attacks. After all, it was a great emperor divine weapon from a billion years ago. Jiang Chen was delighted. The heavens did not want him dead. As long as he was not killed, there was still hope for him to live. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, the life in his heart that was about to extinguish was reignited. What treasure is this? How can it be so tough? Dou Qing was in disbelief. The four half-step divine emperors could not even leave a mark on Jiang Chen's divine bell. Jiang Chen did not come out at all. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Jiang Chen and the divine bell. I don't know. But such a terrifying divine bell should not be an ordinary item. The second palace lord said. His eyes lit up. Jiang Chen really has a lot of treasures. He's like a moving treasure vault. Of course, he thought that these divine weapons and treasures were obtained from the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor. After a round of bombardment, they still could not break Jiang Chen's divine bell. At this moment, Dou Qing and the rest were furious. Force him into the lightning-gathering peak. My big brother has set up the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation there. I have my ways to force him into it. Dou Qing and the other two nodded. They continued to force Jiang Chen to retreat. Although they could not break the defense of the divine bell, Jiang Chen's strength was already extremely weak. It was not easy for him to withstand the power of the divine bell. Jiang Chen retreated step by step and was finally forced into the lightning-gathering peak. Everyone exclaimed. Jiang Chen was forced into the lightning-gathering peak. At this moment, the lightning-gathering peak was filled with violent storms and lightning. This was a peerless formation created by the great palace lord to suppress the heavenly lightning. The means of a divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In the lightning-gathering peak, lightning surged and the formation was formed. It was like the end of the world. Dou Qing and the other two paled. Chapter 3075. Jiang Chen has failed in the end. Bai Ying sighed, as if he had already expected this to happen. Even though Jiang Chen was extremely powerful, he was still alone while his opponents were a few half-step divine emperors. Experts of such strength were way above them. Bai Ying had a deep relationship with Jiang Chen, but he could only sigh helplessly at this moment. Jiang Chen, you're right. You're right. Gu Malu's face was gloomy. He had a good relationship with Jiang Chen, but what could he do? He couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. The person he once respected had grown to a level that they couldn't even hope to catch up to. However, it was also because of this that the battle with Tongxian Mansion ended up like this. All of this is like a dream. Is Jiang Chen really going to die like this? Gu Malu said with a bitter expression. It's fine if he's defeated. People who overestimate themselves will not last long. An expert needs to endure and not be arrogant to the end. He has forgotten his own strength and identity. If it wasn't for Tongshan Mansion, how could he have achieved so much? In the end, he turned the tables on us. This kind of person is a wolf cub that can't be tamed. It's normal for him to have a taste of failure. It's just that we've misjudged him in the beginning. What can he achieve by deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? You're just an early hierarch realm cultivator, yet you dare to have such an overconfident thought. It's just a fantasy to think that you can overthrow the profound connection divine palace that has existed for thousands of years. This is a bloody lesson. One should be realistic and take one step at a time to reach the peak. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu both turned their heads to look. At this moment, Yu Chenglong was standing with his hands behind his back, silently watching this scene. He did not make a move earlier. His appearance at this moment shocked Bai Ying and Gu Maolu. However, his strength had already broken through to the hierarch realm. Brother Yu, congratulations. It's a pity that Brother Jiang died just like that. He really shouldn't have done that. Bai Ying said helplessly. He was quite shocked to see that Yu Chenglong had broken through to the hierarch realm. Although Jiang Chen was wrong and may have betrayed Tongshan Mansion, he did save us. Gu Maolu frowned slightly as he glanced at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's words were filled with sarcasm, which made him rather puzzled. Jiang Chen was indeed in the wrong first, but that couldn't cover up the fact that he had once saved their lives. Gu Maolu had a knot in his heart. His senior brother Yu, who was incomparably arrogant and cold in his heart, seemed to be worlds apart from the current him. His strength had indeed broken through, but he felt that Yu Chenglong's breadth of mind had become even narrower. Everyone had their own goals. Gu Maolu was not the kind of cultivator who worked hard to rise to the top, but he was a person who strived hard to achieve his goals. At least from his point of view, Yu Chenglong's sarcasm made him feel very uncomfortable. He was not qualified to judge the world. His strength was similar to Jiang Chen's, but it was impossible for him to do such an earth-shattering thing. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Without him, we wouldn't have been killed by the 4 Jiang brothers so easily. You've underestimated the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion. Even though I'm the only one left among the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion. The hierarch realm is just my starting point. There's still a long way to go in the future. Jiang Chen only has himself to blame. The profound connection divine palace is our greatest cultivation treasure. What will we get if he destroys it? What will we get? He's like a monkey who doesn't know how to be satisfied. His greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In the end, he harmed others and himself, yet he still claimed to be a hero. In fact, he was the one who dragged everyone down with him. He must have found his conscience to be able to fight in the end. Yu Chenglong smiled indifferently and said calmly. Bai Ying did not say anything, but Gu Maolu sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Brother Yu, you didn't say that when Jiang Chen won the outer mansion's first place. Everyone makes mistakes, but I don't agree with what you said. A person should leave something for the world while he's alive. Maybe he will die, but he will always live in my heart. Although Jiang Chen was defeated, it was still honorable because the ones who defeated him were none other than the 4 great experts of the half-step divine emperor scripture. Can you do it? Gu Maolu's question made Yu Chenglong snort coldly, but he was speechless. Can you do it? Gu Maolu obviously did not dare to say that he was stronger than Jiang Chen. It was just that Jiang Chen was more arrogant, and he would not follow in his footsteps. So what if he's strong? Isn't he still going to be defeated by Tongshan Mansion and killed by the second mansion master and the others? A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. I want to see how he'll be able to do anything now that he's on his last breath. All of this was caused by himself. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't have died. Yu Chenglong said coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied with Gu Maolu, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Brother Yu, it's really worth congratulating you for making another breakthrough in your strength. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Sister Zhu is Wuning Zhu, and the person she's been searching for is Jiang Qin. Don't tell me you don't know about this. You only appeared when she was captured by the second mansion master. You're really unpredictable. Gu Maolu said faintly. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you, Gu Maolu. You're too daring. Killing you now is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You have no idea how terrifying the strength of a hierarch realm expert is. Yu Chenglong's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu's heart sank, but he did not back down. Brother Yu, please calm down. Little Gu is just worried about Jiang Qin. He's our savior after all. No matter what, I'm still a little reluctant to let him go. My heart is filled with sympathy, and it's inevitable that my words are inappropriate. Brother Yu, please don't lower yourself to his level. Bai Ying smiled and tried to smooth things over. I hope you won't say the same thing next time. Some people are dead, some are still alive, and some have to accept reality. After Yu Chenglong spoke, he turned around and left. Bai Ying heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at Gu Maolu. Didn't you respect Brother Yu a lot in the past? Why are you so stupid now? Why are you arguing with Brother Yu? Is there any meaning to it? If it wasn't for the past, he would have already attacked you. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything about Sister Zhu and Jiang Qin. Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. Be careful of your loose lips. Shut up. Bai Ying shouted. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart. You just don't want to believe it. But that's how people are born. On the long road of cultivation, who would care about those details? The strong are the ones who will write the history of this world. Millions of years later, when you stand at the peak and look down on all living things, those things that no one knows about or have one side with emotion will no longer be important. Bai Ying said. He's no longer the Brother Yu that I respected in the past. He's the only one left of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace. At least Qianlong died a worthy death, at least Xiao Qinglong's death was not unjust. However, he's no longer one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace that I admire. Even though his strength is no longer what it used to be. Gu Maolu said with extreme disappointment. People will always change because of power, because of strength, because of emotions, because of living. Chapter 3076. Damn it. Jiang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was trapped under the thunder-gathering peak by the second prefecture master, Do Qing and the others. The heavenly lightning surged and the formation was self-contained. The soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation was used to suppress the heavenly lightning. However, Jiang Qin was forced into it and there was no way for him to escape. After all, this formation was set up by a divine emperor realm expert to trap the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's strength was too much weaker than his. Although Jiang Qin could use the no-beginning formation to gradually evolve it, he still could not erase the might of the formation left by a divine emperor realm expert. I'd like to see if you can break through this formation. Ha ha ha, the closer you get to the center of the formation, the more violent the power of the lightning. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it. The second prefecture master said with a laugh. Is this formation really that powerful? Do Qing asked doubtfully. This was set up by my big brother in the past to trap the lightning origin energy. You should know how strong he is. There aren't many people who can escape from him. It's absolutely safe to be suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. The second prefecture master said with a proud face. Do Qing silently nodded. Back then, the profound connection divine palace had been insufferably arrogant and stood above Feng Yin County. Countless veteran experts were unconvinced, but in the end, they were all suppressed by the great palace master. From this, one could see how powerful the great palace master was. Since it's a formation left behind by the first prefecture master, I'm relieved. Does Jiang Qin still have a chance to live? Do Qing continued to ask. Brother Do, you don't have to worry about this, do you? Of course I won't let him die so easily. Otherwise, how would I explain the death of my third brother? I'll torture him for 10,000 years and then send him to the land of 10,000 souls and bones. The second mansion master said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Do Qing was at a loss because he had no reason to stay any longer. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation, but they still wanted to obtain the inheritance of great sovereign immortal execution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3 half-step divine emperors to help the profound connection divine palace get through this crisis. Although they were friends, they were just making use of each other. They had yet to acknowledge each other. To put it bluntly, they were just scheming against each other. The one who could laugh in the end would naturally be the one who laughs the best. Although Tongxian Mansion had suffered heavy losses, as long as the first mansion master was still around, Tongxian Mansion would not fall. Only they knew what a divine emperor meant. As long as the mountain was still there, it wouldn't be a problem for the sun to be dyed red with blood. A divine emperor was enough to change many things. In this prefecture, a divine emperor was already a top-notch existence. Even the Battle God clan, which was an ancient divine clan, wouldn't be willing to offend a divine emperor expert. Alright, since the second mansion master has said so, we can leave with peace of mind. Do Qing smiled faintly and the second mansion master heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Do Qing wouldn't leave. Then, he would be in a difficult situation. Yue Wei was still around, but he wasn't in Tongxian Mansion after all. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. Fortunately, they knew when to advance and retreat. They didn't intend to stay in Tongxian Mansion any longer. This time, the Battle God clan has sent out 3 half-step divine emperors. I'm very grateful for that. However, I think Brother Do's purpose is more than that, right? The second mansion master asked. You're right. If it's just to help you, I alone can do it. However, something big has happened in the West Pole Divine region. It's said that it's related to our ancestor. So, we followed the order of our clan master and went to investigate. Do Qing said. What's the matter that made the Battle God clan send out 3 half-step divine emperors? Seems like my guess is right. The second mansion master frowned and said in surprise. It's said that a reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole Divine region. The ancestor of our Battle God clan died in the hands of those old bald donkeys in the West Pole Divine region. This time, we can't just stand by and watch. Moreover, it said that even the Great Lane Temple was shaken. The entire West Pole Divine region has become extremely turbulent. In the end, it should be the birth of a rare treasure. Otherwise, it's impossible for Brother Do to travel thousands of miles. The second mansion master said with a smile. Second mansion master is indeed wise. It said that a god-suppressing monument has appeared in the West Pole Divine region. That's why experts from all over have come to fight for it. Do Qing did not hide anything from the second mansion master and said bluntly. God-suppressing monument. What's that? Obviously, the second mansion master did not know much about the god-suppressing monument. It's a precious treasure of the Great Lane Temple of the West Pole Divine region. It said that it's comparable to the Great Emperor Divine Weapon of the ancient times. Moreover, it's the birth of a living Buddha. It also means that the West Pole Divine region will face a great calamity. Do Qing's expression was serious and meticulous. A divine object like the god-suppressing monument could only be known by those who possessed the heritage of a great clan or those who had existed since ancient times. It could definitely make one tremble in fear. The birth of a living Buddha. Isn't it a good thing for the Great Lane Temple? Why would it become a calamity? The second mansion master said doubtfully. You're thinking too simply. Do you think that the West Pole Divine Region is still the West Pole Divine Region of the past? There are countless Buddhas and Arhats who have their own way of doing things. Do you think that the living Buddha is still a great deterrent? The West Pole Divine Region can be said to be in a state of disunity. It used to be the base camp of Mahavairocana. However, since the immemorial war, the West Pole Divine Region has been devastated. Now, all the experts want to obtain the living Buddha. They want to threaten the living Buddha to command the other Buddhas. Therefore, whether it's the appearance of the God-suppressing monument or the reincarnation of the living Buddha, it's not a good thing for the West Pole Divine Region. A great war is likely to happen. Chapter 3077. The second palace master had already asked him to leave. Do Qing was truly speechless. Wasn't this guy burning the bridge after crossing the river a little too fast? They haven't even left yet and the second master has already started to attack. Do Qing was too lazy to care about it. He could see that the second master was afraid that he might have some bad intentions. If that's the case, how could he turn the situation around alone? Second master, you're on your own now. It's not right to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. We shall not stay any longer. Farewell. Do Qing said. All right, Brother Do. We shall meet again. I shall assist you in your triumphant return. The second master nodded. Do Qing had no choice but to leave. The second master's words were so obvious, there was no need for him to stay any longer. In fact, Do Qing already had a plan. Since the second master was burning the bridge after crossing the river and they were in a hurry, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Jiang Chen was suppressed in the soul-devouring thunderbolt sealing formation. He was on the verge of death at this moment. Most importantly, the second master was afraid that Do Qing would ask for a share of the loot. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. He did not want Do Qing and the others to disturb him. The origin of heavenly lightning in the lightning-gathering peak was almost fused. He was waiting for this moment to break through to the Divine Emperor realm like his elder brother. At that time, the prestige of Tongxian Mansion would rise once again. After Do Qing left, the second master appeared on the lightning-gathering peak once again. Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak at this moment. However, the second master would not let him die. The soul-devouring thunderbolt sealing formation would suppress Jiang Chen, but it would not kill him. He wanted to take his soul and torture him slowly. Now, you're at your wit's end. I shall take your soul now. Accept the reality, Jiang Chen. You shouldn't have made me your enemy. The second prefecture master sneered. The soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation laid down by a Divine Emperor realm expert was too powerful. Although Jiang Chen managed to escape, he couldn't break out with his own strength. Bastard, fight me to the death if you have the guts. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice, his voice reverberated around the thunder-gathering peak. The second mansion master found it even more ridiculous. You are simply not qualified to fight with me. If the current me wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Second master said arrogantly. That was indeed the case. Currently, on the lightning-gathering peak, the second master moved his palm and lightning flashed, continuously striking towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying strength of the lightning was no weaker than his own heavenly thunder, it might even be stronger. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. Could it be that the heavenly thunder was connected to this invisible heavenly thunder? In this thunder-gathering peak, it could be said that there should be an extraordinary heavenly lightning sealed within. Let's see who can stand against me when I break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Ha ha ha. Just stay here. Without the power of the Divine Emperor realm, it's impossible to break out of this formation. Jiang Chen, I will let you be bombarded by this supreme heavenly thunder. The second palace master roared. With a wave of his hand, bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the formation. Jiang Chen's face was extremely solemn. After countless attempts, he knew that his strength was not enough to break out of this soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. The power of a divine emperor was not to be underestimated. Although his strength had recovered a little, Jiang Chen could feel that it was impossible to break out of the formation even if he recovered all of his strength. This fella, could it be that he wants to break through to the divine emperor realm with the help of the heavenly thunder source? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He already had a slight understanding in his heart. The heavenly lightning that he thought would definitely injure him had instead become the pure lightning energy that Jiang Chen cultivated, allowing him to recover his strength faster. However, at this moment, even Jiang Chen did not expect a white lightning dragon to descend from the sky in the thunder-gathering peak. Its disdainful dragon eyes flickered with endless murderous intent. The domineering aura that stood above all life made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. Jiang Chen knitted his brows, but in the next moment, he was completely devoured by the white lightning dragon. It was too powerful. The feeling of invincibility made Jiang Chen feel powerless. His defenses were destroyed by the lightning dragon in an instant, and his life was almost extinguished in an instant. It was a power that Jiang Chen could not stop. In a mountain 10,000 miles away from Tongxian Mansion, Long Shisan's face was covered in frost when he woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Bai Yun. If it wasn't for you saving me, you would be dead by now. Long Shisan said in a low voice as he stared at Bai Yun. His cold expression caused Bai Yun's heart to tremble. Long Shisan's coldness was the kind that pushed people 1,000 miles away, causing Bai Yun's heart to clench. She had already expected that Long Shisan would reject her, but she did not expect it to be so intense. His coldness and disdain made Bai Yun feel extremely hurt. Don't tell me you don't understand Jiang Chen's good intentions at all. Bai Yun's face was wrinkled as if she had suffered a great grievance. However, this was completely ineffective against Long Shisan. He was even unwilling to look at Bai Yun with his own eyes. Long Shisan did not say a word as he turned around and left. Do you really not want to see me? Bai Yun bit her lip as she spoke, the sorrow in her heart overflowing. She had risked her life twice to save him, causing the origin energy in her body to grow weaker and weaker. Yet, all she got in return was such a cold treatment from Long Shisan. I don't know you. Long Shisan stopped and said faintly. His calm words were the biggest mockery and hurt to Bai Yun. Bai Yun hugged her slender shoulders, squatted on the ground and wept indifferently. Bing Yun and Qian Rinji couldn't help but comfort her. This innocent and pure little girl was treated so coldly by Long Shisan. It was really unbearable. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing remained silent, gazing at the rising sun in the east. If Jiang Chen died, their hearts would certainly be buried in the divine world. Whether I live or die, I will bring little Chenzi back. I will. Long Shisan turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't even turn his head back. Knowing Bai Yun was like meeting a stranger. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. Long Shisan looked at Bai Yun. That moment of coldness was something Bai Yun didn't want to see again in her life. Because at that moment, her heart seemed to have died. Long Shisan had decided everything. His heart was filled with sorrow. He could feel that Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak and intermittent. However, he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. However, when Long Shisan was about to return to Tongxian Mansion with the Zulong Tower in his hand, the radiance above the Zulong Tower disappeared instantly. This meant that Jiang Chen's breath had disappeared, and the connection between the Zulong Tower and Jiang Chen had been cut off. Long Shisan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. No, little Chenzi, no. This isn't true. Chapter 3078. Bastard, come out and face your death. Your grandfather, Longsha San, I'm back. A voice that shook the 9 mountains reverberated in the sky above Tongxian Mansion. Silhouettes appeared one after another, staring at the proud figure in the void. They were extremely shocked. Longsha San actually came back. What gave him the confidence to come back to Tongxian Mansion? This was no different from digging his own grave. Does this guy want to die? Humph, he really doesn't know his place. Previously, he ran away dejectedly. Now, he came back to Tongxian Mansion recklessly. Isn't it good to be alive? TSK, he still wants to get back at Tongxian Mansion. What a fool's dream. Since he has returned to Tongxian Mansion, he is destined to stay here forever. The second mansion master will not let him go. Does this guy really think that he is Jiang Qin? Even Jiang Qin, that monstrous genius, was killed by the second mansion master under the pressure of 4 half-step deity emperors. What about him? The appearance of Longsha San once again attracted the attention of everyone in Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Qin was defeated and Longsha San and the others ran away. They thought that this matter had come to an end. However, they did not expect that there would be another wave of trouble. Longsha San's figure stood in the void like a sharp knife. His cold eyes were staring at Tongxian Mansion. However, no one noticed that Longsha San's body was trembling slightly. The light of Zulong Tower had disappeared, which meant that Jiang Qin was dead. Longsha San's last bit of hope had been extinguished. He had already guessed it, but he still could not believe it. Because Jiang Qin had escaped from death time and time again, Longsha San was full of hope for Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, even the light of Zulong Tower had dimmed. That meant that Jiang Qin's life was completely gone. Otherwise, why would Jiang Qin be connected to Zulong Tower? Longsha San didn't expect that his wrong decision would cause his closest brother to pay with his life. The result of his staking everything on one throw had harmed others and himself. Because he wanted to kill the second mansion lord too much. No one knew how the second mansion lord had treated him after 100 years of torture. That kind of pain had tortured Longsha San for 100 years. What reason did he have not to risk his life for the second mansion lord? Longsha San had thousands of thoughts in his mind. He had thought of the final outcome, but he had never expected that Jiang Qin would die. They would fail at the last moment. Although they had killed the third mansion lord, the second mansion lord was still alive. This made Longsha San extremely angry and regretful. If he hadn't been impulsive, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. He knew that he didn't dare to look at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. He was afraid to see their eyes filled with despair. Longsha San's heart would be condemned even more. Everyone would blame him, but not Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was his life and death brother. This was the Jiang Qin in his heart. But what could he do? His hands were trembling unceasingly. Jiang Qin's breath had already been cut off. He was killed by the second mansion lord, and more importantly, by himself. However, he wanted to kill the second mansion lord. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Longsha San's heart was in a dilemma. His anger soared to the sky. His breath had already reached its peak. Today, he wanted to use his blood to dye the 9 heavens red. He wanted to use the second mansion lord's soul as a sacrifice to Jiang Qin. I didn't expect that you would dare to come back. I'm really surprised that you came back. The second mansion lord's eyes lit up when he saw Longsha San appear in the sky. He had originally thought that Longsha San would never return after escaping. However, he hadn't expected that this guy would dare to come back. In that case, he wouldn't let him escape this time, no matter what. Bastard, Jiang Qin, has been killed by you. Longsha San took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with anger, causing the second mansion lord to furrow his brows. Who do you think you are, kid? Do you think that you alone can fight me? Don't tell me you've forgotten the lesson from before. Even without you, Jiang Chen wouldn't have lived for long. He was seeking his own death by becoming my enemy. Not long ago, you fled in defeat. Now that you've returned, could it be that you've decided to become my spirit beast? Hee, a wise man submits to circumstances. It seems like you're quite sensible. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you when you become my spiritual beast in the future. The day I break through to the Divine Emperor realm will be the day you follow me and make a name for yourself," said the second mansion lord with a smile. It was as if he could already see his unfettered, unrivaled, and lonely self. "I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to little Chinzi. Bastard, give me your life." Long Shirsan's roar was like thunder, rolling across the sky. Long Shirsan held the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and fought against the second mansion lord. The battle saint technique and the shadows of the staff filled the sky. At this moment, Long Shirsan was fighting to his death. He didn't have the slightest desire to live. He had placed all his hopes on the unparalleled divine staff in his hand. At this moment, even the second mansion lord's expression changed. Long Shirsan's attack was too strong. It was like a different person compared to before. This fella's battle saint technique was as if he didn't care about his own life. He charged towards the second mansion lord with the battle saint technique. The shadows of the staff danced in the sky, causing the sky to change color. With a spurt of energy, the second mansion lord fell into a passive position. He didn't expect Long Shirsan to be so decisive. What's worse was that every time Long Shirsan attacked, Long Shirsan did not give him any leeway. Long Shirsan's aim was to kill the second mansion lord in one fell swoop. Death was the scariest thing. The power of the battle saint technique was fully exerted. Even though the second master was a half-step divine emperor, he had no choice but to go all out. Although his strength had recovered to its peak, Dragon Shirsan had changed his fighting style. He was exchanging his life for another's. The second master's face turned gloomy. It was his first time encountering such a crazy battle. It was even worse than the puppet's suicidal charge. Long Shirsan was risking his life. The battle between him and the second mansion lord was even more earth-shattering. The people of Tongxian Mansion were all excited. They were charging forward without any regard for their own lives. Because of this, Long Shirsan was able to perform the battle saint technique to its peak. "Even if I die, I will die with you. Bastard, you can't run away." Chapter 3079. However, the second mansion master was a half-step divine emperor after all. Shirsan wanted to inflict heavy damage on the second mansion master, but at the same time, he was also suffering a great loss. Even so, the second mansion master was having a headache. Both of them were bleeding profusely. Shirsan's rod shadows kept falling down. Shirsan had taken a palm strike from Shirsan, but he was willing to risk his life to deal a fatal blow to the second mansion master, forcing the second mansion master to retreat. In this way, Shirsan's attacks became sharper and fiercer. The second mansion master was burning with anger. Long Shirsan had used his own injury to exchange for his own injury. In such a life-and-death battle, the second mansion master had also suffered serious injuries. In terms of momentum, he had already lost because he had been led by the nose by Long Shirsan. "Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish," the second mansion master roared. 5 Thunder's Sacrifice. Thunder and fire double heavens. The second mansion master used his strongest technique and collided with Long Shirsan continuously. Long Shirsan's bloodthirsty fangs gave the second mansion master a headache. Both of them were like wild beasts clashing against each other. Long Shirsan's vision became clearer and clearer. Although both of their injuries were not the same, Long Shirsan's injuries were more serious than the second mansion master's every time. "You're crazy. After several life-and-death battles, the second mansion master knew that he was completely stalled by Long Shan. However, the latter's aura was dying. He had to kill him even if he had to. Long Shan was on the verge of death every time. It seemed like he would fall at any time. However, he was able to shock the second mansion master every time. That was because he was too abnormal. If this went on, the second mansion master would be driven crazy by him. Long Shan did not want to die, but the second mansion master did not want to die. Sacrifice my blood to the heavenly thunder. Power of the 5 directions heavenly thunder, listen to my command. The second mansion master triggered the 5 thunders sacrifice and the heavenly thunder descended. Long Shan's attack was finally repelled by the second mansion master's 5 thunders sacrifice. However, Long Shan was like an immortal puppet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to launch another attack. Perish, 5 thunders burning sky order. The second palace master's attack finally knocked Shan down. Shan knelt down on one knee. His charging footsteps finally came to a halt at this moment. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, almost faintly discernible. Battle Saint Technique, Battle Heaven and Earth, Battle Heaven and Earth, Battle God, Battle Heaven and Earth, Battle Tao Reincarnation, and Earth, Battle Reincarnation. The fighting symbol formula is the life and death formula. The battle symbol formula is the annihilation formula. The Battle Saint Technique is the battle universe peerless, the great Tao of reincarnation, the transcendence of the past, and I am the soul sovereign. Warriors stand in the past and the present, spanning across the ages. The Battle Saint art can battle the heavenly dipper, shake the big dipper, and go against the heavens. There's nothing that can't be fought, and there's nothing that can't be fought. A terrifying intent appeared in Long Shan's mind. The intent seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and earth. It felt like an inheritance, a silhouette, and an unparalleled Tao accumulation. If Jiang Qin could see it now, he would be extremely shocked. That was because it was a Tao accumulation that was comparable to his heaven-conquering Tao. Moreover, it was a complete Great Emperor's Tao accumulation, which was completely different from the Tao accumulation he had when he was just born. Long Shan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a towering battle intent in his heart. That battle intent was born from the Great Tao and was nurtured by the Great Tao. Battle Saint Art, Battle Symbol, Heaven and Earth Boundless, Battle Symbol, Tao Reincarnation. All of a sudden, Long Shan's inherited memory, the Battle Saint Art, was completely comprehended at this moment. His battle intent had completely integrated with the Battle Saint Art. Only then did he truly integrate the true essence of the Battle Saint Art. Fighting to the death, the Battle Saint Art was finally completed. For so many years, Long Shan could not completely comprehend the Battle Saint Art. He knew that the Battle Saint Art was strong, but he could not truly feel the terrifying domineering aura. It was so strong that Long Shan was unwilling to give up because he knew that the Battle Saint Art could be stronger. Battle Symbol Technique, Heaven and Earth Battle. Long Shan suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his aura had skyrocketed to a level that the second mansion master could not believe. His strength was still at the late hierarch realm, but his aura was unparalleled, causing the second mansion master's expression to change. It was an oppressive feeling that came from the depths of his soul. The battle intent of the battle symbol technique made Long Shan's strike collapse the mountains and rivers. The entire Tongxian mansion and the 100-jiang mountain range collapsed inch by inch. The majestic force caused the heavens and earth to change color and the clouds to rise. Such a powerful strike. The second mansion master said with dry lips. However, when he threw out a punch and tried to resist the attack, he realized that he could not withstand the pressure from Long Shan. That strike had directly broken his arm and suppressed his aura. Even Long Shan himself did not know how strong that terrifying battle intent was. Again. Long Shersan's blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He wanted to avenge Jiang Qin, he wanted to seek justice for himself. He wanted the Tongxian mansion to collapse completely. Long Shersan wielded the peerless divine staff once again and swept it across, cutting down mountains, causing rivers to flow backward, and volcanoes to erupt. The scene was extremely majestic and tragic. The second mansion master was once again heavily injured by that strike. The battle intent that descended from the sky made it impossible for him to dodge. He clashed with Long Shersan, but in the end, the second mansion master was smashed to the top of the void. Today, I will dye the heavens with my blood for Jiang Qin. Bastard, you must die. Long Shersan's hand that was holding the peerless divine staff trembled slightly. Jiang Qin's figure was constantly flickering in his eyes. However, that fatal strike had already landed on the second mansion master without any hesitation. No, the second mansion master roared angrily. His face was completely ashen. As the staff smashed down, the second mansion master's body was completely shattered by the peerless divine staff. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely destroyed. Long Shersan turned around and swung the staff once again. The second mansion master's soul was also incomparably terrified. In an instant, both his soul and spirit were destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Long Shersan's hand was also trembling slightly. He had completely comprehended the battle saint technique, but who was that tall figure in his mind? Was it him? Was it the father that he had never met? All that was left in his inherited memories were scattered bits and pieces. That mountain-like figure was blurred, filling Long Shersan's heart with despair and hope. Hope was born in the midst of despair, and hope was found in the midst of a desperate situation. Long Shersan didn't know, but he couldn't feel happy at that moment. He had killed the second mansion master, but Jiang Qin would never return. Chapter 3080. You killed the second mansion master. The sound of thunder came from the void and 3 figures appeared. Dou Qing's eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Shersan. At this moment, the entire Tongxian mansion was boiling with fear, anxiety, and anger. Jiang Qin had killed the third mansion master and Long Shersan had killed the second mansion master. For them, the Tongxian mansion was like hell on earth and they were in despair. The great elder, Lin Yukong, and the others were in a mess because they couldn't fight back. Now that the second prefecture master was dead, this was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to them. Their backbone was gone, 2 out of the 3 prefecture masters were dead, and the great prefecture master was still wandering the world, with no one knowing when he would return. One could imagine how difficult their situation was. The death of the second mansion master was a fatal blow to the Tongxian mansion. The entire Tongxian mansion had lost a half-step emperor realm expert and it was hard for them to support themselves. Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the others couldn't continue to be the true ruler of the Tongxian mansion. This made them anxious like ants on a hot pan. So what? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Long Shersan shouted angrily. He wasn't afraid of Dou Qing. At this moment, his battle saint technique had reached perfection. Although he was injured, Long Shersan wouldn't retreat. If he wanted to fight, he would fight without fear and move forward bravely. This was his belief, and it was also his obsession. What a reckless guy. How dare you be so arrogant after killing the second prefecture master? Today, even though I am a member of the Battle God clan, I am duty-bound to take your life, said Lin Fan coldly. Dou Qing said in a deep voice and his face was full of pride. Now that the second mansion master was dead, he had come back. Or it could be said that he had never left and was waiting for this moment. If it wasn't for Long Shersan, he would have killed the second mansion master by force. However, someone did what he should do for him. Wouldn't he be more free? Moreover, he could be the messenger of justice. Wasn't this a good thing? Senior Do, I hope that you will uphold justice for the Tongxian mansion. If we don't get rid of this bastard, we won't be able to quench our hatred. The second mansion master died unjustly. The great elder's face turned pale. The situation had gone out of control. It was not easy for the experts of the Battle God clan to protect the profound connection divine palace. To them, this was the greatest comfort. The great elder didn't know how long he would have to wait for the great mansion master to return. However, at this moment, this bastard was running amok. The Tongxian mansion was being bullied. Since when did they suffer such injustice? The great elder was furious, but he had no choice as he wasn't a match for Longshan. He could only place his hope in the hands of the three experts of the Battle God clan. I am deeply sorry for the death of the second mansion master. However, at this moment, you can rest assured that I will not let this bastard continue to be arrogant and get away with it. I, Do Qing, will kill him as soon as possible to bring justice to the Tongxian mansion and Fengyin County. Do Qing is duty-bound. Do Qing's face was solemn as he looked at the great elder. The other elders were extremely grateful. They were indescribably respectful towards Do Qing because they knew that Do Qing was their last hope. If they didn't grab hold of him, the Tongxian mansion would be in grave danger. They knew better than anyone that they weren't the only major power in Fengyin County. If the death of the second mansion master and the third mansion master was spread out, the Tongxian mansion would definitely be in a difficult situation. The great mansion master hadn't returned yet, but it was destined to make everyone tremble in fear. The Tongxian mansion is unable to express the kindness of the Battle God clan. We thank you once again. The great elder and the others said in a deep voice. Longshan sneered. This Do Qing was pretending to deal with him, but Longshan could see the greed in his eyes. Do Qing already knew his identity. Just like the second mansion master, he would definitely act against Longshan. Moreover, his main purpose was probably Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had obtained the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor. That was why Do Qing didn't hesitate to act against them. I have a close relationship with the second mansion master. His business is my business. Longshan, if you surrender now, I might spare your life. At that time, suffer under me for 1,000 years and I might give you your freedom. Otherwise, you will die today. Do Qing's eyes were blazing as he stared at Longshan. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Noisy guy, since you want to avenge this dog, then go to hell. Longshan's battle intent surged. Do Qing and the other two sneered, especially Do Qing. At this moment, it was perfectly justifiable for him to kill Longshan and take Jiang Qin away. Even if the Tongxian mansion wanted to stop him, they didn't have the ability to do so. Even if the great mansion master returned, they wouldn't have the slightest objection. After all, he was the one who saved the Tongxian mansion. At this moment, although Longshan was filled with pressure, he knew that he had to continue fighting. Although the second mansion master was dead, he wasn't the only one who killed Jiang Qin. Battle Saint Technique, Battle Symbol Art. Longshan attacked fiercely. He couldn't wait for Do Qing to give him a fatal blow before he retaliated. It was already too late. Longshan displayed the power of the Battle Saint Technique as if he had the help of God. Fighting 1 against 3, Longshan's Battle Saint Technique actually withstood the first wave of Do Qing's attack. The attacks of the 4 were incomparably sharp, but it wasn't enough for Longshan. If he couldn't defeat the 3 of them, it would be impossible for him to leave. Although the Battle Saint Technique was incomparably powerful and he had completely comprehended it, it didn't mean that Longshan was truly invincible. After all, there were 3 half-step divine emperors. Compared to the second mansion master, there was still a huge gap. He didn't need to face just one person. The 3 of them formed a pincer attack and pressed towards Longshan. Longshan fought and retreated at the same time. He brandished his scepter and swung it wildly, shaking the heavens and earth. Battle symbol art. Long Shersan's situation was extremely dangerous. Although he could barely withstand the pressure from the 3 half-step divine emperors, it was self-evident how terrifying the 3 half-step divine emperors were. Moreover, he had suffered such heavy injuries all by himself. Now, he was fighting with his life on the line. Fighting 1 against 3 was already a formidable feat. Long Shersan retreated step by step, but his battle intent never wavered. Little Chinzi, I must avenge you. Long Shersan fought with his life on the line. Even if he were to lose his life, killing 1 would not be a loss. If he could kill 2, it would be a profit. However, although his idea was good, it was still a dangerous one. Long Shersan's attacks were difficult to deal with. He didn't need to know how strong the opponents he had to face. He only knew that he must drag 1 or 2 of them down with him before he died. Pfft. Chapter 3081. In the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation, lightning flashed and the sky changed color. The formation had formed its own space, but it had abandoned all laws. No one knew what was happening in the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. After the white thunderbolt dragon injured Jiang Qin, it was ready to devour Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin's body was a huge treasure vault, the body of myriad qi was a great treasure to it. If it devoured Jiang Qin, it wouldn't need to be trapped here anymore. It was a fatal blow to it to have its source of lightning extracted for thousands of years. In the lightning-gathering peak, it turned into a thunderbolt dragon and kept attacking, trying to break free from the shackles. However, it couldn't do it. Gradually, its source of lightning was extracted by countless people. Because of this, its source of lightning became weaker and weaker, to the point that it could only be resisted by a half-step divine emperor. Foolish human. You're not qualified to control me. Even if I have lost most of my source of lightning, I can still kill you without much effort. The thunder dragon said coldly. At this moment, it was about to devour this reckless human. After devouring him, it might not take long for it to recover its origin energy. The myriad qi was very beneficial to cultivation. Ha! 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 The thunder dragon had been waiting for this day for far, far too long. It had been trapped here, and its origin energy had been plundered. There was only endless pain and anger, and no one could understand it. This time, an auspicious sign suddenly descended from the heavens. Even in the ancient times, there was no such good thing. The myriad origin qi was enough to help it break through and transform into a human. Humans were the most intelligent of all beings and the origin of all beings. If it wanted to become the ruler of humans, it would need to transform into a human. As the leader of the heavenly lightning, it wasn't easy for it to break through the shackles of the heavenly lightning. It's your honor to be devoured by me. Tremble in fear, human. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. However, he was already under the control of the thunderbolt dragon. Silver-white lightning flashed across the void. Jiang Qin's heart sank. He knew that the thunderbolt dragon was going to attack him. You want to devour me? Jiang Qin said coldly. So what? That's your blessing, you know. Little fella, from now on, I, Shi Yu, will become a true emperor. No one will be able to stop me. Initially, I thought that I would be suppressed here for the rest of my life. Who would have thought that the heavens would not destroy me? The myriad qi body is a great supplement. Shi Yu twisted his gigantic dragon head and said proudly. Damn it. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. His body was extremely weak right now. In the face of this terrifying thunderous dragon, he was like a powerless child who couldn't even truss a chicken. Jiang Chen finally knew who this fellow was. He was the Sky Thunder origin that the second Mansion Master had been trying to obtain. Accept your death. You have no chance to refute. Shi Yu opened his mouth wide and tried to devour Jiang Qin. That terrifying lightning energy swept across the sky. Even though Jiang Qin had the protection of the sky thunder origin was much stronger than he had imagined. My current strength is still too weak. If I'm at my peak, I might be able to fight it. This thunder dragon is at most an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, the second mansion master wouldn't have wanted to devour it. It might look so strong, but it's definitely just holding on. Jiang Qin guessed that Shi Yu must have directly swallowed the thunder origin. However, within Shi Yu's stomach, the terrifying lightning energy was getting more and more intense. The thunder origin was the source of its true energy. Tongxian Mansion had been continuously refining the thunder origin all these years. This should be the reason why the thunder origin was constantly weakening this thunder dragon. Now that it was time to reap the harvest, the thunder origin would definitely be at its weakest. Jiang Qin had a bold guess. If he could refine this thunder origin and fuse 3 types of lightning, his strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Once the 3 types of sky thunder origin were fused, the power it could unleash would be far more terrifying than the ghost prison Ashura sword formation. That was the true destruction of heaven and earth. If he fused the 3 types of sky thunder origin and fought against the second mansion master, Jiang Qin had absolute confidence that he could easily kill the second mansion master. After being swallowed by the thunder dragon, Jiang Qin could feel the increasingly terrifying thunder origin constantly attacking him, trying to melt him. However, he resisted with all his might. That unparalleled pressure from the sky thunder origin gave Jiang Qin a fatal pressure. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth. His life force was constantly draining away. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. This thunder origin was far stronger than Jiang Qin had imagined. Remember, my name is Shi Yu Drought Thunder. You will be devoured by me. Your life will be my greatest harvest. Shi Yu shouted in a deep voice. With a roar, the thunder origin in his heart continuously attacked Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's aura was also suppressed to the point where he was on the verge of death. Am I really going to die here? I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Jiang Qin's mind was racing. He had no other way now. Wanting to escape was no different from a fool's dream. Tower, come. Jiang Qin continued to roar. The Zulong Tower in Long Shirsan's hand was smashed again and again, trying to suppress his opponent. However, it was useless. At this moment, the Zulong Tower in Long Shirsan's hand regained a glimmer of light. At the same time, Long Shirsan's heart also became blazing hot. Little Chenzi didn't die. Long Shirsan murmured. He was forced back by Do Qing's attack and suffered heavy injuries. However, he still laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha. Long Shirsan laughed crazily. Even the people in Tongxian Mansion were a little dumbfounded. Could this guy have been beaten silly by the experts of the Battle God clan? He was injured several times, in imminent danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. How could he still laugh? Is this guy crazy? He doesn't look like it. Crazy. He's definitely crazy. He's about to be beaten to death and he's still so happy. Don't you think he's crazy? The second mansion master actually died in the hands of a crazy guy. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Countless people of the Profound Connection Divine Palace sighed silently. Even Do Qing frowned as she thought to herself, what is this guy trying to do? It seemed a little hard to fathom. However, even Do Qing did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the second mansion master was killed by this guy. He had to be careful. Little Chenzi, I'll wait for you to come out and fight with me. Chapter 3082. The Zulong Tower flew up in an instant, leaving Long San's palm and flying towards the direction of the lightning-gathering peak. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, the morale was high. Jiang Chen clenched his hand and the Zulong Tower suppressed the lightning dragon. Bastard! Damned human, you won't have a good death. How dare you resist, go to hell. Zhiyu roared, the lightning dragon continued to struggle, the Zulong Tower suppressed it completely. However, the lightning dragon's struggle also made it hard for the Zulong Tower to seal it completely. The lightning dragon was simply too powerful. Jiang Chen finally understood that the lightning dragon might have been feigning weakness, purposely showing an opening so that the second palace master could take advantage of it. The strength of this lightning dragon was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Seems like this Shiyu drought lightning was even stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I must refine it. Now, let's see who is stronger. Who will be the one laughing in the end? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. The Zhiyu drought lightning wanted to devour him, why wouldn't he want to make the Zhiyu drought lightning his own? If that's the case, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen controlled the Zulong Tower to fight against Zhiyu. Undeniably, Jiang Chen had underestimated the Zhiyu drought lightning. It was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Even if he gave it his all, he still couldn't force it back. At this moment, he had no other choice. The power of the Zulong Tower was gradually fading. Jiang Chen was starting to feel powerless against the destructive sky lightning origin. Although the Zulong Tower was fighting against the Zhiyu drought lightning, it couldn't cause any damage to the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was still looking down on everything. Jiang Chen's efforts were slowly being destroyed by the lightning dragon. To Jiang Chen, this was like a bolt from the blue. You will not be able to escape from my palm. Even if the human who has been separated from me for millions of years appeared in front of me, he wouldn't be able to do any damage to me. Because my origin energy is not as simple as he thinks. Ha ha ha. Such a foolish human. I wonder when you will wake up from your ignorance. The lightning dragon was incomparably arrogant. The lightning origin in its body wreaked havoc. Jiang Chen was struck down again and again. His body was on the verge of collapsing. The sky lightning origin was more than 10 times stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the sky lightning and the rush lightning diagram was, it might not be stronger than the Zhiyu drought lightning. Because he was already using all his strength, but he still couldn't move the lightning dragon. I can't die. I still have to find my Xiaoyu. I still have Qingqing, I still have Sister Ning, I still have that damned monkey, I still have De Huang. I still have my father, waiting for me in Linhe boundary. My father. I can't die. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. He struggled with all his might. The violent lightning baptism made him truly feel how powerful it was to be suppressed by the sky lightning. Before, Jiang Chen didn't even care about the sky lightning and pill lightning. But now, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. Because the origin energy of the sky lightning wasn't something he could resist. Jiang Chen relied on his will to keep attacking, but he was struck down again and again. His desire to escape became stronger. Long San suddenly turned around. He could feel Jiang Chen's danger, but he also couldn't protect himself. The only thing he could do now was to survive and wait for Jiang Chen to appear. Bang! Long San was once again forced back by Do Qing. But he stood up again like an undying god of war. What supported him was his endless battle intent and unwavering faith in his brother. He couldn't die. Even if he had to die, he must see Jiang Chen for the last time. As his brother, he wouldn't run away. I, Long San, will never surrender. Only the heavens and earth, only Jiang Chen can fight against me. Ha ha ha, little Chenzi, don't let me down. I believe that you will be reborn from this hopeless situation. Long Shan grinned. He was calm and composed. Even though he was severely injured, his faith in Jiang Qin was still the same. Let's see how long you can hold on. You and that so-called Jiang Qin are both people who don't know the meaning of death. You're obviously talented, but you insist on going against the heavens. Weaklings should have the attitude of weaklings. Don't even think about defying the might of the strong. Scram! Do Qing roared again and again. Shan was like an unkillable god of war. His ability to withstand attacks was too strong. Do Qing couldn't kill Shan at all. Do Qing coveted the battle saint technique. If he could get his hands on the battle saint technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would be a waste if a mere hierarch realm expert got his hands on it. It would not be as strong as it was in Shan's hands. Shan swore to fight till the end against Do Qing and the others. Even if he was on the verge of death, even if he was on the brink of death, his faith was still there. A single thought was enough for him to soar into the sky and fear no one. Are you finally going to die? Ha ha ha, the insignificance of humans can never be changed. I was born from the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth exist together with me. What are you? Shi Yu's eyes flickered. The lightning origin in his abdomen had almost pierced through Jiang Chen's body. The invisible lightning chains had completely bound Jiang Chen, making him unable to move. Jiang Chen's aura had become extremely weak. Suddenly, Jiang Chen could feel a faintly discernible aura flowing through his body, and it was rushing toward his dantian. It was an indescribable feeling of joy and excitement. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He could feel the existence of that thing. Great Sovereign's Tao accumulation. Jiang Chen was shocked. Originally, the Great Sovereign's Tao accumulation was not something that he could control. He needed to reach the Tao Emperor realm before he could have his own Tao. However, Jiang Chen's Emperor realm soul and his control over the heaven-dominating Tao had gradually formed the embryonic form of Tao. He could feel the existence of Tao. Although it was still very weak, it was not something that a hierarch realm expert could feel. Chapter 3083. Heaven accumulating Tao seal. Only those who possessed the great emperor's Tao could display the howling heaven seal. Jiang Chen was not even sure whether he could display the howling heaven seal or not. After all, the Tao in his body was too little, even faintly discernible. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. In the end, success or failure was out of his control. However, if he did not fight with his life on the line, he would be gradually devoured by the thunderbolt origin. Now, he felt that his physical strength was running out. Even his mind had begun to waver. Even though he had the myriad chi body, Jiang Chen could not do anything about it. The howling heaven seal was his only way. However, to display the howling heaven seal required the great emperor's Tao. But could the weak Tao really control the howling heaven seal? Jiang Chen really had no idea. I'll fight with my life on the line. If I can display the howling heaven seal, then this guy will definitely die. Jiang Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. He decided to give it a try. It was better than having no chance at all. His family was still waiting for him. He could not afford to give up like this. Howling heaven seal, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen activated the weak great emperor's Tao and began to display the howling heaven seal. Although it was the first time for Jiang Chen to display it, he must not be careless. Success or failure depended on a single thought. Although there was only a slight chance, Jiang Chen did not want to miss it. There was a trace of great emperor's Tao flowing in Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. When Jiang Chen was about to display the howling heaven seal, the trace of Tao directly broke through Jiang Chen's dantian and rushed into Jiang Chen's heart at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen formed a seal with both of his hands. Jiang Chen did not know how strong the Howling Heaven seal was, but at least it was not something that could be resisted by anyone below the Emperor realm. Even a divine Emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it, because it could only be displayed with the great Emperor's Tao. An ordinary Emperor realm expert would have to avoid it. Jiang Chen knew that if he displayed it, he would not be able to display the demeanor of a great emperor or the same as an Emperor realm expert. He only needed to defeat the Drought Thunder. Howling Heaven Seal, rise. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, but there was no change at all. Jiang Chen's heart sank to the bottom. That faintly discernible Tao essence had finally disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, but there was no change. His heart even felt a little hopeless. I don't believe it. Howling Heaven Seal. Go. Jiang Chen displayed the Howling Heaven Seal for the last time. At this moment, the seals on both of his palms suddenly changed. A destructive aura was unleashed from Jiang Chen's palm. That terrifying palm seal was like a comet exploding. With a formless sound, it swept out and destroyed the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon that was formed from the Drought Thunder's origin power was directly crushed by Jiang Chen. As soon as the Howling Heaven seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. A ray of dazzling light shot out from the lightning-gathering peak and soared into the sky. Could it be Jiang Chen who's underground? Impossible. Jiang Chen is already dead. He was suppressed by the second palace master. It must be the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak. The heavenly lightning was chaotic, causing the surroundings to tremble. Everyone was terrified. Long San and Do Qing looked at the lightning-gathering peak. When the ray of light exploded, all of them felt their hearts palpitate. If they were to be struck by that ray of light, they would definitely die. Is that the power of a divine emperor expert? The elder of the battle god clan murmured behind Do Qing. Do Qing's face turned pale. He shook his head and said, even a divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand that attack. At least a mid-divine emperor could do it. A divine emperor expert is not omnipotent. Do Qing's words also shocked Long San. Was Jiang Chen really that powerful? Was it really the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak? Then wouldn't Jiang Chen be impossible? Jiang Chen must still be alive. He must be. Long San was extremely confident. No one dared to go near the lightning-gathering peak. Everyone retreated. Once they were affected by that terrifying ray of light, they might perish. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Did the heavenly seal really succeed? The silver-white thunderbolt dragon crumbled in an instant. Shiyu's thunderbolt origin was also heavily injured. He never expected Jiang Chen to be able to display such terrifying power. It's the great emperor's Tao accumulation. Impossible. This is impossible. Shiyu could not believe that the great emperor's Tao accumulation was unleashed by an early hierarch kid. Moreover, that terrifying aura was unforgettable to him. His lightning source had been completely depleted and he had risked his life to save his lightning source. It was the same for Jiang Chen. Although he had used the heavenly torturing seal to defeat the lightning source of Zhiyu's drought heavenly lightning, his body was on the verge of collapsing. At the next moment, he felt like his body was being sucked dry. There was not a shred of Tao essence left in his body. The scariest thing was that he could feel his essence, qi, and soul being sucked dry. If it wasn't for the myriad qi that was supporting him, he might have already collapsed. Soundless and undetectable. Too powerful. Jiang Chen was shocked. Even he himself could not believe that the heavenly seal was unleashed by him. Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if he had survived a disaster. He almost lost control of the heavenly seal. The Tao accumulation in his body was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. He had only unleashed 30% of the heavenly seal's power, but it was already so powerful. The magnificent scene made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. No one knew what Jiang Chen had experienced when he unleashed the heavenly seal. The shock he felt when the Tao accumulation in his body was sublimated was unforgettable to Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for him, even 10 half-step divine emperors would have been sucked dry. It was too terrifying. Now, what else do you have to say? Isn't your thunderbolt origin very powerful? Let's see who's going to devour who now. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the extremely weak lightning source within the lightning gathering peak. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even brighter. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly came from the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, the Earth Fire Purgatory. Chapter 3084. Lowly human, you're not worthy to take my lightning source. Damn it. You're not worthy, Shiyu, will not yield. No, don't. Shiyu roared in anger, sorrow, and even hysteria. He was too weak right now, he couldn't fight against Jiang Chen anymore. This human's attack was comparable to an Emperor Realm expert. That seal just now had completely destroyed his lightning dragon, causing great damage to his origin energy. If he wanted to recover, he would need at least 100 years. Obviously, Jiang Chen wasn't going to give him that chance. Your time is up, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Immediately, bolts of heavenly lightning were unleashed from his palm, devouring the Zheyu drought heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's origin of lightning was already very weak and couldn't fight anymore. He could totally devour the two origin of heavenly lightning at this moment. Damn you, you can't kill me, you can't devour me. I'm devouring heaven. Before Zheyu could finish his words, Jiang Chen's lightning source engulfed him. I don't care what sky you are, I'll devour you first. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and devoured the Zheyu drought lightning. That violent lightning flashed. Jiang Chen could feel how furious and violent the lightning source was. But no matter what, it had no chance to change its fate because Jiang Chen had already defeated it. The Zheyu drought lightning could only fight back instinctively. As for how big of a wave it could cause, that wasn't up to it. Jiang Chen devoured the Zheyu drought lightning's lightning source, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning. Because the lightning source of the Zheyu drought lightning was too violent. Even if they devoured it, they had to do it bit by bit. Jiang Chen's strength continued to recover, he was getting stronger and stronger. The speed at which he devoured the Zheyu drought lightning's lightning source was also increasing. At this moment, terrifying lightning struck down from the sky above the lightning gathering peak, crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tongxian Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. The lightning energy on the lightning gathering peak was always there, but it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The lightning source of the Zheyu drought lightning kept crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tongxian Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Although the lightning energy on the lightning gathering peak was always there, it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. Zheyu drought lightning's lightning source kept crashing against the formation, making its final struggle. But it was to no avail. The instinctive resistance of the lightning source was the last song of the Zheyu drought lightning. Shiyu's voice faded into nothingness. Jiang Chen wasn't distracted, he ignored the roar of the lightning source. It was already dead, the lightning source couldn't recover. How big of a wave could it create? Do you really think I'm scared? Shiyu's thunderous voice gradually disappeared from the lightning gathering peak. The violent energy in Jiang Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger. He was slowly gaining control over the source of lightning. However, the three sources of lightning couldn't be fused together. Instead, they were rejecting each other. This gave Jiang Chen a headache. Jiang Chen looked at his dantian, paying more and more attention to the lightning source. Even though it was devoured by him, it was still so violent. Jiang Chen had to tame it, otherwise, the lightning source of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning might be completely assimilated. That wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. I need to quickly assimilate the violent energy of the lightning source. Oh right, let's see if I can purify it with my Tao essence. Jiang Chen moved his mind and forced the lightning source into his dantian. Within the Tao essence, the violent lightning source actually calmed down. Jiang Chen gradually gained control over the lightning source. The 3 lightning sources slowly reached a silent balance. Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed like his heaven-conquering Tao was quite useful. However, the Tao essence had completely disappeared. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to use the heavenly crushing seal anymore. However, at this moment, he felt that his strength had greatly increased. The dragon marks in his body had once again undergone a qualitative change. The dragon transformation skill was also activated. His breakthrough was imminent. Middle Hierarch Realm. The powerful energy contained in the lightning source is quite surprising. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He was fully focused on his breakthrough. This soul-devouring lightning sealing formation should not be a problem. He only needed to break through to the middle hierarch realm and fuse the 3 lightning sources. Jiang Chen was excited thinking about it. 3 types of lightning origin energy. That kind of frightening might was definitely enough to destroy the world. Furthermore, it was completely different from the heavenly lightning and pill lightning that he had refined before. This was the lightning origin energy. It was completely incomparable. Dragon marks densely covered Jiang Chen's body. Streaks of heavenly lightning lingered in Jiang Chen's dantian. This Shiyu drought heavenly lightning was on par with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. Only these 2 lightning sources could reach a balance with it. This showed how powerful this Shiyu drought heavenly lightning sealing formation was. Jiang Chen's breakthrough had no obstacles at all. The lightning source energy was too terrifying. After Jiang Chen fused with the lightning source energy, the divine origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His dragon marks sublimated. The middle hierarch realm might not seem strong, but it was a qualitative change for Jiang Chen. His current strength was enough to sweep away experts below the half-step divine emperor realm. He would not need to put in so much effort to fight against a half-step divine emperor. It was time for the soul-devouring lightning sealing formation to break through its shackles. Shi San was forced into a corner by Do Qing and the other 2. Every step he took was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, his will was on the verge of being completely obliterated. It wouldn't be long before he fell. Shi San was only able to hold on until now. You no longer have a chance. Death is your only choice. Or, surrender to me and become my slave with your soul in exchange for your life. Do Qing said coldly. Long Shi San was once again forced to retreat by him. He knelt on one knee and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. At this moment, Long Shi San was almost at the end of his rope. However, there was no other way. He had already tried his best. If he could not hold on any longer, it would be difficult for him to see Jiang Chen one last time when Jiang Chen escaped from the soul-devouring lightning sealing formation. What was life and death, brothers? This was life and death, brothers. The reason why Long Shi San did not fall was because of his trust in Jiang Chen. Fuck you. Dream on. Long Shi San roared. Even if he was going to die in the next moment, he was not afraid at all. Stubborn fool. Die! Do Qing shouted and rushed towards Long Shi San. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard from the lightning-gathering peak. It was like a shooting star. The entire Tongxian mansion was shocked. Chapter 3085. The lightning-gathering peak was razed to the ground in an instant. Lightning surged and the sky changed color. At this moment, the phenomenon had disappeared and the formation on the lightning-gathering peak was gone. I knew it. You won't die so easily, Shirsan said faintly. The breath that was hanging in his heart was finally released. His body that was on the verge of death finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell to the ground. Dark clouds surged in the void. The sky was gloomy as if the end of the world was coming. A figure shrouded in lightning stood in the sky. His eyes were like a diamond and his aura was like a raging dragon. It was Jiang Qin. You hurt my brother and tried to suppress me here. All of you must die. Jiang Qin's cold voice reverberated in the surrounding sky. Everyone's heart was filled with shock and fear. Jiang Qin was like a devil incarnate who wanted to take his revenge. His eyes were filled with blood-red light, which made people shudder in fear. He's still alive. Didn't the second mansion master completely suppress him? An elder of the Profound Connection Divine Palace said in a deep voice with an ugly expression. Yeah. That's the peerless formation left by the great mansion master. How could it be destroyed just like that? Lin Yokong's face was gloomy. He knew that the crisis of Tongxian Mansion was coming. This kid can't be underestimated. The formation has been destroyed, but why do I feel that there's something missing? The great elder murmured. He did not know where the problem was. However, Jiang Qin had given them a huge shock. Moreover, he had already broken through to the mid-hierarch realm. When he was at the early hierarch realm, he could already defy the heavens and change his destiny by defeating the second prefecture master and killing the third prefecture master. Now that he had broken through to the early hierarch realm, the great elder should be able to understand that Jiang Qin had become even more terrifying. This kid cannot be judged by common sense. Is Tongxian Mansion really going to be destroyed? Impossible. There are 3 half-step deity emperors here. Even if Jiang Qin could escape from the lightning-gathering peak, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. He's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Humph. It's hard to say. Jiang Qin has changed too many things. Recently, the entire Tongxian Mansion is in troubled times. Jiang Qin even killed and seriously injured 2 mansion masters. Maybe Jiang Qin can really change the fate of our Tongxian Mansion. Let's see if the 3 half-step deity emperors can bring him to justice. Now that the 2 prefecture masters have passed away, where should we go? The students of Tongxian Mansion began to feel anxious. Not everyone was in danger, but Jiang Qin's sudden appearance had changed everyone's thoughts and views. They did not know where they would go if Jiang Qin really destroyed Tongxian Mansion. This problem was pressing. No one wanted to think about it, but it was a reality that they had to face. Yu Chenglong looked at Jiang Qin's proud figure. His heart was full of contradictions. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. Will Jiang Qin really attack me? All these years, he had taken care of Sister Zhu. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had put in a lot of effort. Even though Yu Chenglong betrayed Wu Ningzhu in order to obtain the power of a hierarch realm expert. Even though Wu Ningzhu did not know about it. Deep in Yu Chenglong's heart, he was still tormented. Every man for himself. This was the law of survival since ancient times. No one could escape the fate of the great world. Even if he died for Wu Ningzhu might not remember him. Wouldn't she still be with Jiang Qin? What was he after? Selfless love. That was bullshit. Only a true expert could stand tall in the world and ignore everyone's contempt. Yu Chenglong had a clear conscience. He was just following his heart. He liked Wu Ningzhu, but it did not mean that he had to die for Wuningzhu. Moreover, Jiang Qin had appeared. Even if Wuningzhu died, she would not die in his arms. This was too painful for Yu Chenglong. He didn't want to sink into depravity, and he didn't want his life to be ruined because of Wuningzhu. He vaguely remembered his mother's warning before she passed away, that he must become a powerhouse, a peerless powerhouse who could stand above everyone else in this world. Now, he was getting closer and closer to this step. Wuningzhu's appearance had destroyed his path of being a genius, and also destroyed his determination to pursue the path of a powerhouse. Now that Wuningzhu was about to leave him, he had no choice but to do it. At the last moment, he almost killed Wuningzhu. Yu Chenglong's heart was on tenterhooks and he couldn't believe it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen saved Wuningzhu at the last moment. Even if Wuningzhu died, it was Jiang Chen's fault for not protecting her. It had nothing to do with him anymore. This was his final decision. Success was already beckoning to him. Although Yu Chenglong was struggling, he was extremely excited deep down in his heart. He had finally reached the hierarch realm. Those who idolized him in the past had finally witnessed the true strength of the 3 outer mansion dragon heads. 2 dragon heads had fallen and he was the only one left. Didn't this mean that he was stronger and more resilient? Yu Chenglong liked the feeling of being surrounded by his senior and junior brothers. He liked the feeling of being above everyone else. When Jiang Chen won the outer mansion battle, Yu Chenglong's heart was filled with endless loneliness. He swore that one day, he would become like Jiang Chen, who everyone looked forward to and envied. Yu Chenglong was a little afraid. After all, the current Jiang Chen was too terrifying. He hoped that the 3 half-step divine emperors could defeat and kill him. Then, Tongxian Mansion would return to peace. At that time, he would be the new pillar of Tongxian Mansion. Seniors of the Battle God clan, it's all up to you now. Yu Chenglong murmured. Wuningzhu was still lingering in his heart. However, his dream of becoming an expert had already set sail. He would not allow himself to fall into depravity. It's just that your brother's skills are not as good as others. What other tricks do you have? Killing the 3rd Mansion Lord and defeating the 2nd Mansion Lord, in my opinion, it's just luck. Have you ever seen the true Do formation technique? Do you think that you can show off in front of the experts of the Battle God clan after breaking through the shackles of the formation? Kid, you're still too young. You're not qualified to fight against us. Hand over the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do Qing said. Now that the 2nd Mansion Lord was dead, Tongxian Mansion was in a mess. Without a leader, they would be thankful if he could kill Jiang Qin and return them peace. Even if he obtained the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor, it wouldn't matter to them. The inheritance you want is right here. Come and take it if you're capable. Jiang Qin smiled faintly, pointed at himself and said to Do Qing with a hint of disdain. Do Qing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors' countenance changed drastically. This reckless junior dared to provoke them. How could they tolerate him? Wait till I kill you. Then, everything will change. Do Qing rushed towards Jiang Qin. Under the gaze of the entire Tongxian Mansion, 4 silhouettes turned into 4 rays of light and collided with each other. I had a dream last night. I dreamt that I appeared in Saint Origin World with thousands of fans. We overcome all obstacles and fought for supremacy. Can the dream of being a hero come true? While I was writing, a friend who makes games called me and invited me to participate in the creation of a mobile game. It's called. What's interesting is that I can get Durex from killing monsters. Chapter 3086. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and punched out heavily, withstanding the attacks of the 2 half-step divine emperors. He retreated quickly and calmly. Jiang Chen roared and attacked in his dragon form. He formed a seal with both of his hands and struck out. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal turned into the 9 heavens divine dragon and gathered together. The 5 dragons fused together and the seal was overturned, shaking the heavens and earth. The divine dragon swept across the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat after a single strike. The 2 half-step divine emperors did not want to be outdone and fought back against Jiang Chen. What a powerful technique! The 2 half-step divine emperors were shocked. Jiang Chen's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was able to fight against them so calmly and effortlessly. How could they not be shocked by his skills? Dou Qing harumphed coldly and quickly joined the fray. The 3 of them were barely able to suppress Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was not a weakling. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He did not show any signs of defeat even though he was fighting 1 against 3. Undeniably, the 3 of them were too strong. Even with Jiang Chen's techniques after his breakthrough, he could only remain undefeated. Instead, he was constantly forced to retreat. 3000 Burning Sky Seal. Jiang Chen used the Qian Kun technique again and merged his divine fire. The 3000 Burning Sky Seal rose from the void and crushed the 2 half-step divine emperors. However, he was hit by Dou Qing's palm. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Good fella. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. You're just digging your own grave by fighting against me. Dou Qing snorted. The 3 of them intensified their attacks. Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. His sword qi was graceful and the limitless sword swept through the void. 11th Sword. Dou Qing chose to retreat in order to advance. Facing Jiang Chen's limitless sword, they chose to evade its sharpness and fight in a roundabout way. It showed that the 3 of them had prepared well for this moment. Do you really think you can win against the experts of our Battle God clan? Tongxian Mansion was just careless. When the real Great Prefecture Lord returns, you'll die without a burial place. However, I can't wait for that moment. You can only belong to our Battle God clan. Because you have secretly learned our Battle God clan's battle formation technique, I must punish you later. Obviously, Dou Qing's words were meant for the people of Profound Connection Divine Palace. Everyone knew about this. When the experts of the Battle God clan attacked, the Great Elder and the others already knew why they were here. Even though Jiang Chen had killed their palace lord, they still did not have the qualifications to keep Jiang Chen here. Therefore, it was reasonable for Dou Qing to take Jiang Chen away. Dou Qing wanted to take away Jiang Chen. You can always find a way to frame someone. What you want is the inheritance of the immortal execution Great Emperor. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you because you are not qualified. Jiang Chen rushed forward again. He wanted to avenge Long Shi-san. He wanted Dou Qing to pay the price. He was suppressed, attacked, and sealed in the soul-devouring thunder sealing formation. Jiang Chen wanted to deal a fatal blow to Dou Qing. Jiang Chen rushed forward step by step. Sword shadows filled the sky like rain. The limitless sword had reached its limit. Jiang Chen finally displayed a stronger sword. 12th Sword. The power of the 12th Sword was far more terrifying than the 11th Sword. This was the sword technique that Jiang Chen had comprehended when he was feeling the great path of heaven and earth. However, he could not display it. He could feel the 13th sword, but the control of the sword will of the 13th sword was not something that the current Jiang Chen could change. However, the power of the 12th sword against Dou Qing and the others was already quite impressive. The 3 of them were forced back by Jiang Chen. They were evenly matched and no one could gain the slightest advantage. Formation. Dou Qing shouted in anger and said solemnly. The 3 of them formed a formation. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not expect that they would be so well prepared. This formation used the Profound Connection Divine Palace as the cauldron, and its purpose was to revolve around the Profound Connection Divine Palace. What a great reinforcement! Ha ha ha, it is better to say that you are scheming to control me. The Tongshan mansion is in the palm of your hand. Even the formation has been set up. It seems that you have planned this beforehand. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Dou Qing's formation did make him slightly surprised. However, the formation that the three of them controlled was extremely complicated. It was not something that could be set up in an instant. In other words, they had already set up everything. All of this seemed to be to lure the snake out of its hole, and Jiang Chen was the snake. Boy, death is at hand. Don't struggle anymore. This formation is specially prepared for you. Sealine formation. Don't forget how the Battle God clan stood at the peak of the divine world. Dou Qing said proudly. The Battle God clan was famous for their Dou formation technique. Who didn't know about this? However, from the beginning till the end, they did not use any formation. Even when they were fighting against Jiang Chen, they did not use any formation. However, at this moment, Dou Qing had no choice but to use the formation that he had prepared. He had been waiting for this moment. Initially, this formation was set up for the second mansion master. However, Long Shi-san appeared out of nowhere. Dou Qing had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. Now that he was fighting against Jiang Chen, it was like pushing the boat along with the current. As soon as the sealine formation was formed, Jiang Chen was sealed in the formation. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He soared up to the sky and slashed down with his sword. However, it was as if he had slashed at the sea. He could not even stir up a ripple. The terrifying suction force directly melted the sword light of Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it seemed like Jiang Chen could not escape. Jiang Chen's terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. However, the sword chi was melted by the formation. The power of the three of them formed a cage. Jiang Chen could not break through it at all. Boy, don't waste your energy. Not many Divine Emperor experts could break through this formation. Because this formation was set up by the power of the three of us. Our power is completely combined and twisted into a rope. It's not something that you can break through. Even in the Battle God clan, only the Patriarch can break through this formation. Humph, don't be so arrogant. You can't break through my sealine formation. Dou Qing swore. To him, the sealine formation was formed by the blood essence of the three of them. Moreover, it did not require too many complicated procedures. The three of them used their souls to set up the formation. This was one of the strongest techniques of the Battle God clan. The Battle God clan is most proud of their formation. Now that Jiang Chen is trapped in the formation, it will be very difficult for him to break through it. Phew, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is a devil incarnate. How can he be so strong? It's completely beyond our knowledge. He who commits too much evil will bring about his own destruction. He asked for it. Going against our Tongshan mansion is just asking to be humiliated. Humph. Sigh. It's so ironic. Although Jiang Chen is being controlled by the formation and his life is in danger, the one who defeated him is not from our Tongshan mansion. Hee hee. The great elder and the others murmured in a low voice. In conclusion, the Tongshan mansion was saved. At least the great mansion master was still alive. Once the great mansion master returned, the Battle God clan would be able to rise again. However, the Tongshan mansion had to keep a low profile compared to the other three divine mansions. Otherwise, they would not be able to face the might of the divine mansions from the other prefectures. Can you really control me with such a weak technique? Your Battle God clan is famous for their formations. I, Jiang Chen, am worthy of my reputation. Today, I'll let you all witness who is the real Array Grandmaster. Chapter 3087. A True Formation Grandmaster? Ha ha ha, I also want to see if your attainments in array formations are better than the three of us. Don't disappoint me. Do Qing laughed, completely disregarding Jiang Chen. This fella is boasting, wanting to surpass me in formation. That was ridiculous. Although Do Qing did not dare to say that he was invincible in the field of formations, he dared to say that the number of people in the entire northern cold divine region who were better than him in the field of formations could be counted with 2 hands. However, Jiang Chen was just a nobody. How could he think that his attainments in the field of formations could surpass his? Wasn't this bullshit? There were countless formation masters in the Battle God clan. There were more than a dozen grandmasters, and Do Qing could definitely be ranked in the top 5. The Battle God clan was known for their formations. He was confident that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to fight back if he used the Sealing Yin formation. Jiang Chen wanted to use the formation to defeat him. That was just a fool's dream. Then let's see whose formation is better. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. His body transformed into 9 supreme beings, forming into a formation. This is the 3rd time he used the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pills effect. The remaining 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pills effect in his body has been depleted by 30%. But to Jiang Chen, this 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill is definitely enough to deal with Do Qing's Yin sealing formation. 1 body transforming into 9 supreme beings. Unfortunately, it's useless against my Yin sealing formation. Do Qing said confidently. He knows how terrifying the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill is, but he is also very confident in his formation. No one can easily escape from his Yin sealing formation. With the 9 Venerables forming a formation, Jiang Chen was able to resist the pressure of the Sealing Yin formation. Between the 9 Venerables, there was a surplus of energy. His formation was not weak at all. 9 Supreme Battle Formation. Jiang Chen shouted. The 9 Supremes instantly turned into 9 shadows of the heavens and spread out. One after another, the shadows of dragons appeared and fought against the Sealing Yin formation. Within the Sealing Yin formation, a cold wind was blowing and waves were rolling. The surrounding heaven and earth were shaking. Countless disciples of the Profound Connection Divine Palace retreated from the area to avoid hurting the innocent. If they didn't leave as soon as possible, they might be buried together with the demi-monarch realm's might. They couldn't resist it. Retreat! Lin Yukong bellowed, causing the God King's students to leave quickly. Jiang Chen's 9 Supreme Battle Formation is incomparably terrifying. Facing the cold wind of the Yin sealing formation, it was unmoved like a mountain. The 9 figures kept unleashing their aura, trying to break the formation, but it was to no avail. However, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate, because no one could gain the upper hand. Both sides fell into a stalemate, one attacking and one defending. In the 9 Supreme Battle Formation, each of Jiang Chen's original body is extremely powerful, forcing Do Qing to defend. However, the Yin sealing formation is formed by the blood and souls of the 3 of them, so they value it more and are more connected. This point is not inferior to Jiang Chen's 9 Supreme Battle Formation. I didn't expect you to be evenly matched with me. Do Qing was extremely shocked and said with a sigh. His strength was obvious to all. Being one of the 3 great formation masters of the Battle God clan, he could not gain the upper hand over Jiang Chen in terms of formation. Instead, he was in a stalemate. To Do Qing, this is a great humiliation. How could Jiang Chen's 9 Supreme Battle Formation resist his Yin sealing formation? Junior brothers, hurry up. We must defeat him as soon as possible. No one can defeat the people of the Battle God clan in terms of formation. Do Qing transmitted his voice to the 2 junior brothers of the clan. The 2 of them nodded silently. The 3 of them pushed forward. Jiang Chen also felt the gale in the yin ceiling formation rising and pressing down again. His 9th supreme battle formation is on the verge of collapse. From this, it can be seen that the experts of the Battle God clan are not ordinary people. Jiang Chen cannot underestimate them. After all, this is the special skill of the Battle God clan. Without the no beginning formation as a reference, Jiang Chen may not be able to judge whether he will be suppressed by Do Qing's formation or not. Good. Good. Jiang Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he unleash his full strength. 9 dragons emerged from the 9th supreme battle formation. Dragon shadows were faintly discernible. At this moment, the dragon transformation skill was circulated to the maximum. Jiang Chen also unleashed his full strength to fight against Do Qing and the other 2. At this moment, both of them had unleashed their full strength. Terrifying airwaves from the 9th supreme battle formation overturned the horizon time after time and smashed against the yin ceiling formation. Do Qing's expression was cold. Facing Jiang Chen's 9th supreme battle formation, he did not dare to be negligent. This formation naturally had its merits since it could fight against his yin ceiling formation. The 2 formations continuously collided. Jiang Chen did not hold back and wanted to charge out. Without exception, all 9 of the 9th supreme battle formation had unleashed their full strength. Damn it. Don't even think about breaking through the formation. Both of you, unleash the 4-star Do formation technique. Do Qing spoke again. The 3 of them were of one mind and unleashed the 4-star Do formation technique in one go. The terror of the yin ceiling formation instantly multiplied by several folds. Jiang Chen's 9th supreme battle formation was constantly being compressed and gathered together. Do formation technique. You're not the only one who knows it. Jiang Chen sneered as he unleashed the Do formation technique continuously. The destructive explosive power caused the 9th supreme battle formation to reach an unprecedented level. The 9th supreme battle formation and the yin ceiling formation had both reached the level of the 4-star Do formation technique. At that moment, Do Qing's face turned even uglier. The Do formation technique was a secret technique of the Battle God clan. But now, it had become a means for others to fight with him. It was too ironic. Do Qingji was unwilling to give up. The 2 of them continued to clash against each other, causing the power of the formation to become more and more terrifying. Both of them had already reached their peak. Regardless of whether it was the 9 extremes battle formation or the ceiling yin formation, both of them were already on the verge of collapsing. That was because the 2 formations were about to completely merge together. Whoever's formation was stronger would be able to stand out from the rest. However, the power of the 2 formations was too close to each other, causing the 2 terrifying formations to almost cancel each other out. At that moment, if the 2 formations were to completely cancel each other out, it was possible that they would be heavily injured. 9th supreme battle formation, charge. Jiang Chen roared angrily. The 9 supremes rose and soared into the sky. If you want to break my formation, go back and practice for a few thousand years. 5-star Do formation technique. Jiang Chen, you must have never expected this. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3088. I've already said that you are no match for me. The Do formation technique can only be used by a true expert of the Battle God clan. Do Qing said arrogantly. Jiang Chen's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and the surrounding void was constantly compressed. Jiang Chen was ultimately defeated by the 9 supremes. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, his greatest gain was that he had comprehended the 5 stars Do formation technique at the critical moment. All of this was thanks to Do Qing. If he had not used the 5 stars dough formation technique, he might not have been able to completely comprehend the mystery of the 5 stars dough formation technique. From the beginning, Jiang Chen had the attitude of giving it a try because he wasn't sure how many stars Do Qing's dough formation technique could display, but at least it wouldn't be too bad. If Do Qing's dough formation technique was stronger than Jiang Chen's, would Jiang Chen's dough formation technique be improved in this battle? Although it was a little risky, Jiang Chen still decided to give it a try. The result was obvious. He had succeeded. From Do Qing's 5 stars dough formation technique, he had gained a deep understanding and perfected his own dough formation technique. His injury was definitely worth it. 5 stars dough formation technique. I wonder if this one counts. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and 108 primordial spirit weapons instantly scattered around him. The Ashura sword formation was set up again. Jiang Chen wanted to use the power of the 5 stars dough formation technique to counter Do Qing's 5 stars dough formation technique. What? You can also use the 5 stars dough formation technique. This is impossible. Do Qing could not believe what he had seen. How long had it been since Jiang Chen came into contact with the dough formation technique? Do Qing had already cultivated for tens of millions of years in the clan before he could comprehend the 5 stars dough formation technique. Even the clan leader had only comprehended the 6 stars dough formation technique. The true 7 stars dough formation technique could only be set up by the ancestors of the Battle God clan during the Valley period. However, Jiang Chen could actually use the 5 stars dough formation technique. Why? Do Qing continued to roar. In the blink of an eye, the sword formation was completed. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 5 stars dough formation technique was completed. This time, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Since the 5 stars dough formation technique was the strongest technique of the Battle God clan, he would use his 5 dough formation to break the Do Qing. The sealing yin formation continued to compress the space around Jiang Chen. His Ashura sword formation had also reached a terrifying level. The sword formation had been completed and the sword chi was released. Where Jiang Chen's sword pointed, the 108,000 swords rose up and struck the sealing yin formation and the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan. The 108,000 swords converged into a terrifying sword light. The sword light became more and more majestic and terrifying. The sword light finally converged into one point. The sealing yin formation that was supported by the 5 stars dough formation technique was finally broken by Jiang Chen. The 108,000 swords also exhausted the power of the sword light and disappeared. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was also neutralized and the sealing yin formation of the Battle God clan turned into starlight. Poof! Do Qing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors were severely injured. Jiang Chen was no exception. This was a tit-for-tat battle and it was an evenly matched battle. In the end, both sides were heavily injured. Do Qing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors were completely integrated with the formation. Their injuries were extremely serious when the sealing yin formation was broken. Jiang Chen was no exception. The injuries caused by the 9 extremes battle formation were not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He stood in front of Do Qing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors. That kind of arrogance was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It sent chills down one's spine. Jiang Chen, you have truly shocked me. I can even say that there are only a handful of people in the northern cold divine region who are more powerful than you, Do Qing said sincerely. Do Qing said from the bottom of his heart. None of the 3 half-step emperors managed to gain the upper hand in the life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. Moreover, they were injured by Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was not as lucky as them, the result disappointed Do Qing as he failed to kill Jiang Chen. It's good that you know. Now, it's time for me to take your lives. Jiang Chen said. These people must die. Otherwise, how could he face Long San? His brothers were almost killed. Jiang Chen had no reason to let them go. A group of sanctimonious people. They claimed to be the reinforcements from Tongxian Mansion, but they had their own schemes. They were all despicable schemers. Isn't it too early to be happy now? Do you really think that the experts of the Battle God clan will be defeated so easily? Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are very strong. However, you are unlucky to have met me, Do Qing. He. Do Qing said with a smile. Do you still have any trump cards? Just do it. If you don't, your life might end here. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This Do Qing had already revealed everything. What other trump cards could he have? The fact that the Battle God clan could send out 3 half-step divine emperors was already enough to shock Jiang Chen. The dignity of the Battle God clan cannot be violated. You have taken the Do formation technique of the Battle God clan. You must die. Do Qing took a step forward and stared at Jiang Chen. Both of them refused to give in to each other. Do Qing slowly took out a black roulette. The roulette was engraved with many obscure and strange inscriptions. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This strange black roulette had an extremely terrifying devouring power. It was definitely a very strange treasure. Although it might not reach the level of a primal origin treasure, its strangeness and uniqueness made Jiang Chen take precautions. This great earth roulette belongs to the ancestors of the Battle God clan. The patriarch gave it to me when he sent me to the West Pole Divine Land to carry out a mission. I never thought that it would come in handy here. The power of this great earth roulette can withstand a strike from a divine emperor expert. Similarly, it can also make a divine emperor expert frown. You can die under my great earth roulette. Do Qing said proudly. His eyes were filled with radiance. He caressed the great earth roulette in his hand. With the great earth roulette in his hand, he was not afraid at all. Even if he and Jiang Chen were both injured, this great earth roulette could still take back his glory. Then, let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. Jiang Chen smiled. Withstand a strike from a divine emperor expert? I wonder if you'll be able to withstand the fusion of my 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. Bring it on, Jiang Chen. You will definitely feel despair for your stupidity. Ha ha ha. Do Qing pointed at Jiang Chen with the great earth roulette in his hand. He was full of confidence, ready to have a life and death battle with Jiang Chen. Then watch carefully. I will not use this strike a second time. Because if you want to see it a second time, you might have to wait until your next life. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. He moved his hand slowly and 3 heavenly lightning gradually gathered at this moment. Chapter 3089. It's the heavenly lightning. Do Qing frowned. This fella is really strange. Moreover, 3 heavenly lightning appeared at the same time. Even the 2 half-step deity emperors behind him looked serious. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, they will all be overshadowed by my great earth wheel. Do Qing waved his hand disdainfully. However, the 3 heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hand had already started to take shape. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. The 3 heavenly lightning in his hand slowly fused together. The terrifying explosive aura was constantly intensifying and getting more and more terrifying. 3 types of heavenly lightning. Moreover, Jiang Chen had fused his origin energy into the heavenly lightning. That kind of power was absolutely incomparable to the previous explosion of the pill lightning. Wind and clouds suddenly rose in the surrounding weather. Even the air seemed to be mixed with traces of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly thunder exploded. Rumble rumble, the shock of the heavenly lightning fusion made everyone's mouth dry. The terrifying aura once again fused together. That was an oppressive and suffocating feeling that no one could imagine. The heavenly lightning fusion is really strong. This fella has used it before, but it was not as strong as this time. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's body fused together. That kind of terrifying explosion could almost flatten the entire Tongxian mansion. Why does it feel like the end of the world? Is this fella's heavenly lightning fusion really that terrifying? Those disciples of the profound connection divine palace who were at a loss of what to do were slightly frightened. They were not sure how strong Jiang Chen's attack was, even though they were far away from the profound connection divine palace and were looking at each other from afar. 3 types of heavenly lightning fusion. Jiang Chen is too terrifying. This fella is a madman. Dong Huangtai murmured. No one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was as compared to them who came from the Lone Dragon County. Jiang Chen had risen from the Linha boundary step by step. Jiang Chen was like a terrifying sword, unparalleled and undefeated. The current Jiang Chen had already left them behind. In this world where strength was everything, no one was worthy of sympathy and pity. Only the strong could survive. Can Jiang Chen really win against 3 half-step divine emperors? Mo Qihan murmured. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to fight those who were at a higher realm than him. However, his opponents were too strong this time. Jiang Chen had tried his best, killing the 3rd Mansion Lord and heavily injuring the 2nd Mansion Lord. They hoped that Jiang Chen could defeat the others and become the final winner. I have to say, you're indeed a monstrous genius. To fuse the heavenly lightning together, it's such a dangerous and suicidal method. But no matter what, you can't stop me from becoming your enemy. My great earth roulette is unstoppable. Ha! Dou Qing was still howling arrogantly. His aura continued to rise, and he had the absolute initiative. How could he lose to the crowd? I hope that what you've imagined will be as you wish. Jiang Chen said faintly without any distractions. The 3 heavenly lightning had already fused together. A green, blue and purple lotus slowly appeared on Jiang Chen's hand. It was extremely strange, enchanting and surging. Jiang Chen could even feel the terrifying aura of extinction coming from the death lightning lotus. It was as if everything would perish under the death lightning lotus. That kind of fear made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. Come, is this your final ability? I hope you won't disappoint me. Dou Qing sneered. As you wish. As Jiang Chen moved his palm, the dark clouds and thunder curtain seemed to tremble at this moment. The entire Tongxian mansion's mountain range shook continuously. The surrounding void seemed to have been restricted. A deathly aura was emitted from the death lightning lotus that Jiang Chen had thrown out. The 3-colored death lightning lotus exploded. The destructive aura caused almost half of the buildings in the Tongxian mansion to be destroyed. Even the heavenly dragon tower was heavily damaged and collapsed layer by layer. The Tongxian mansion could be said to have been destroyed in a day. The death lightning lotus that was filled with deathly aura made Dou Qing's pupils dilate. He raised the great earth roulette and struck it out forcefully. However, at that moment, Dou Qing's heart trembled a little. He suddenly felt the despair and fear when the death lightning lotus bloomed in his eyes. The great earth roulette seemed to have lost its power. The remaining 2 half-step deity emperors were devoured by the heavenly lightning fusion almost at the same time when the death lightning lotus exploded. Their souls were scattered and not even a trace of their bodies was left. The dazzling radiance made people not dare to look at it directly. Dou Qing retreated again and again while striking out the great earth roulette. However, he heard the sound that he was most unwilling to hear. The great earth roulette started to crack at this moment. Crack, 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 no, this is impossible. My great earth roulette. Dou Qing screamed continuously. He had never experienced such despair before in his life. The great earth roulette had withstood the first wave of attacks. When the death lightning lotus was released, the great earth roulette could not withstand it anymore and shattered. Do Qing had used all his strength, but he was also struck by the heavenly lightning tribulation. He was severely injured. His clothes were torn and tattered and his body was extremely weak. He knelt on the ground on both knees and was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the great earth roulette, he would have been dead by now. Do Qing had boasted before, but now, he couldn't even protect himself. The scariness of the death lightning lotus made him realize how stupid he was to take Jiang Chen's attack head-on. However, in the end, he had failed. It was a terrible defeat that was unbearable to look at. His defeat had caused the Battle God clan to lose face. Do Qing spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was in high spirits as he walked out of the Battle God clan. He had wanted to go to the West Pole Divine region and leave after obtaining some benefits from the Tongxian mansion. However, who would have thought that he would suffer such a calamity? The aura of death permeated Do Qing's heart. When he raised his head, it was already gone. The Tongxian mansion is finished. The great elder murmured. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the heavenly dragon pagoda had already collapsed. The thunder-gathering peak had also collapsed. The entire Tongxian mansion was in ruins. Thousands of students were in a daze. The Tongxian mansion that they were so proud of had collapsed at this moment. The explosive power of the death lightning lotus caused airwaves to roll out, causing the entire profound connection divine palace to turn into a pile of ruins, shocking everyone. Chapter 3090. The great elder was dumbfounded. Lin Yukong, Yu Chenglong, Gu Maolu, Dong Huang Tai A, and everyone else were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen fought against the three martial emperors in a fit of rage. The whole Tongxian mansion was razed to the ground. It was unimaginable. In front of Jiang Chen, they were like ants. The feeling of powerlessness and defeat was not something that could be experienced by ordinary people, especially the great elder and the others. They could not bear to look at the tragic scene of Tongxian mansion. To them, it was hopeless. It was like a bolt from the blue. However, the truth was that Tongxian mansion had collapsed. Their faith had collapsed in an instant. The second and third mansion masters were dead. Their last hope was the great mansion master. However, the great mansion master was nowhere to be found. He was wandering around the world, totally unaware of the crisis that Tongxian mansion was in. The great elder, Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had already made up their minds to face death. Because once Tongxian mansion collapsed, they would not be able to survive. Jiang Chen was a ruthless person. He would never allow them to live. The great elder had already expected this. The heavens want our Tongxian mansion to perish. The great elder sighed. His face was pale. He had lived for thousands of years, yet he could not escape from the misfortune. This catastrophe was too shocking for the Tongxian mansion. Our Tongxian mansion has really collapsed. Is this the power of Jiang Chen? Even the two great mansion masters and three half-step divine emperors could not even withstand a single blow from him. What are we? Perhaps this is fate. Tongxian mansion was supposed to face this calamity. However, no one would have thought that they would die in the hands of their own people. It's like nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. Such a person will definitely stand at the peak of the heavens and earth. We will not be able to reach him. Today, we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of a true great emperor. The students of Tongxian mansion were filled with emotions. They were all students of Tongxian mansion and cultivated step by step from the outer mansion. However, they were worlds apart compared to Jiang Chen. Who would not be jealous? Who would not be emotional? Everyone had the heart of an expert. The law of the divine world was that only the strong would be respected. Only the strong could have a foothold in the divine world where there were hundreds of races and experts. Even a hierarch expert would not dare to say that he was invincible. Even a divine emperor expert would not dare to say that he was unparalleled in the world. Perhaps only an emperor expert would have the ability to control the heavens. Dou Qing's aura was extremely weak and he could even die at any time. The two brothers behind him were instantly killed by Jiang Qin. This was like a bolt from the blue. Dou Qing could not even protect himself and he did not stand a chance at all. Facing Jiang Qin's Death Thunder Lotus, even though he took out the Great Earth Roulette, it was still useless. The Great Earth Roulette turned into dust under the Death Thunder Lotus of Jiang Qin, leaving nothing behind. Dou Qing had used all his strength to survive under the situation where the Great Earth Roulette had blocked 90% of its power. However, he no longer had the ability to fight against Jiang Qin. He was like a fish on Jiang Qin's chopping block, completely becoming Jiang Qin's prisoner. If Jiang Qin moved, his life would be gone. Dou Qing looked at Jiang Qin in extreme fear. His life was already in the hands of his opponent and he was in a precarious situation. His life was hanging by a thread. He had tried his best, but he still failed in the end. He was defeated by a hierarch and was defeated by the Battle God clan's secret technique, Dou Formation Technique. To Dou Qing, this was more painful than being killed. However, since he did not die, he still had the desire to live. Everyone had the will to live. Dou Qing was not a righteous hero. In the face of death, he had to give in. He was full of confidence but he was defeated in the end. Although it was embarrassing, it was better to live than to die. Now, what else do you have to say? Jiang Qin said coldly. He had already sentenced Dou Qing to death. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, the Battle God clan would send more powerful experts to deal with him in the future. However, a half-emperor like Dou Qing was already considered as a top expert. Even if the Battle God clan sent more experts to deal with him, they might not be that strong. Can you spare my life? I'm begging you. The Battle God clan will definitely repay you. Dou Qing gritted his teeth and said. He was a half-emperor realm expert who had never blinked his eyes in the northern cold divine region. However, he was now submissive to a hierarch realm kid. Dou Qing had endured great humiliation. However, he had no other way to survive. Your Battle God clan sees me as a thorn in your flesh. Letting you go this time is equivalent to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Will your Battle God clan let me go? Do you believe it? Jiang Qin snorted. This guy was talking nonsense. If he was deceived by him, he would be a fool. He had killed several experts from the Battle God clan, including 2 half-step divine emperors. This hatred was irreconcilable. No matter how magnanimous the Battle God clan was, it was impossible for them to reconcile with him. How could Jiang Qin not understand this? This Dou Qing was just talking to himself. Dou Qing held his breath. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was not fooled. Since it has come to this, you have already killed 2 of my Battle God clan's experts. Why don't we bury the hatchet? I'll tell you a big secret and you let me go. Is this a good deal? Dou Qing said in a deep voice. This was his last chance to live. He had lost the ability to fight in front of Jiang Qin. He could not move an inch now. Tell me about it. Jiang Qin said faintly and looked at Dou Qing with interest. Dou Qing was overjoyed. As long as Jiang Qin was interested, he would have a chance to live. The reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole divine region. Moreover, our Battle God clan knows that the God-suppressing monument has appeared. In less than 100 years, the entire West Pole divine region will be in chaos. We are the first to receive this news. As long as we get the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, we will be able to command everyone. The entire West Pole Divine region will be in chaos. Now, the West Pole Divine region is completely divided. The God-suppressing monument is the supreme divine weapon that can unify the West Pole Divine region. Do Ching said word by word. God-suppressing monument. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and his expression changed. The person holding the God-suppressing monument must be a monk. It has been more than 100 years. Did this guy cause trouble in the West Pole Divine region again? However, Jiang Chen believed that this guy would not suffer any loss. In the past, this guy was always the one who cheated others in the 9 regions immortal world. But now, Jiang Chen was still a little worried. After all, the divine world was not like the 9 regions immortal world where they came from. The true experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. No one knew how many experts were standing at the peak of this world. Even though Jiang Chen's current strength had the ability to fight against a half-step divine emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against a true divine emperor expert. You know about the God-suppressing monument? Do Qing was overjoyed. Since Jiang Chen knew about the God-suppressing monument, he understood the relationship between the God-suppressing monument and the reincarnated living Buddha. In order to recover his damaged soul, Jiang Chen went to Red City. In Red City, he met the heroine, Yan Chenyu, and helped the Misty Rain Tower to defeat their opponents. He became the overlord of Red City and obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit to fly in the sky. Chapter 3091. I know. A divine item like the God-suppressing monument is in the hands of my friend. Therefore, the person you are looking for and the peerless divine item is in my friend's possession. Tell me, should I spare your life? Jiang Chen laughed and said. Jiang Chen. You. How dare you go back on your words? Do Qing's expression changed. Jiang Chen's killing intent surged as soon as he took a step forward. Do Qing was the first to bear the brunt of Jiang Chen's killing intent, becoming Jiang Chen's target. Even though Do Qing had told Jiang Chen the big secret, he still could not return to peace. This fella is like a scoundrel. A true expert cares about their dignity. When did I promise you that I would spare your dog life? To me, your death is not worth mentioning. Therefore, killing you is just a matter of convenience. Jiang Chen sneered. He raised his sword and the half-step divine emperor expert died under his sword. Since then, the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan had all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. The people of Tongxian Mansion were extremely nervous. Because Jiang Chen was going to deal with their Tongxian Mansion next. Rumble. At this moment, an incomparably huge scorching wave rose up from the Heaven Dragon prison. The destructive aura was suffocating. Jiang Chen couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, a flaming dragon was formed from the Heaven Dragon prison. It roared and soared up, crushing the entire Profound Connection Divine Palace. Its mightiness was overwhelming and unstoppable. The eyes of the flaming dragon were ferocious and terrifying. Jiang Chen kept retreating, but the terrifying flaming dragon had already swept towards him, as if it was about to devour him. What a terrifying fire dragon! Jiang Chen thought to himself. Even his 5 elements divine fire seemed extremely insignificant in front of this fiery dragon. The 5 elements divine fire rippled out and fire snakes filled the void, burning the entire Tongxian Mansion. Scram! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. The blazing flame of the 3,000 flame sky seal was instantly swallowed up. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. What exactly was this flame dragon? It was actually so powerful and majestic. Even if the current him were to go all out, he might not be able to block the attack of this berserk flame dragon. Flood the Golden Mountain. Heavenly River, retreat. All of a sudden, a roar was heard. The four waters mad dragon that was formed from endless divine water crushed the void. In the void, the two dragons, one fire and one water, intertwined with each other. Terrifying waves of air rolled and mist rose into the sky. In the end, the two terrifying water and fire dragons returned to the void. Their dreadful aura also rapidly retreated like the tide. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He also felt that he had a new lease of life. If it wasn't for the four waters mad dragon that forced the flaming mad dragon to retreat, he might have been turned into ashes by now. Not to mention the students of the Tongxian mansion, even Jiang Chen had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon. Just a flame phantom alone was able to burst out such a terrifying power. Jiang Chen knew that he was far behind. It's him. It's really him. A hoarse voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. You're awake. Senior Dragon Emperor. Jiang Chen's heart moved. The four waters mad dragon should have been created by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura had become weaker. Obviously, it was caused by the attack just now. I'm awake. But soon, I'll fall into a deep sleep again. Damn it. To meet him here. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words were filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had been in a deep sleep for a long time. However, in order to save Jiang Chen, the ancestral Dragon Emperor fought the flaming mad dragon with all his might. The flaming mad dragon emperor was forced to retreat and he must have used up a lot of his soul energy. Is it because of the flame phantom? What is it? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. He always felt that there was something hidden in the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. After seeing it today, he knew that it was not something that he could control. It's something that you shouldn't know about now. If it wasn't for the ancient seal, the seal left by a divine emperor expert wouldn't be able to suppress him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said with lingering fear. As for who he is, it's better for you not to ask about it. You might only have the chance to witness his magnificence when you've at least reached the divine emperor realm. Currently, even if he's sealed under the ground, his illusory figure is enough to kill you. To think that there's a seal left by a divine emperor expert here. What a joke. The only thing that can seal him is the ancient seal. This fella might explode any time. Once he explodes, he'll be the real devil from hell. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words were filled with fear. Jiang Chen didn't ask anymore. To be able to make the ancestral Dragon Emperor afraid, he must be a powerful existence even in the immemorial era. Most importantly, that fella's phantom that was sealed under the ground could still deal a fatal blow to him. How powerful was that? You really didn't disappoint me. To think that your soul has reached the Emperor realm. Wait. You formed your own Tao. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was shocked as he did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to condense his own Tao when he was still in the hierarch realm. Moreover, this Tao was quite powerful. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was extremely serious about it. Yes, I call him Ling Tian Dao. Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao. Jiang Chen said. Great. This is too shocking. Ha ha ha, kid, promise me one thing. When you've reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, can you come to the Dragon Clan? If I want to be revived, I must go back to the Dragon Clan's ancient land. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate the golden body. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. All right. Jiang Chen promised the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, he didn't know when he would be able to reach the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Oh right, Senior Dragon Emperor, I have another question. How did I obtain the Great Emperor's Tao? Where exactly is the Taoist connotation? Jiang Chen asked with a low voice. The Great Emperor's Taoist connotation is born out of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The Taoist connotation is born out of the will of the Tao. Cultivating with the sword, cultivating the heart with the sword. The Tao is born from the heart and the will is moved. It is the Qi connotation of the cultivation of the Great Way. For you, it is still too far away. Although you have cultivated the Great Way, it is not easy to truly comprehend the Taoist connotation of heaven and earth. Even so, you're the first person that I've seen who could form the Tao in the hierarch realm. The ancestral dragon emperor was full of praise for Jiang Qin. When the great Tao is formed, the heaven and earth will not move. Jiang Qin's talent has a long way to go. This time, in order to save you, I defeated that guy. It's really a failure. I might have to fall into a deep sleep again. When your soul realm is strong enough, you might be able to wake me up. Remember, hurry up and leave this place. It won't be long before that guy makes a comeback. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice slowly disappeared from Jiang Qin's mind. Jiang Qin looked at the heaven dragon tower that he had razed to the ground with a lingering fear. What kind of expert was sealed under the heaven dragon prison? Jiang Qin didn't know. However, he knew that he must leave this place. Otherwise, there might be another battle. By then, the ancestral dragon emperor would have retreated and Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to fight against him. Jiang Qin looked around. The entire Tongxian mansion had become a ruin. The void was filled with dust. Those people from Tongxian mansion looked at the scene helplessly. To Tongxian mansion, they were innocent. Jiang Qin did not start a massacre. The Tao of Ling Tian was to go against the heavens, not to bully the weak. Chapter 3092. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his face became extremely gloomy because he felt an incomparably strong killing intent directed at him. Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent that was hard to describe. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would stare at him at this time. That kind of gaze penetrated all obstacles and the sea of people, directly towards him with a terrifying momentum. Although Jiang Qin didn't do anything, he still felt his heart tremble. No one could understand that kind of feeling of despair. Yu Chenglong felt that his heart was already in his throat. Tongxian mansion is in danger. Lin Yukong sighed. He originally thought that Jiang Qin would continue to kill at this time, but Jiang Qin's actions were out of everyone's expectations. He didn't attack the people of Tongxian mansion. Even those elders weren't reprimanded by Jiang Qin. Killing people can't solve everything. The grudges between me and the second and third mansion masters have been cleared. It has nothing to do with you. When the so-called great mansion master comes back, he might come looking for me. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. There was no meaning in killing them. It would only increase the sin of killing. The great elder, Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other. The corners of their mouths were full of bitterness. Jiang Qin didn't want to attack them because if Jiang Qin attacked them again, they wouldn't have any power to fight back. They had witnessed Jiang Qin's previous means. It wasn't something they could contend against. Yu Chenglong, I really underestimated you. Jiang Qin looked at Yu Chenglong in the crowd and said. Everyone looked at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's heart sank to the bottom. What do you mean? Yu Chenglong's heart was beating like a drum, but he didn't dare to look Jiang Qin in the eye. He didn't know what Jiang Qin was thinking, but that murderous aura was frightening. Yu Chenglong had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Qin knew what he was doing in secret? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he was unhappy with me, it should just be a guess. Don't you understand what I mean? Jiang Qin sneered. We can be considered old friends. Jiang Qin, it's true that you're strong, but I, Yu Chenglong, won't allow anyone to frame me. If you have anything to say, just say it. What's the meaning of this? If you want to kill me, I won't be able to fight back. But even if I die, I want to die in peace. Yu Chenglong walked over proudly. He forced himself to look at Jiang Qin, but his heart was already filled with fear. If Jiang Qin really acted like a hothead and killed him instantly, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was also gambling that Jiang Qin wouldn't act against him, gambling that Jiang Qin was just guessing. If it wasn't for Sister Ning, I would have already killed you. Jiang Qin said coldly. I've taken care of Sister Zhu for over 100 years, and I'm infatuated with her. Even though she only has you in her heart, when have I ever hurt her? I've only silently protected her. Unfortunately, you don't know that Sister Zhu won't be able to live for long. If I can save her, I won't hesitate even if I have to die. But where were you at that time? Do you really think that you're worthy of Sister Zhu? For her, I can go through fire and water, but you're still carefree. What right do you have to obtain her selfless love? I'm not willing, Yu Chenglong, am not willing. Yu Chenglong roared, pretending to be wronged. Jiang Chen's heart wasn't moved, but he snorted in disdain. But when he mentioned that Sister Ning wouldn't be able to live for long, Jiang Chen's heart was touched. Because Sister Ning had said the same thing before, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take it seriously. She must have suffered a great injury for her to be like this. Jiang Chen didn't argue with Yu Chenglong, because there were some things that he only needed to understand. He could turn them into ashes with a lift of his finger, so why would he care about what others thought? Ask yourself honestly, just do what you should do. But with your cultivation, I'm afraid there's no need for you to continue existing. Jiang Chen said coldly. You, what are you trying to do? Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his expression changed. Could it be that Jiang Chen was really going to make a move against him? Because of Sister Ning, I'll take your life. But people have to take responsibility for their own mistakes. Jiang Chen said. He took a step forward and charged towards Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's expression changed and he quickly retreated. However, his speed was worlds apart from Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong wanted to retaliate, but Jiang Chen's methods were too ruthless. He didn't give Yu Chenglong the slightest chance to take a breather. With a thunderous palm strike, Yu Chenglong couldn't retaliate at all. Too powerful. Jiang Chen defeated senior brother Yu in a single move. This is too shocking. It's a complete suppression in terms of strength. But he's only slightly stronger than senior brother Yu. How could there be such a huge disparity? Don't forget that a half-step divine emperor is much stronger than Jiang Qin. But in the end, he was still killed by Jiang Qin. Can this guy be judged by common sense? That's right. Jiang Qin only needed one move to deal with Yu Chenglong. This is already giving him enough face. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't kill senior brother Yu. Jiang Chen's strength was shocking, but everyone was already used to it. Jiang Chen had done more shocking things than this. Jiang Chen crippled all of Yu Chenglong's strength with a single move, turning him into a mortal in an instant. Yu Chenglong was completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale. The feeling of being reduced to a commoner was far more painful than being killed. He fell from heaven to hell. Such a difference was really better than Jiang Chen killing him directly. His million years of cultivation had completely turned into an illusion. Just a moment ago, he was still all-powerful and had become a well-known figure among the students. But now, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. If it was anyone else, who would be able to endure this? No, this is impossible. Impossible, Yu Chenglong murmured. His eyes were filled with despair. He even looked a little dazed. No one would have thought that Yu Chenglong had actually gone mad. Such a blow was really shocking. Some people felt sorry for him, some sighed. The three heads of the outer sect, who were once the great senior brother of the inner sect, had now become like this, full of lunatics. Those who commit unjust deeds will bring about their own destruction. He only has himself to blame. Gu Malu sneered. He was well aware of everything that Yu Chenglong had done. This guy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Gu Malu had really underestimated him and was almost deceived by his appearance. He didn't expect Yu Chenglong to be such a despicable person. Sigh, brother Yu still couldn't escape his misfortune. Jiang Chen isn't someone easy to deal with. This time, brother Yu has made a grave mistake. Bai Ying also sighed. Both of them were well aware that Yu Chenglong's current strength and status could be considered as fate. But who would have thought that the final outcome would be so miserable? Chapter 3093. To an expert that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Yu Chenglong's failure was equivalent to his death. It was more painful than death. Now, he's a little crazy, he's no longer as elegant as he used to be. However, no one dared to criticize Jiang Chen's actions. Even Lin Yukong and the Great Elder could only lower their heads silently, not daring to have the slightest objection. Because, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. He's like a god emperor, looking down on all living beings with cold eyes. Dong Huang, Zishi, what do you guys plan to do after I leave? Jiang Chen looked at Dong Huang, Tai, A and the others. Everyone looked at each other, because they couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, if the great master of the prefecture or the great elder of the prefecture were to come after them, they would be powerless and helpless, waiting to be slaughtered. This was because they were inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen left, they would most likely become the scapegoats. This was a principle that everyone understood. There's more than one divine mansion in the northern cold divine region, we'll go to the other divine mansions. Since we're divine kings now, we can go anywhere in the world. Dong Huang Tai said after a moment of silence. This was their only choice, they must not stay here anymore. You're right, there'll be other places for us to stay, ha ha ha. Mo Kihan said with a smile. Without any hesitation, more than 20 of them stood on their side. Many of them were people that were indebted to Jiang Chen, they were close to Jiang Chen. They must leave now. If the people from Tongxian Mansion were to take action against them, it'll be troublesome. The Tongtian Divine Mansion should be the closest to here, I've been wanting to go there for a long time. Gu Maolu said with a smile. He was right to befriend Jiang Chen. Even though he couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen anymore, they fought together before. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. Jiang Chen still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and left. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Dong Wang Taiji, Dong Wang Tai, A, Murong Wanyu, Lu Dong, Mo Kihan, Zishi, Gu Maolu, Bai Ying and the rest, more than 20 people came from the same place as Jiang Chen. They left Tongxian Mansion. The world was big, there would be a place for them. A group of Divine King Realm experts would not be buried in the divine world. Yu Chenglong slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Jiang Chen had left with a gloomy expression. His aura was completely gone and all that was left was a broken body. He would remember today's humiliation for the rest of his life. The first elder glanced at Lin Yukong and said in a low voice, Tongxian Mansion has suffered such a great loss. Looks like we have to make a choice. That's right. No one can stay out of this. Jiang Chen's battle has caused a huge blow to our profound connection divine palace. 2 of our palace masters have fallen, only the great palace master is left. I wonder when the great palace master will return. Lin Yukong said. The day the great mansion lord returns will be the day we take our revenge. The first elder's eyes were cold. Even though Jiang Chen had spared them, they would never forget the enmity of Tongxian Mansion. However, it was impossible for them to change their fate with their current strength. They could only place all their hopes on the great mansion lord. Bai Yun silently looked towards the east. That was the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She had an uneasy feeling in her heart, as if there was something hidden in her heart. Brother Shirsan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai Yun squatted on the ground and cried silently. However, she was clear that Long Shirsan was completely angry with her. They had even broken off their relationship. When she tried her best to bring Long Shirsan away, he was filled with hostility towards her. Even though she only wanted to save Long Shirsan, in Long Shirsan's eyes, Bai Yun had already disappointed him. Bai Yun knew that Long Shirsan's departure was a disaster. They had witnessed the strength of Tongxian Mansion. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin who sacrificed his life to save them, the situation would have been even more dangerous. Jiang Qin sacrificed his life for justice, but he was suppressed by 4 half-step deity emperors. That scene was extremely tragic and dangerous. Even Long Shirsan's final choice was no different from seeking his own death. Sister Ning, what should we do? Little Qinzi, he. Yan Qingqing murmured. When the words came to her mouth, she could no longer control her emotions. That kind of sorrow and heartache was written all over her face. I don't believe that our man will leave just like that. Wu Ningzhu looked towards the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She couldn't believe that she had suffered such a huge blow when she had just met Jiang Qin. She was willing to die for him, but she didn't want him to lose his life for her. Humans were selfish, but Wu Ningzhu wanted to keep Jiang Qin by her side forever. Although Wu Ningzhu knew that she would die soon, she couldn't stop missing Jiang Qin. Yan Qingqing followed Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Jiang Qin's aura had disappeared without a trace. Long Shirsan was gone forever. Was this the end for them? Would the peerless prodigy of the 9 regions' immortal world fall just like that? Qian Rinji had left. She wanted to go to Lone Dragon County and Qilian boundary to look for Ziqing Tian. She was helpless and could only leave silently. The people of the Lihuan sect had also left. After knowing that Jiang Qin did not leave a life-death mark on them, they were filled with gratitude and longing for life. Shuai Liang and Bing Yun looked at each other. Shuai Liang didn't believe that Jiang Qin would fall just like that. When he turned around, Bing Yun held his hand tightly. Don't go. If you leave, how can I live alone? Bing Yun bit her red lips. Shuai Liang had to stop his actions. He wanted to go to Tongxian Mansion to look for Jiang Qin, but how could Bing Yun let go of him? The extravagant hope full of affection melted Shuai Liang's heart at once. Sigh. Shuai Liang sighed. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't abandon Bing Yun. If he was alone, he would definitely go to Tongxian Mansion, even if he had to collect Jiang Qin's corpse. Jiang Qin, if you die, I won't live alone. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes, and her heart was filled with despair. In this world, the one who can make me, Jiang Qin, bow down to me has not been born yet. A burst of laughter resounded in the void. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the familiar figure. They felt as if their hearts had been hit by a huge impact. Jiang Qin, whom they had been longing for, had finally returned. Moreover, he had broken free. This was unbelievable. Chapter 3094. To be able to escape from the hands of 4 half-step deity emperors was simply a fantasy. However, Jiang Qin did it. This insufferably arrogant guy had once made countless people sigh in pity, but he still returned with pride in the end. When Jiang Qin's figure appeared in the void, everyone was greatly shocked. Jiang Qin was like an invincible god of war, returning with glory. That kind of power and dominance made them feel that the insufferably arrogant Jiang Qin had returned. Little Qinzi. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait to rush into Jiang Qin's embrace, feeling his warm and firm chest. This kind of real and warm feeling made Yan Qingqing heave a sigh of relief. Their prayers had finally come true. Jiang Qin looked at Wu Ningzhu, and Wu Ningzhu looked back at Jiang Qin. When their gazes met, Jiang Qin felt like he had just survived a disaster. Wu Ningzhu's eyes didn't show any blame or resentment. There was more of tolerance. She knew that it wasn't easy for him. She knew the pressure he was under. She knew the reason why he returned with boundless longing. I want all of you to live well. Live well with me. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He reached out and embraced Wu Ningzhu. At that moment, there was only a faint satisfaction in his heart. There was no killing, no competition, no comparison, and no hurt. There was only deep affection for each other. The most unforgettable ancient poems, the most disdainful was yearning. Jiang Qin knew that there was no joy or sorrow in his heart, only their gentle faces. 100 years of melancholy, just a thought. Regardless of life or death, just to hold hands with you. Shuai Liang and Bing Yun looked at each other and smiled. Their lips were full of blessings. Jiang Chen's return was undoubtedly the best news. Although they didn't know how Jiang Chen broke through all the dangers and finally escaped, that scene must have been quite thrilling. Shuai Liang's admiration for Jiang Chen increased. This guy was always so mysterious. Even under the encirclement of 4 half-step deity emperors, he could still walk leisurely and escape unscathed. Except for Jiang Chen, Shuai Liang couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. It was just like a fantasy story. However, Jiang Chen's luck had made it. In Shuai Liang's heart, Jiang Chen was always the kind of expert who stood at the top of the world. He had always wanted to compete with Jiang Chen. Even if he was not as good as Jiang Chen, he still regarded Jiang Chen as his goal. Jiang Chen's strength was always beyond his imagination. Regardless of life or death, both were exciting. However, if Jiang Chen really died, then he seemed to have lost the motivation to improve. The two of them were like two fated people who were entangled with each other. Shuai Liang regarded Jiang Chen as his confidant and would never let him leave so easily. A gentleman would die for his confidant. Although Bing Yun had too many concerns and fetters, Shuai Liang would never retreat if it was a matter of life or death. Jiang Chen. Where's Brother Shersan? Is he? Bai Yun looked at Jiang Chen with hope in her eyes. Her heart was full of entanglement and struggle, but she missed Long Shersan. Jiang Chen was back, but Long Shersan had disappeared from her sight. His strength was not as good as Jiang Chen's. Would something bad happen to him? Bai Yun's eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. This little girl had a natural sense of closeness to Long Shersan, and her humble side made Jiang Chen feel sad. Don't worry. He is not dead, and I won't let him die. However, his injury is too serious. I'm afraid it will take a long time for him to recover. Jiang Chen said. Really? Bai Yun finally felt relieved. As long as Long Shersan was alive, everything would be enough. Even if she was wronged, even if she was abandoned by Long Shersan, so what? As long as he was alive and happy, she would be satisfied. As long as he was well, it would be a sunny day. Can you give him to me? I promise that he will recover as soon as possible. Bai Yun seemed to be a little excited and said, looking at Jiang Chen eagerly. Jiang Chen frowned. It wasn't that he didn't trust White Cloud, but her identity was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out at all. Moreover, she had healed Dragon Shersan's body several times, which had shocked him tremendously. Even his myriad chi body couldn't be faster than her. All right. Jiang Chen hesitated for a while. However, looking at Bai Yun's eyes, he couldn't bear to reject her. After all, she had good intentions. If she could help Long Shersan recover as soon as possible, it would be beneficial for him. As Jiang Chen waved his hand, Long Shersan appeared in front of Bai Yun. Bai Yun was crying tears of joy, but she felt heartache for Long Shersan. Her tears fell on Long Shersan's body. Long Shersan's injuries were too severe. At the last moment, he almost resisted the attacks of 3 half-step divine emperors by himself. In order to buy time for Jiang Qin, in order to hold on until the last step, he had almost exhausted all his strength, essence, qi, and spirit. He was left with only a breath left. Bai Yun's body was covered in blood. Bai Yun was crying while using her origin energy to heal Long Shersan. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. Because the origin energy was her own essence, it was equivalent to using her life force to prolong Long Shersan's life. No one could imagine that Bai Yun was so determined. Jiang Qin wanted to say something, but he shook his head in the end. This was Long Shersan's fortune, and also their fate. The rise and fall of fate was not something that he could control. Long Shersan's body was recovering bit by bit. However, Bai Yun's expression became extremely ugly. Wrinkles appeared on her young face. Even her long black hair had slowly turned silver. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Bai Yun had channeled 90% of her origin energy into Long Shersan's body. It was like giving Long Shersan a new lease of life. Moreover, his body had also undergone a huge change. His terrifying recovery power and self-healing ability had increased infinitely. Jiang Qin could not help but feel speechless. Bai Yun was really silly. There was no doubt that she had harmed him. This silly girl. Sigh. Chapter 3095. The red cocoon wrapped Long Shersan layer by layer. Jiang Qin became more and more curious. Such a change in Long Shersan made the vitality in his body extremely exuberant, more than 10 times stronger than before. However, all this was because of White Cloud. White Cloud's little hand was silently placed on Long Shersan's body. Bursts of bright essence shone and overflowed with colorful flowing light. Long Shersan also became extremely lucky, at least in Jiang Qin's view. Jiang Qin could see that White Cloud had almost transferred all her origin energy to Long Shersan. This was undoubtedly a great harm to her, but the benefits to Long Shersan were also immeasurable. White Cloud was so selfless and affectionate that Jiang Qin could not help but be surprised. This red cocoon has such powerful energy. I have never heard of it. Brother Jiang, what is it? Shuai Liang looked at this scene in shock and whispered. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, I don't know, but it seems that this red cocoon should benefit him a lot. Shuai Liang nodded silently. There was no doubt that the violent energy and the huge origin energy in the red cocoon amazed them. After Long Shersan absorbed this terrifying origin energy, he was bound to be reborn. The red cocoon gradually turned into strands of purplish-red qi that resonated with Shersan. In less than half an hour, 80% of Shersan's injuries were healed, but he still didn't wake up. It was not until the red cocoon gradually faded that White Cloud staggered a step back. Her little face was full of solemnity. She stared at Long Shersan with burning eyes, full of reluctance and attachment. Hey too, I'll leave Brother Shersan to you. I'm leaving first. White Cloud said reluctantly, her heart full of anxiety and hesitation. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not going to wait for him to wake up before leaving? Jiang Qin said with a frown. White Cloud shook its head. The person he probably doesn't want to see the most is me. I think I'm not annoying, so I'll leave now. I hope he won't speak ill of me the moment he sees me. Jiang Qin saw White Cloud's helplessness, but he didn't understand why. He wanted to ask more, but Wu Ningzhu grabbed his hand and signaled him to stop asking. That's good. Take care of yourself. We will meet again if fate allows it. I thank you on behalf of Long Shersan. Jiang Qin smiled. Thank you. I don't regret meeting you at all. Goodbye. After saying that, White Cloud turned around and left. His thin and small figure was withstanding a huge pressure, which made people's hearts ache. One was a peerless weirdo, one was a flawless piece of jade, one was proud and conceited, one had no worries, one was like the bright moon in the water, the other was like a flower in the mirror. If there was no fate, he met him again in this life. If there was fate, his worries would eventually disappear. Just like that, White Cloud left without any worries, but was their fate really broken just like that? In Jiang Chen's view, White Cloud's friendship with Long San had been extremely benevolent, but he knew Long San's character better than anyone else. He was right only if he thought it was right, and no one could change his mind. When you were trapped in the profound connection divine palace, San tried his best to save you. But at that time, we had just gotten out of the profound connection divine palace and we didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Even if San went back, he would be courting death. So White Cloud took the opportunity to knock him out. When he woke up, he completely broke up with White Cloud. After all, it was because Long San wholeheartedly wanted to save you that it ended up like this. White Cloud has good intentions, but in San's eyes, it's a deliberate obstruction. Perhaps he knows it very well in his heart, but he's still filled with deep hatred towards White Cloud. If you die, perhaps he'll put all his hatred on White Cloud. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. All this happened because of Jiang Qin, but they could not blame Jiang Qin. None of them was wrong, including Long San and White Cloud. The only mistake was the battle. Although they won in the end, they paid a great price. For them, Jiang Chen's safe return was the greatest relief. After all this happened because of me. Hee hee. Jiang Chen sighed with a wry smile. If you hadn't turned the tide, we would have died in Tongxian Mansion. Why do you blame yourself? Shuiliang said. Now that Jiang Chen and Long San had returned safely, they were going to leave. The world was vast, but he had to rely on his own means to make a breakthrough. I'm going to the Central Province Divine Land. Jiang Chen, I'll wait for you in the Central Province. I hope you won't let me down. When we meet again, I'll definitely fight with you. Shuiliang said confidently. His pride and confidence were what Jiang Chen admired the most. It's a deal. Shuiliang and Bingyun left. At this moment, the red remnant sword on Long San's body all turned into halos and finally integrated into his body. Bai Yun left, but Jiang Chen was greatly shocked and surprised by her background. Her origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi body. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh at the recovery of his injuries. Bai Yun's origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi. When Long San integrated all the halos formed by the red cocoons into his body, Long San finally opened his eyes slowly. There was a burst of brilliance in his eyes. His strength had recovered, and it seemed to be more refined and terrifying than before. There was an extremely powerful origin chi in his body, which had not been completely absorbed by Long San. But Long San knew that it was White Cloud's origin chi. When he was injured before, she used this method to save him. But at this moment, his injuries were even more serious. He could wake up so quickly and his injuries had disappeared completely because of the origin chi that had not been completely digested by him. This origin chi was endless, which made Long San gain a lot. All of this came from White Cloud. Little Chinzi. Long San's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others. Damned monkey, you're finally awake. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Did she save me? Long San's expression changed. In order to save you, she gave 90% of her origin chi to you. You shouldn't blame her. Jiang Chen said. I don't like to be controlled by others, especially when she knocked me out. Long San said with a frown. This matter started because of me. That's why you hate her so much. If you're going to die, blame me. White Cloud has sacrificed a lot for you. It has nothing to do with you. There's no friendship between me and her. Dragon Shersan gazed afar with fiery eyes. Jiang Chen knew that this bastard was too stubborn. If he was in Dragon Shersan's shoes, perhaps he wouldn't have done any better than Dragon Shersan. If Dragon Shersan was in danger, Jiang Chen would never allow anyone to knock him out, but the situation was different. If there's a chance, I'll repay her favors sooner or later. Long Shersan said stubbornly. Everyone had their own choice. Jiang Chen couldn't say anything more. They didn't do anything wrong. It was just that their personalities didn't dictate it. Chapter 3096. Long Shersan knew that he was indebted to Bai Yun. Anyone would feel that he should forgive her, but he couldn't do it. Especially when he thought that she had stopped him from saving Jiang Chen, Long Shersan felt very upset. If something really happened to Jiang Chen, he might be even crazier than he was now. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a rest and prepare to head to the West Pole Divine Region. Jiang Chen said. West Pole Divine Region. Why are we going there? Yan Qingqing asked doubtfully. The monk might be there, in the land of the West Pole Divine Region. I heard from that guy from the Battle God clan that they are heading to the West Pole Divine Region. The reincarnation of the living Buddha and the appearance of the God-suppressing monument all indicate that the monk might be there. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Alright, then let's take a rest and head to the West Pole Divine Region. I haven't seen the monk for a long time. I wonder how that guy is doing and how strong he is now. I don't think he's a match for us. Long Shersan said confidently. Oh yeah, Sister Ning, what happened to you? I heard from you Chenglong that you might die soon. Let me take a look at you. Jiang Chen said with concern. Wu Ningzhu's safety was more important than anything else. Wu Ningzhu's breathing stagnated. Her eyes were filled with despair and sadness. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to leave Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing so soon. She still had so many things to say and so many hardships to tell Jiang Chen. Don't worry, Sister Ning. No one can take you away from me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand tightly and said. He was afraid that Wu Ningzhu would do something that would make him feel a trace of despair. However, Jiang Chen knew what was going on and was confident that he wouldn't let his woman gradually wither in front of him. Wu Ningzhu nodded silently. Your soul has suffered a heavy injury. This is a sign of withering souls. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. Even he couldn't do anything about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. Her soul seemed to be withering slowly until its end. Even Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm's soul couldn't help her at all, but Jiang Chen could prolong Wu Ningzhu's life. Your soul will wither completely in less than 10 years. Although I can't save your soul right now, I definitely won't let you get hurt. Within 1,000 years, I will use my soul force to protect you. In this way, we can find a solution as soon as possible. When my strength reaches the Divine Emperor Realm, I'll probably find a solution. 1,000 years was more than enough. Don't worry, Sister Ning. I won't let you lose me, and I won't lose you either. Jiang Chen hugged Wu Ningzhu tightly and said. Really? 1,000 years. Even if it can't be cured, I'll be satisfied. I thought that my soul was really going to wither. When Wu Ningzhu heard Jiang Chen say 1,000 years, she felt relieved. 1,000 years was already too much for her. Little Chenzi never goes back on his words. Sister Ning, we should believe him even more. So what if it's 1,000 years? We want to be together forever, not just 1,000 years. In the divine world, 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye. Yan Qingsheng pulled Wu Ningzhu's hand and helped her out of her predicament. Let's rest for a while, we should leave now. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shi-san. The four of them had finished their preparations and could leave for the West Pole Divine Region at any time. West Pole Divine Region, Moro Prefecture, Ethereal World, Wolf Mountain. Thousands of miles of divine land, thousands of miles of wind and snow, piercing through a world, the shadow of snow torrential, the wind and frost falling, the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain was covered in silvery white, the sky and the mountain joined into a line, the imposing manner swallowing the heavens, only leaving behind a boundless expanse. The Wolf Mountain stretched endlessly, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. One side was covered in snow, the other side was sunny, it was above half of the ethereal world. In the middle of a snowy mountain, 3 red-eyed snow-ground ice apes were staring at a woman with long hair. The woman was dressed in white, pure and flawless, as if she was even purer than the snow. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 beasts in front of her, she was extremely nervous. Facing these 3 beasts, it was almost impossible for her to avoid them. Her snow-white clothes were stained with scarlet blood, it was exceptionally dazzling. The storm was still rolling, the snow fell like goose feathers, it was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The woman's cold face was full of hardships, but it could not hide her beauty. The coldness and stubbornness at the corner of her mouth made her even more indignant. She was like a monument that would never yield to mediocrity, she would never bow her head even in death. The 3 abnormally powerful beasts roared continuously and slowly approached her. That kind of invisible pressure made it hard for her to breathe. It went without saying how terrifying the 3 early hierarch realm beasts were. It was quite taxing for her. Although she managed to kill one of them, she was also seriously injured. It would be extremely difficult for her to escape from this place. The 10,000 miles of ice vein and the 1,000 miles of snow mountain were the snow-ground ice apes' territory. She was also seriously injured, it was impossible for her to escape. She wanted to obtain the snow-ground ice ape's gallbladder and refine it, but she did not expect that she would end up losing the rice used to lure the chicken. She was now trapped in a dangerous situation. Am I really going to die here? The white-robed woman murmured. Her face was filled with desolation. Her current strength was less than 1/10 of her original strength. There was no way she could fight against these 3 ferocious beasts. After running for 1,000 miles, she could no longer run. Damn human, how dare you kill our people? You must die. The snow-ground ice apes roared, constantly pounding their huge chests to show their anger and hatred towards the white-clothed woman. The 3 vicious beasts surrounded her, trapping her in the middle. There was no way to advance or retreat. Even if I die, don't think that you will have an easy time. The white-clothed lady said coldly. The sword in her hand was full of energy, sweeping away the flying snow. Even though she knew she could not win, she had no way out and could only fight till the end. The 3 snow-ground ice apes completely ignored the white-clothed lady's attack. The rain of swords was blocked by them. They roared and kept approaching the white-clothed lady. The aura of the 3 beasts was terrifying. They attacked and closed, creating a terrifying wave. Snowflakes danced in the sky. The white-clothed lady was once again pushed back by the snow-ground ice apes. Her expression was extremely ugly. Despair was written all over her pretty face. If this continued, her chances of leveling up would be slim. Puff, the snow-ground ice apes struck with their palms. The sword in the white-clothed lady's hand was broken. A terrifying wave of air rolled out. The 3-headed beast roared like thunder. The white-clothed lady was heavily injured again. Chapter 3097. It's been 100 years, everything has been wasted. Am I going to die here? She looked towards the north with despair in her eyes. Between life and death, no one could change anything. It was quite ironic that she was killed by the snow-ground ice apes because of her greed. Although she tried her best to resist, it was still difficult to break through the three beasts' encirclement. Snow and wind filled the air, making it difficult for her to move. "Three beasts, get out of my way." Suddenly, when she was in despair, a burly figure holding the great way appeared and landed in front of her and the snow-ground ice apes. "Lady, leave these three beasts to me. You just watch from the side." The deep and rough voice was filled with endless killing intent as it stared straight at the three beasts. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the woman in white. Was there finally hope? Looks like heaven was still waiting for her. The middle-aged man's beard was loose and unkempt, but his eyes were like torches. Wherever his long blade pointed, he directly clashed with the three fierce beasts. The blade was resplendent, and wherever it went, it directly cut off the arm of a snow-ground ice ape, causing the other two fierce beasts to be shocked. With a furious roar, they charged forward. Under the suppression of the middle-aged man, the three fierce beasts did not have the slightest chance. They were completely blocked. The middle-aged man's every step was filled with killing intent. Within 100 moves, he had swept away the three fierce beasts. This scene caused a trace of fear to appear in the eyes of the white-clothed lady. What a powerful technique! The white-clothed lady was shocked. That person's strength had reached the middle hierarch realm, which was quite terrifying. Facing the three ferocious beasts, he was able to defeat them with lightning speed. It was impossible for her to do that. The three beasts were instantly killed by the middle-aged man. The lady was relieved that she had just brushed shoulders with death. "Lady, you're frightened." Snow-ground ice apes often appear in the deep mountains. These snow-ground ice apes should be the strongest elder-level beasts. They're not simple. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I'm Yuki Chihyun. Nice to meet you." Yuki Chihyun smiled bitterly. She was very grateful to the middle-aged man. What a good name. Young lady's appearance is so shocking that it can cause the downfall of a city and state. You've really shocked me. If I didn't already have a wife and concubines, would definitely go through fire and water for young lady. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed and said. He couldn't help but take another look at Yuki Chihyun with a strange light in his eyes. The corner of Yuki Chihyun's mouth twitched slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Senior must be joking. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Seeing that you're heavily injured, it's inconvenient for you to move around. Why don't you return to the mansion with me and recuperate for a while? It won't be too late to make a decision after you've recovered. This seat is the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. The 500,000 li of Wolf Serpent Mountain is completely under my control. You are Tao Qianjun. The realm lord of the Nether Passage realm, Tao Qianjun. Yuki Chihyun exclaimed. Her pretty face slightly changed. She had been in the Wolf Serpent Mountain for more than 10 years. She naturally knew who the master of the Wolf Serpent Mountain was. It was the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm, Tao Qianjun. However, Tao Qianjun's arrogance made Yuki Chihyun somewhat disapprove. The Wolf Serpent Mountain stretched across more than half of Moro Prefecture. If it was said that Tao Qianjun was in charge of the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain, he was still somewhat arrogant. But even so, Yuki Chihyun was incomparably shocked. She was actually saved by the overlord of the Wolf Serpent Mountain, the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. This was truly a fortune. Qianying is afraid that it will be inconvenient. It's better that I don't go. This trip will definitely cause many troubles. Your great kindness is something that I can't repay. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, I will definitely die 10,000 times. Yuki Chihyun cupped her hands in obeisance and said. Hey, don't be so polite. You're now seriously injured. If anything happens to you in the Wolf Serpent Mountain, I'm afraid it'll only bode ill for you. Even I can't save you every time. Let's go back to my residence to recuperate first before making a decision. You definitely want a safe environment to recuperate and cannot be disturbed. My nether passage realm is also the only choice. Tao Qianjun still insisted. Then, alright, then I'll have to trouble the realm lord. Yuki Chihyun said hesitantly. It was difficult to refuse Tao Qianjun's kindness. Moreover, he had saved her. Yuki Chihyun really couldn't refuse. Nether Passage Realm, Tianguang City. As the largest city in the Nether Passage Realm, and also the place where the realm lord of the Nether Passage Realm resided, it was incomparably peaceful and serene within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. No one dared to cause trouble in the Nether Passage Realm of the Western Pole Divine region. However, it was difficult to live up to its reputation. Undercurrents were surging in the Nether Passage Realm. On the surface, it looked calm, but in reality, it was full of turbulence. In the city lord's residence, there were thousands of pavilions and towers. The land was vast, incomparably luxurious, incomparably magnificent. However, to Yuki Chihyun, this place was like a cage. Yuki Chihyun had already stayed here for more than a year. In the hall, at this moment, Tao Qianjun had a difficult expression on his face. His face was filled with worry as he paced back and forth in the hall. On this day, it just so happened that Yuki Chihyun wanted to bid farewell to Tao Qianjun. Senior, why are you so worried? Yuki Chihyun asked. Sigh, it's difficult. The city lord's residence is currently on the verge of collapse. Tao Qianjun said with a bitter smile. The corners of his mouth were filled with helplessness, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Even his appearance had aged a lot in an instant. How could this be? If Senior has any difficulties, you can tell me. If Qianying can help, I will definitely do my best. Yuki Chihyun said. Really? Tao Qianjun's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. His heart was filled with hesitation, and he did not continue speaking in the end. My life was saved by Senior. Now that Senior is in deep trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Yuki Chihyun knew that she had to return this favor. Otherwise, her heart would always be filled with entanglement. She never liked to owe anyone anything. Now that she was about to leave, she did not want to leave any regrets behind for Tao Qianjun. This matter has nothing to do with you. I cannot drag you into this. Tao Qianjun said with a straight face and righteous tone. He was completely unwilling to drag Yuki Chihyun into this. I understand Senior's words, but I, Yuki Chihyun, do not like to owe anyone anything. If there's any help, Yuki Chihyun will naturally do her best. I will definitely not make things difficult for Senior. Sigh, since you insist, I'll tell you. Tao Qianjun pondered for a moment. It's like this. Presently, the entire Nether Passage world is in turmoil. Two great powers are coveting my Nether Passage world, and it's even to the extent that there are people trying to obstruct us. Presently, I'm in a dilemma. At this time, I can only push my daughter, Tao Lianlian, forward. For the safety of the entire Nether Passage world, for the survival of the entire Tao clan, this is the last method. But Lianlian committed suicide at this moment. Even though I've saved her, there's nothing I can do. Presently, the two great powers will probably charge over here in no time. Originally, I intended to use Lianlian to find a spouse through a martial competition and let the two great powers deal with me. So long as any one of them is able to successfully form a marriage alliance with my Tao clan, then it would surely form a triangular force. At the very least, it would ensure the safety of my Tao clan and the safety of the Nether Passage world. Unfortunately, Lianlian would rather die than agree. As her father, I almost ended her life. Tao Qianjun sighed with extreme emotion. Chapter 3098. Right now, I can only fight with my back to the river. Although I don't know what the final result will be, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Otherwise, how can I explain to the millions of people in the ethereal passage realm? You can't help me in this matter. You're not strong enough. If the two great forces join forces, my Tao family's chances of survival are slim. Tao Qianjun glanced at Yuki Chihin. Yuki Chihin's beautiful face carried a trace of solemnity. Tao Qianjun's words made her feel incomparably complicated. It was almost impossible for her to leave now. After all, the entire ethereal passage realm and the Tao family were in danger. How could she leave at this time? Wouldn't that make her an ungrateful person? But if she wanted to save the Tao family, she could only step forward bravely and ask for a marriage alliance. Yuki Chihin frowned. She naturally wasn't willing to do this, but it seemed to be the only solution. Moreover, Tao Qianjun was facing the difficulties of the two great forces. Yuki Chihin already knew that this battle was almost certain to end for him. Then let me go, Yuki Chihin said in a low voice. Her life was saved by Tao Qianjun. If she left at this time, she might not be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. However, she wasn't someone who dared to surrender to fate. At this time, the only thing she could do was to follow her heart. Yuki Chihin had no choice but to repay Tao Qianjun's kindness. What are you thinking? Qianing, although you are not related to me by blood, you should know that I see you as my own child. How can I let you replace Lianlian? This is simply nonsense. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will definitely not compromise. Qian Ying's face was filled with disdain as she said, "What a joke." Tao Qianjun said with a resolute expression. Yuki Chihin shook her head. Perhaps this is the only way. I'm indebted to Senior for saving me and allowing Qianing to stay here for over a year. Now that the Tao family is in imminent danger, I naturally can't sit idly by. Miss Lianlian is extremely noble and cannot compromise, so let me take her place. Yuki Chihin was also incomparably persistent. She insisted. She had to return this favor. Yuki Chihin knew that it was impossible for her to help Tao Qianjun with her current strength. Therefore, this was the only way. Even though she would be betting her entire life, Yuki Chihin had no other way. At this moment, that cold and aloof figure couldn't help but appear in her mind. Not long ago, that figure had already been buried in the bottom of her heart. It was just that even she didn't dare to believe it. Only at this moment did she finally feel anticipation towards that figure from 100 years ago. However, everything was like a dream. What was love in the world? She was unable to answer it, nor was she able to free herself from it. No, although you are not my daughter, you are more like a daughter. How can I push you into a pit of fire? Tao Qianjun said with a face full of indignation. This matter is decided. Senior, this is the only way to save the netherworld. Yuki Chihin said in an unquestionable manner. She turned around and left, not giving Tao Qianjun any chance to continue speaking. At the instant when Yuki Chihin turned around and left, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Tao Qianjun's mouth. This was the method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. He had long seen through Yuki Chihin's character. If he wanted to obtain the support of the two great powers, this was the only way. His daughter Tao Lianlian's suicide was fake. He wanted to use Yuki Chihin as his bargaining chip. If he used force, this woman would definitely threaten him with death. However, now that he was using the carrot and stick tactic, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, there was no doubt that Yuki Chihin had fallen into his trap. Above the jade water, Yuki Chihin stepped on the clear waves. At this moment, her heart had already died. From the moment she decided to sacrifice herself for Tao Qianjun, Yuki Chihyun was no longer Yuki Chihyun. She should have had her own meaning in life. However, she had never imagined that this would be the outcome. Would she be willing to accept this? Obviously, she was unwilling. However, she was a loyal person, and a person who kept her promises. Since she had chosen to repay her debt, she would definitely not hesitate in the slightest. This was her belief, and it was also her character that she would adhere to for her entire life. Fate is decided by the heavens. I didn't expect that this trip to the extreme west would become the focus of my life. I hope that in my next life, I'll still be fated to meet him. Yuki Chihyun murmured. She didn't want to admit that she had truly fallen in love with him. However, at this moment, there was only that proud silhouette in her heart. With a single sword strike, he was invincible, sweeping away the entire younger generation. That was the peerless hero that she loved. Finally, I'm here. Ha ha ha, the extreme west, this should be the most eye-catching wolf mountain in the entire extreme west. I, Long San, have finally arrived. Smelly monk, even if you're powerful, Master Monkey still has to come and save you. Long San said proudly. The Wolf Mountain was the symbol of the extreme west and the northern cold divine regions. A large part of the Wolf Mountain was located in the Moro prefecture of the extreme west divine region. It seems like you can't wait for that monk to be captured and beaten up. Yen Qingqing couldn't help but smile. However, they didn't stop along the way because they wanted to see that monk as soon as possible. Now that they had entered the territory of the extreme west divine region, they were one step closer to their goal. Kaka, then I'll take this opportunity to strike. Isn't that equivalent to saving that monk's life? The unparalleled Long San is supposed to be like this. Long San said seriously. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. This guy was really not serious at all. However, at this moment, after Long San finished speaking, his face turned extremely grim. Even Jiang Chen was startled. He had never seen such a solemn side of Long San. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. It's Ling Ji. I can feel the qi of Ling Ji. I can't be wrong. Long San said in a deep voice. His expression also became more and more solemn. She must be in the extreme west divine region. I have to look for her. She has entered the divine world. Long San's breathing became rapid. Lan Lingji was the most important person in his life. Jiang Chen could understand the worry in his heart. I'll go with you. Jiang Chen said. Long San shook his head. That monk might also be in danger. I alone am enough to deal with him in the extreme west divine region. Unless it's a divine emperor expert, I won't be afraid even if it's a half-step divine emperor. I'll go alone. Then you must take care of yourself. See you in the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the extreme west divine region. Jiang Chen and Long San exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Chapter 3099. Even Lingji has entered the divine world. Wu Ningzhu said plainly, but her eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disappointment. Now that he and Yen Qingqing were here, the only one missing was Yen Qinyu. Xiao Yu was the biggest concern in Jiang Chen's heart. She was also the last person he wanted to talk about. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yen Qingqing exchanged a glance. They knew Jiang Chen better than him. They also hoped that Xiao Yu could appear as soon as possible. However, things didn't go as they wished. Xiao Yu didn't even appear in front of them. There wasn't even the slightest news about her. Even though Lan Lingji had already entered the divine world, there was still no news about Xiao Yu. I hope 13 can find Lan Lingji as soon as possible. To him, Lan Lingji is his biggest harbor. Ever since he entered the divine world, he has experienced too many trials and tribulations. It couldn't be better if there's someone who cares about him and comforts him. He won't be so presumptuous in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although he missed Xiao Yu, he didn't say a word about it. Although he didn't know where Xiao Yu was, he could feel that she must be in the divine world. It was just that he didn't know where she was. One day, they would be reunited as a family. Let's go to this city first. It would be best if we can find some spiritual herbs that can help your soul. We can also inquire about Tyrant's news. Jiang Chen held Weningzhu's hand in one hand and Yan Qingqing's hand in the other. The three of them walked towards Skylight City in the distance. After paying 15 mid-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Chen took out a high-grade divine origin stone and handed it to the city guard. The guard's facial expression changed instantly and revealed a look of surprise. This was half a year's income for them. Moreover, high-grade divine origin stones were something that could only be found by luck. What can Senior do for me? Feel free to tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The city guard could tell that Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary. Moreover, he had brought two fairy-like beauties with him and was so generous. Such a person was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. I want to know where the largest medicinal herb trading center in the city is, or what large-scale auction houses are there. Jiang Chen said lightly. The largest medicinal herb trading center of our Skylight City is Lingning Workshop. There are almost all kinds of spiritual herbs there. As for the auction house, it is also the Lingning Auction House under the banner of Lingning Workshop. Elder can go to Lingning Workshop and ask. It is 3,000 miles east of the city. The city guard said with a chuckle. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He brought Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu and headed straight for the east side of the city. A few city guards smiled with envy in their eyes. On one hand, they were envious of the city guard who could be rewarded by an expert. On the other hand, they were envious of the ladies beside Jiang Chen. She was simply devastatingly beautiful and looked like a fairy. They had never seen such a beautiful lady in their lives. It was as if she had walked out from a painting. She's really too beautiful. I'll be satisfied even if I look at such a lady one more time. This is simply a miracle. This is the most perfect creation of the heavens. I feel that I've already lost interest in that tigress of mine. A group of city guards looked at the disappearing figures of Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu with infatuation. Lingning Workshop, as the largest medicinal herb trading center of Skylight City, could be said to be in the limelight. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs here. As long as it wasn't too strange, it could definitely be found. Jiang Chen directly entered Lingning Workshop. The eyes of the beautiful female attendants fell on Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing without blinking. I want the best spiritual herb here to heal the soul. Jiang Chen looked at the female attendant and said. The best? Young master, are you sure? The female attendant was slightly startled. The best spiritual herb, how much would that cost? It was not something she could receive at all. I don't like to repeat myself. Jiang Chen said with a frown. All right, please wait for a moment. Go to the private room upstairs and have some tea and snacks. I'll go and invite the shopkeeper. The female attendant did not dare to be negligent. Most importantly, the two great beauties beside Jiang Chen were too stunning. How could an ordinary person control these two peerless beauties? Jiang Chen's identity was certainly respectable. He had been working in Lingning Workshop for many years, so he still had this kind of eyesight. Not long after, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the private room. His expression was calm and his eyes were shining. He said with a smile, "Young master, what do you need? How can this old man help?" "I need the best spiritual herb for healing the soul. The price is not a problem." Jiang Chen said indifferently. The best spiritual herb for healing the soul here is the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. The price is also very expensive. One soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass costs at least 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones. The old man said with a smile and looked at Jiang Chen. One should not judge a book by its cover. As one of the few old shopkeepers of Lingning Lane, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Those who were truly capable and had a strong background would always keep a low profile. However, this young man was indeed low profile, but he was ostentatiously walking around with two stunning beauties. He was not low profile at all. Bring me to have a look, Jiang Chen said. The old shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. The soul-breeding Ganoderma was a treasure that not many people would touch. Those who could use the soul-breeding Ganoderma were mostly Divine King realm experts or even Hierarch realm experts. After all, not everyone could afford hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. At least, those who were below the Divine King realm would not be able to afford it. The old shopkeeper was only a peak heavenly god. He could not see through the three people's strength at all. All right. Young master, please follow me. The old shopkeeper brought Jiang Chen to see the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. Wu Ningzhu also held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, hoping that the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass could help her. The three of them followed the old shopkeeper to the warehouse. Jiang Chen stopped in front and the old shopkeeper entered. After a while, they came out from the warehouse. The old shopkeeper held a purple golden wooden box and gently opened it. A purple velvety medicinal herb with a thin layer of ripples appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. This soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass was indeed a great treasure. However, this one was just a drop in the bucket. How is it? Young master, what do you think of my soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass? The old shopkeeper said proudly. A treasure worth 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones, how could it be ordinary? It's not bad. How much do you have here? Jiang Chen said. The old shopkeeper was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he wanted to take everything? How much do you have? I'll take everything, Jiang Chen said. Chapter 3100. Little Chinzi, Wu Ningzhu was a little shocked. One soul-nurturing Lingji grass was worth hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. Even one was enough to shock her. Don't worry, what is this bit of money? As long as your soul injury can be healed, it doesn't matter even if I have to use up all my divine origin stones. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Divine origin stones were just worldly possessions to him. They were worthless compared to Wu Ningzhu. Young master, are you serious? The old shopkeeper said with a solemn expression. Do I look like I'm joking? Jiang Chen said. Even our Lingning Lane only has 30 soul-nurturing Lingji grass in our inventory. Young master, do you really want to buy all of them? That's at least 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones. The old shopkeeper said again. Okay, deal. 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones? Jiang Chen asked. I want this soul-nurturing Lingji grass. A yellow-clothed youth with a loud voice slowly walked over with a folding fan in his hand. His face was steaming and his eyes were bright. He had an elegant demeanor. It's young Master Bai. Hee, young Master Bai, where did you get the mood to come to my Lingning Lane? Your presence brings light to my humble Lingning Lane. The old shopkeeper's eyes brightened as he said with a smile. But, first come, first served. This young master has waited for a long time. Although the old shopkeeper was very respectful to the yellow-clothed youth, he didn't ruin Lingning Lane's reputation. Jiang Chen glanced at the yellow-clothed youth and said, Leng Leng, there's always a first come, first served rule for everything. First come, first served. If you want this spirit incubating Ganoderma grass, don't even think about it. Soul nurturing Lingji grass is indeed a good thing. I also want to buy it for this young lady. This young lady has an extraordinary appearance and charm. This one is very moved. Just now, I heard that Mrs. Soul was injured. I, Bai Jiagong, naturally want to buy this soul-breeding Lingji grass to comfort Mrs. Soul injury. I hope Miss doesn't mind. Bai Jiagong's face was full of smiles, and his gaze was fixed on Wu Ningzhu. However, Wu Ningzhu remained unmoved, and her expression did not change. She only held on to Jiang Chen's hand calmly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The coldness at the corner of his mouth grew even more frightening. You still dare to tease my woman in front of me? You really aren't afraid of death. Everyone loves beauty. Even if this lady met you first, do you think you can stop me from liking her? Truly laughable. 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones, old shopkeeper, you should understand what to do now, right? Bai Jiagong said confidently. 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones. That's 1,000 more than Jiang Qin. At this moment, the old shopkeeper was finally moved. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Needless to say, the difference of 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones was too exaggerated. If he was still not moved, then the old shopkeeper would really be a fool. 5,000. Jiang Qin said calmly. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The old shopkeeper and Bai Jiagong never thought that Jiang Qin would be so daring, to increase the price by another 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones. This was simply too crazy. The old shopkeeper could no longer control himself. For the first time, he felt that he was about to be defeated by money. The difference of 2,000 superior grade divine essence stones would all be his if he sold this soul-breeding Lingji grass. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing never thought that Jiang Qin would be so stubborn. Obviously, this soul-breeding Lingji grass was very important to Wu Ningzhu. Most importantly, how could he let others give something that he wanted to Wu Ningzhu? This was Jiang Chen's bottom line. 6,000. Bai Jiagong held his fan and said while shaking his head. 6,000 superior grade divine essence stones, only a young master of a realm like him would be so daring. Now, the old shopkeeper was a little dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Nobody would say no to money, especially when the price had already doubled. 7,000. Jiang Chen increased the price again. At this moment, Bai Jiagong was obviously a little powerless. The price had already risen to a sky-high price. Although this soul-breeding Lingji grass was a superior grade spiritual medicine, it wasn't worth this much money. Jiang Chen and Bai Jiagong's provocation had actually helped Ling Ying Lane. Bai Jiagong's expression was a little ugly. After all, spending 7,000 or 8,000 superior grade divine essence stones just to win a beauty's smile wasn't worth it. Even he was a little hesitant. 8,000. Bai Jiagong gritted his teeth and said. If he wanted to act cool, he absolutely couldn't hesitate. If the beauty looked down on him, then how could he continue to communicate with this absolute beauty? This beauty, he must get her. These two essence divine tools, the price shouldn't be lower than 5,000 or 6,000 superior grade divine essence stones. They're yours. Jiang Chen took out 2 essence divine tools and threw them to the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper's hand trembled and almost couldn't catch it. These were essence divine tools that weighed more than 1,000 caddies. Even Bai Jiagong sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy wouldn't be a madman, right? He actually threw out 2 essence divine tools. He originally thought that he was already awesome enough, but he didn't think that the other party was actually so rich. Could it be that Essence Divine tools were picked up from the streets? He casually took out two. Just what was this guy's background? How could he have such great capabilities? Such lofty sentiments, it was hard for him to compete with him. After all, if one had money and divine essence stones, one could really do whatever one wanted. Bai Zhegong didn't have the courage to bid anymore. If he were to bid again, it would definitely be above 12,000 superior grade divine essence stones. That was not something he could afford. Even if he was the young master of a realm lord, there must be a limit when he did things. Without so much money, acting cool was not something he could bear. The strength of this Lingning Lane was not ordinary. Even in Tianguang City, its position was also extremely aloof. Even the city lord residents did not have too much power to restrict it. From this, it could be seen that the force behind Lingning Lane was definitely extremely terrifying. The old shopkeeper licked his dry lips and took a glance at Bai Zhegong. Bai Zhegong's face was also extremely ugly. To fail in acting cool in front of a beauty was a very shameful thing, and Jiang Chen had obviously succeeded. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Bai Zhegong gritted his teeth and said. This guy was really too rich. He casually threw out two essence divine tools. This was too extravagant, even Bai Zhegong couldn't catch up to him. Things that should be yours, why would I let others give them to you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Wu Ningzhu instantly melted into his embrace. Jiang Chen hugged the two beauties as if there was no one else around, making Bai Zhegong furious. Chapter 3101. Bai Zhegong's expression turned ugly. He naturally would not let Jiang Chen leave just like that. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Although he could not fight in Lingning Lane, if he wanted to touch someone, not many could escape. Kid, you have made me very angry. Since you like to argue with me so much, let's have a good fight today. How about it? Bai Zhegong said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. You are not qualified. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Bai Zhegong's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. He was not his match at all. Jiang Chen could crush him with one hand. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the first time I heard someone more arrogant than me. Why am I not qualified? Who do you think you are? You can have two beauties. Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, come and fight. Bai Zhegong coldly said and laughed out loud. This fellow was simply boasting shamelessly, causing Bai Zhegong to sneer. Another guy who wants to die. Old shopkeeper, where is my soul-nurturing Ganoderma? Here, here. The old shopkeeper quickly gave the soul-nurturing Ganoderma to Jiang Chen. This is a small place. If young Master Bai wants to fight, please go outside. The old shopkeeper said with a smile. Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Humph humph. Bai Zhegong said coldly, glaring at the old shopkeeper. This money-minded guy was really hateful. Although Bai Zhegong was angry, he wouldn't make a move in Lingning Lane. Otherwise, once Lingning Lane was dissatisfied, it would likely lead to a war. Although Bai Zhegong was a playboy, he still knew the severity of the situation. I will wait for you outside. Kid, if you lose, the two beauties beside you will belong to me. He he he. Bai Zhegong said with a smile, turned around and left Lingning Lane. Young master, you must not act recklessly. This Bai Zhegong is the son of Tianlai Boundary's lord. Be careful. The old shopkeeper said to Jiang Chen. It was a kind reminder. By the way, old shopkeeper, apart from this spirit incubating Ganoderma, do you have any other elixirs or living elixirs that can greatly restore and benefit the soul? Jiang Chen asked. The old shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "There is, but I don't know if you can get it. In the Penglai realm 300,000 miles away from here, the Penglai realm lord has a Chalcedony soul seed. It's his treasure, but I don't know if you guys can borrow it." "Jade Marrow's soul seed," Jiang Chen murmured. "That's right. The Jade Marrow's soul seed is extremely beneficial for nourishing the soul. It's not something that the spirit-breeding Lingji grass can compare to," the old shopkeeper said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded and left with the two women. "Little Chenzi, do you really want to fight this guy?" Yan Qingqing said worriedly. "What, are you afraid that I'm not his match?" Jiang Chen smiled. "I'm afraid that you will beat him to death. After all, he has the Lord of a realm behind him. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. We've just arrived and we're in someone else's territory. It's better to be careful." Yan Qingqing continued. "Sister Qingqing is right. Little Chenzi, you have to be careful," Wu Ningzhu also said in a low voice. She knew that this matter was caused by her. Wu Ningzhu was afraid that Jiang Chen would offend the entire realm. At that time, things would get out of hand. "I have my own plans," Jiang Chen said. Outside Lingning Lane, in an empty area, Bai Jiagong was already standing there, blocking the path of Jiang Chen and the others. "Brat, you're the first who dares to snatch my love away from me, Bai Jiagong. Give me your soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass and these two beauties. Maybe I can consider sparing your life." Bai Jiagong laughed and said. His eyes were cold, but more of them were covetous towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. These two peerless beauties. To be able to get one of them was already a blessing of 10 lifetimes. But this guy actually had them on his left and right. For Bai Jiagong, it was really exciting. "Look, isn't that young Master Bai from Tianlai realm? Who's the person fighting with him? How dare he go against young Master Bai? Is he tired of living? TSK, you're short-sighted. How can he be a nobody if he dares to go against young Master Bai? Look at the two beauties beside him. They're like fairies. How can ordinary people have such luck with women? That person must also be someone with a respectable status." Now that you put it that way, it really is the case. But this time, the 7th marriage proposal from the Sky Lai realm has already caused our city lord to be badly battered. This time's marriage by combat will definitely be quite exciting. It's said that this Bai Jiagong is a popular candidate for this marriage contest. Maybe our city lord will betroth his adopted daughter to him. Many experts in the city saw this scene. Bai Jiagong had already been in Sky Light City for a period of time. Moreover, he was very high profile. Soon, everyone in Sky Light City knew about him. "A filthy mouth can't spit ivory. I didn't want to kill you at first. But it seems that even if I spare your life, it won't help," Jiang Chen said coldly. "Ha, come on. I'd like to see which one of us is the real filthy one." Bai Jiagong didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He naturally didn't care about Jiang Chen's arrogance and mockery. Who was he? He was the son of the Lord of Tianlai realm. He had a noble status and a respectable position. Moreover, his strength had reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Unless he encountered a peerless expert, there weren't many people in Moro Prefecture who could kill him. Moreover, many people couldn't afford to offend his Tianlai realm. Today, he encountered a hothead who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Jiagong's heart was filled with amusement. He felt that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more ridiculous. Noisy guy. If you die, perhaps this world will quiet down. Jiang Chen sneered. He took a step forward and started to fight with Bai Jiagong. He didn't hesitate at all. To deal with this kind of scum, he must be swift and decisive. Only then would he be satisfied. Good! Bai Zhegong shouted. However, Jiang Chen's punch already had a mountain-shattering momentum. Bai Zhegong's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take one punch from Jiang Chen. Was this guy's strength so much stronger than his? Before Bai Zhegong could recover from his shock, he was already hit by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying. Pfft, so fierce. Bai Zhegong's expression was ugly. He was shocked. Jiang Chen had forced him back with one move. He was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy's strength too strong? Where did this guy come from? He was completely not his opponent. Stop fighting. Let's fight another day. Bai Zhegong roared and retreated. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't because of your arrogance, I might not have killed you. However, now, even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He stepped into the sky and slammed his palm down. The 3,000 flame sky seal destroyed everything. Bai Zhegong's pupils shrank and he cried out in surprise. However, he was already submerged in Jiang Chen's 3,000 flame sky seal. Chapter 3102. Fuck. It can't be, right? Young Master Bai is so weak. He's too weak. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm is just a so-so. Wasn't he very powerful in our ethereal realm? Why has he become a soft-footed shrimp now? This is called marinated tofu. Everything has its vanquisher. Ha ha ha, I think young Master Bai won't be able to end this now. I can only say that this guy who popped out of nowhere is even more terrifying than young Master Bai. The onlookers could all see the result. Bai Zhegong was not a match for Jiang Chen. He was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen without any room to maneuver. Bai Zhegong's figure was completely subverted in Jiang Chen's palm print. The 3,000 flaming sky print instantly destroyed by Zhegong's attack. His vitality was severed. He struggled to stand up, but Jiang Chen did not give him the slightest chance. He directly punched out. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shocking all directions, causing the surrounding onlookers to exclaim. Bai Zhegong was directly punched by Jiang Chen until nothing was left. He turned into ashes. Daring to tease his woman, this was his ending. Jiang Chen did not have any hesitation. He moved like lightning and killed quickly, not leaving any room to maneuver. This is the retribution you've won. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would defeat young Master Bai, but he actually killed young Master Bai. To them, this was really a great shock. That was the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm. His status was respected and no one could compare to him. And Jiang Chen, this guy who popped out of nowhere, actually killed Bai Zhegong. Once this news was spread, the realm lord of Tianlai realm would definitely go crazy. He's really bold. This guy actually dared to kill Bai Zhegong. He's done for. Yeah, I'm afraid this guy is in big trouble. I wonder why the realm lord of Tianlai realm hasn't appeared yet. His own son was killed, but he's still so calm. Looks like Tianlai domain is fated to return in failure from participating in the joust for a spouse held by the city lord's mansion. As for the soul rising spirit gathering pill, they probably won't be able to fight for it at all. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face became solemn. With a flash, he appeared beside the person who spoke just now, scaring the heavenly god realm expert to the point that he almost lost control of his bowels. You're talking about the soul rising spirit gathering pill? Where is it? Jiang Chen frowned, exuding killing intent. The heavenly deity realm experts didn't dare to look at him directly. That soul-rising spirit-gathering pill is the dowry of the city governor this time around. It is rumored to be a relatively frightening peak immortal tier medicinal pill. The value of this medicinal pill can be said to be extremely valuable. Moreover, there is also the adopted daughter of the city governor. Whoever can come out on top should be able to obtain the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill. The heavenly deity said in a trembling voice. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would kill him with a single palm strike. Even young Noble Bai was not a match for Jiang Qin. The terror of this man was simply indescribable. All right. Thank you. Jiang Qin turned around and left. The heavenly deity realm expert couldn't believe his eyes. This man actually thanked him. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like an expert indeed has the demeanor of an expert. He would never kill the innocent. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Jiang Qin. Looks like we have to wait until the joust for a spouse event before leaving. I must get this soul-rising spirit-gathering pill. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. What if the daughter of the city governor falls for you? Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Jiang Qin smiled awkwardly. I already have 2 beautiful ladies. I don't want to be a playboy anymore. Jiang Qin shook his head. He wanted to get the pill. He had heard about this pill before. Its effect was comparable to the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. However, no one had seen it before. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to concoct this pill. It was extremely difficult for a hierarch expert to concoct such a pill. Now that he had news of this pill, Jiang Qin couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Although this soul-rising spirit-gathering pill might not be able to completely cure Wu Ningzhu's soul, it must have a miraculous effect. Jiang Qin knew that. I believe in little Qinzi's character. He is definitely not a womanizer. However, an expert is destined to be the center of attention. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes. This is something that cannot be changed. I hope you can control yourself. If I were to lose my man in order to cure my soul injury, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Wu Ningzhu said faintly with a mischievous smile on her face. Obviously, she was joking with Jiang Qin. Sister Ning is right. Don't suffer a double loss. Our man will not be shared with others. Yan Qingqing was also beaming with joy. Her face was filled with pride. How would I dare to act recklessly in front of the 2 ladies? Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin said with a big laugh. He then hugged the 2 beauties in his arms, causing the onlookers to feel envious and jealous. This is what a winner in life should be like. This is what an expert should be like. The city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The atmosphere was joyous and excited. Outside the city lord's mansion, an arena had been set up in a 10-li open space. It was time for the martial contest to start. Martial contest to find a spouse. It was not only a son-in-law of the city lord's mansion, but also a helper of Tao Qianjun. The moment Yuki Qiyin was chosen, Yuki Qiyin was taken in as Tao Qianjun's adopted daughter. And this adopted daughter was the one who would replace Tao Qianjun's daughter, Tao Lianlian. In a sense, Yuki Qiyin had become Tao Lianlian's scapegoat. However, she was willing to do so. This was her way of repaying Tao Qianjun. If it was said that Tao Qianjun was not in such a terrible predicament, Shui Qianing would definitely not give up her happiness and become the sacrifice of the martial arts competition to find a spouse. Because of this, the ethereal passage realm was in a deep crisis. If she left just like that, what would it mean? She couldn't bear the infamy of betrayal. If she could use her happiness to exchange for the safety of the realm, it would be a kind of comfort to Yuki Qiyin. Yuki Qiyin was a stubborn woman. However, she couldn't escape the shackles of the world. If there wasn't a debt of life and death, she would rather die than comply. However, the world was unpredictable. Tao Qianjun was at a loss. How could she sit back and watch? Yuki Chihyun knew that from this moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. Her future was already fixed. Looking at the cheering relatives and friends, looking at the happy marriage character that was plastered in 100 li, looking at the boundless sky, even her world seemed to have lost its initial color. The martial contest to find a spouse was imminent. Chapter 3103. There were not many people participating in the martial arts competition. There were only 3. Monk Yuan Yin of Tianluo Temple, the son of the Lord of Tianlai Boundary, Bai Jiagong, and the son of the Lord of Penglai Boundary, Gang Men. These 3 great powers were all powers that could contend against the ethereal opening realm. Otherwise, Tao Qianjun would not have wanted to find one of the 3 great powers to ally with him. Only then would he be able to resist foreign enemies and stabilize his empire. Otherwise, the ethereal opening realm had been covetously eyed by others all these years. Whether it was the heavenly Lai realm or the Penglai realm, they all had the same intention. Only by keeping the powers within in check could he not drift with the flow and be killed by others. The Lord of a Boundary was not omnipotent. As long as he fell, there would be countless people rising up to replace him. There had never been a lack of experts in the God world. There had always been quite a number of people eyeing them covetously in the dark. Once the city lord's mansion fell, the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls. Naturally, there would be people who would replace them. As for those people living in the Nether Passage realm, it was impossible for them to rise up and fight back. All they wanted was a peaceful realm. As for who was the ruler, it was not important to them. To Xue Qianying, Tao Qianjuan's trick of injuring himself to gain Xue Qianying's confidence was considered a successful trick. However, Xue Qianying didn't know that even if she knew, she would still do it in order to not owe Tao Qianjun. This was just her nature. Now, the martial arts competition for a spouse was about to begin. Countless experts had gathered. There were more than 10 hierarch experts and hundreds and thousands of divine king experts. The martial arts competition for a spouse in the city lord's mansion had attracted more than hundreds of thousands of spectators. However, most of them were just there to join in the fun. They just wanted to see a battle between true experts. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the guard leader came in panic. He knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Not good, city lord. Something bad has happened. Why are you panicking? What's going on?" Tao Qianjun said coldly and glared at the guard leader. "The son of Tianlai realm's lord, Bai Jiagong, is dead, and he died in our sky light city. It said that the murderer was a powerful godly venerable realm expert, and he even brought along 2 stunning beauties." The guard commander said timidly, fearing that the city lord would vent his anger on him. "What?" Tao Qianjun abruptly stood up, his countenance extremely gloomy. Bai Jiagong was dead. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm was dead, and he had died in Tianguang city. This was no small matter. How was he going to explain this to Tianguang city? How could he explain this to Bai Chao? This put him, the city lord, in a crisis. How could Bai Chao remain indifferent when his own son had died in Skylight City? They would definitely find an opportunity to start a war with Skylight City, especially before this. He had received secret information that the Tianlai realm might ally with the Penglai realm to launch an attack on them. Thus, he had no choice but to recruit a few major factions and hold a martial arts competition to recruit his companions, hoping to tide over this crisis. But now, Bai Jiagong had died in their Tianguang city before the war had even begun. This made Tao Qianjun unable to continue. What the hell was this? Could it be that someone was interfering? Could it be that someone from the Penglai realm who was still alive from the Tianluo temple did it? Investigate this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, the Tianlai realm will definitely not let this go. Tao Qianjuan's breathing stagnated, his countenance grim. Now it seemed that this martial arts competition for a spouse was the calm before the storm. Perhaps Bai Chao still did not know that his own son had died here. Otherwise, he would definitely rush to Sky Light City without stopping. The martial arts competition for a spouse will be held as scheduled. Outside the city lord's residence, the arena will be opened. Tao Qianjun shouted in a deep voice. Countless people from the city lord's residence began to get busy. But now, there was not much time left for Tao Qianjun. The martial arts competition for a spouse had to be carried out as soon as possible. Now, even if only Monk Yuan Yin of the Tianluo Temple and gang men of the Penglai realm were left, they definitely could not stop. As long as he could obtain the support of either of these two forces, Tao Qianjun would not have to fear the Tianlai realm. At that time, Bai Jiagong's death could be investigated slowly. At least, he would not have to worry that Bai Chao of the Tianlai realm would do something desperate in desperation. Tao Qianjun was still worried. Before the martial arts competition started, he went to Yuki Chihin's boudoir. Qianying, alas, it has really been hard on you. Your father is also extremely ashamed and angry. If you are not willing now, I will definitely not force you. The life and death of my ethereal realm is important, but my daughter's lifelong happiness is also equally important. Tao Qianjun said in a righteous manner. Yuki Chihin shook her head and said in a low voice, I have already decided. Father, don't worry. As long as I can marry into any force, I will definitely not trespass on a single inch of the ethereal realm. Yuki Chihin's persistence also made Tao Qianjun feel completely at ease. Now, he did not need to worry that his protection would fail. In the end, Yuki Chihin did not disappoint him. Tao Qianjun had to admit that saving Yuki Chihin was a completely correct decision. At the crucial moment, she had blocked such a scheming battle for him. How could he not feel happy? And his daughter was also exempted from this political marriage. Tao Qianjun was quite gratified in his heart. But this was life. For Tao Qianjun, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Yuki Chihin was all alone in the world. If she could enter a large force and become the mistress of a family, it could also be considered a good fortune. At least, Tao Qianjun did not feel that he had pushed Yuki Chihin into a bottomless abyss. Everything has its pros and cons. To Yuki Chihin, this matter was not necessarily not a big change. I have really wronged you. Qianying, I really feel guilty in my heart. Tao Qianjuan's face was full of sorrow as he let out a long sigh. Yuki Chihin's heart was as calm as still water. After all, this martial contest for a spouse was necessary for her. She had to repay what she owed. The next day, on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, Tao Qianjun stood proudly. Facing the hundreds of thousands of people of the ethereal realm who came to watch the battle, Tao Qianjun was unusually calm and indifferent. However, there was a faint smile on his face all along. Today is the day of my adopted daughter's wedding. The martial contest for a spouse is imminent. This old man is very happy to have a daughter at such an old age. My adopted daughter is a peerless beauty with a leisurely charm. Her beauty is unparalleled. Since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. My adopted daughter's strength has already reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Her strength is extraordinary. Naturally, I have to choose a powerful genius to be worthy of my adopted daughter. Therefore, I have specially set up an arena here today. Whoever wins will be able to marry my daughter and form an eternal bond with my ethereal realm, bringing peace and prosperity. Apart from this love, I, Tao Qianjun, will also present a peak immortal grade pill that I have treasured for many years, the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill, as a dowry. Chapter 3104. However, unfortunately, the son of the realm lord of heavenly Claw realm, by Jugong, has unfortunately died. Moreover, he died in my ethereal passage realm, in heavenly light city. I, Tao Qianjun, am duty-bound to investigate this matter thoroughly, and bring justice to the heavenly Claw realm, and bring justice to Brother Bai. Now, only Pinglai Boundaries Gu Gang and Tian Luo Temple's Reverend Tian Yin are left to fight for the top spot in the martial arts competition. However, Bai Zhegong has already passed away. For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to pick one of the experts from all over to have the chance to become my ethereal world's lord son-in-law. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. By Zhegong's death and the fact that Tao Qianjun would choose a successor from the experts of the 8 regions had become the reason why everyone present had gone mad. This caused the groom search competition to be even more thought-provoking, and countless people raised their heads in anticipation as they hoped they would be able to win the heart of the beauty. Are you serious? Anyone can participate. That's great. Ha ha ha, I want to participate too. You're really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Do you think anyone can become the city lord's son-in-law? Haven't you heard that even the city lord's adopted daughter has reached the early hierarch realm? How many people can reach that level of strength? This brother's words are not false. Sigh, it's really impossible to compare oneself with others. Even among the true experts, you are still outstanding. Among the countless young geniuses here, there might not even be 10 who can surpass the hierarch realm. There's still hope. The hierarch realm experts are probably going crazy with joy now. Ha ha ha. Everyone's heart was itching. They had long wanted to see the city lord's adopted daughter's peerless beauty. Many of them were looking forward to it. Even if they could not become the city lord's son-in-law, just a glance was enough to make them remember it for life. At this moment, Yuki Chihyun, who was dressed in white, slowly walked out. Her face was covered by a green veil, but even so, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, shaking the 9 provinces. Hundreds of thousands of people were fascinated by her. Just the green veil alone was enough to make people unable to look away. Who could imagine how beautiful this woman was? Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was graceful and graceful. She gave others a feeling of grace and elegance, but there was also a feeling of coldness. Is this woman as beautiful as us sisters? Yan Qingqing giggled and said. She looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wrinkled his brows. He felt that the woman with a green veil on the high platform seemed to be somewhat familiar. He became absent-minded for a moment. Humph. Damn Jiang Qin, stinky Jiang Qin. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. There is no good man. Don't you think so, Sister Ning? Yan Qingqing snorted coldly. Wu Ningzhu also smiled bitterly. The 2 of them had already covered their faces with green veil. Otherwise, they would definitely become the focus of the crowd outside the city lord's mansion. At that time, the entire city lord's mansion would probably be in an uproar. She is indeed very beautiful. Jiang Qin murmured. However, he could not remember who this woman was. That ice-cold temperament was extremely familiar to him. Looks like some people are going to turn this martial arts competition into reality. They said that it's for the medicine, but who knows if they are coveting the city lord's precious daughter. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Jiang Qin with a hint of anger. This guy was really infatuated with her, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. How boring. Looks like this trash from Tianlai world deserved to die. He didn't even see my face before he was killed. How laughable and sad. Ha ha ha. His body was sturdy, his chest was exposed, and his face was covered with a full beard. He looked quite rough and his strength was quite good. His lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He naturally did not care about trash like this. He only had one goal, and that was to obtain the spiritual gathering pill, as well as the heart of the princess of the city lord's mansion. Originally, he only needed to obtain the soul-rising spirit gathering pill. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. This was because the city lord's mansion's princess was really too beautiful. He yearned for her and could not stop himself. Who wouldn't want such a woman? Moreover, as long as he could become the son-in-law of the city lord's mansion in the ethereal realm, his position and reputation in Penglai world would be even higher. In the future, it would be reasonable for him to succeed the position of Penglai realm lord. With the existence of the ethereal realm's marriage alliance, these trash from Tianlai world could also join hands and slowly plot against them. In this world, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. There were only eternal interests. As long as there was enough entanglement of interests, the Penglai realm would not only be able to collude with the Tianlai realm, but also with the ethereal realm and the Tian Luo temple. Even spiritual master Tianyin, who cultivated on behalf of Tian Luo temple, had his eyes fixed on Yuki Chihin. This city lord's mansion's figure, temperament, beauty, and strength were all at the same time. He was determined to get her. The reason he came here this time was to gather strength for Tian Luo temple. Although he was not a true core disciple of Tian Luo temple, with spiritual master Tianin's strength and methods, he still had an unusually high position in Tian Luo temple. As one of the 10 famous temples of the West Pole, Tian Luo temple's strength and status were unquestionable. If the person who came today was a core disciple or successor of Tian Luo temple, even the reverend of the 7 realms of Moro Prefecture would have to come and pay his respects. Even so, spiritual master Tianin's visit to the ethereal realm represented Tian Luo temple to a certain extent. Their ultimate goal was to contact the ethereal realm. Moreover, Tao Qianjun had taken out the soul condensing pill to protect himself and to find a qualified partner to rely on. Even a peak hierarch realm expert might not be able to take out such a powerful pill. However, as the ethereal realm lord for millions of years, Tao Qianjuan's strength and status were still there. You can see me, but won't the ending be the same? Hee hee. Dao Master Tianyin looked at the man with disdain. His long hair was tied with a hairpin, and he looked like a talented man. Compared to the man with a rigid mouth, he was thousands of times better. He was like a gust of wind, as light as a swallow. His figure was thin, but his agile aura gave people a great pressure. As a spiritual master of Tian Luo temple, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we have to drag him out for a walk. Aren't you afraid of cutting your tongue with your words? We'll know who the real prince consort is later. Humph. Chapter 3105. As you wish, you will be defeated very, very miserably. Dao Master Tianyin said faintly, as if he was going to win. At this moment, among the 10 or so hierarch realm experts in the crowd, 7 of them were highly respected seniors. Among the remaining 4, there were 2 women. The remaining 2 early hierarch realm experts wanted to give it a try. After all, if they could win this martial contest for a spouse, not only would they get the beauty, they could also become the son-in-law of the hidden realm lord. Who wouldn't want to participate in such a good thing? However, the lowest requirement was the early hierarch realm. The rest of the people had no chance at all. I'm Zhang Liaoyuan. I want to give it a try. I hope the city lord agrees. I'm Su Jianshan. I also want to challenge the Tian Luo Temple's spiritual master and Penglai realm's young master. Tao Qianjun, the lord of the hidden realm, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the 2 of them. He knew both of them. Zhang Liaoyuan was his advisor, and Su Jianshan was an overlord of the hidden realm. Both of them possessed extraordinary strength, being at the early stage of the hierarch realm. Being able to become respected venerables, they were naturally not ordinary people. However, their strength might not be a match for Tao Master Tianyin and Unyielding Mouth. Both of their strength had reached the peak early hierarch realm. If there were no accidents, the Emperor's son-in-law would be decided between Tao Master Tianyin and Unyielding Mouth. Good. Both of you are our Nether Passage realm's geniuses. This martial contest will definitely be a battle of the century for us. I'm very pleased, very pleased. Ha ha ha. Tao Qianjun said with a laugh. The green leaf matched with the red flower made him look fair and impartial. Count me in. Jiang Chen took a step forward and said with a faint smile. His appearance also startled Gangmen and Daoist Tianyin. This person's strength made them feel a trace of danger, because his strength gave them a feeling of unfathomable depth. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, standing proudly in the void. He looked at Tao Qianjun on the city gate tower with a calm expression. Who are you? Tao Qianjun asked lightly. Rank 1 loose cultivator, I am Jiang Chen. Under the green veil, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless complicated emotions. There was panic, excitement, shock, joy, sorrow, and all sorts of other emotions. Her thoughts changed rapidly and turned into tears that she didn't know what to call. It's really him, it's really him, Yuki Chihin stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. She had even seen this scene in her dreams. He had fought alone for her, but was that figure really for her? Yuki Chihin didn't know if Jiang Chen was aware of her existence, and she didn't know why he had come here. However, at this moment, everything seemed to be filled with hope. If he could come out on top, the person she loved might once again become the invincible hero in her dreams. All of this seemed to be specially arranged by the heavens. At this scene, the corner of Yuki Chihin's mouth changed from the initial desolation and bitterness to the current slight anticipation, becoming the expression that she should have in her heart. Not long ago, Yuki Chihin, who had almost lost all hope in life, had never thought that the heavens would play such a joke on her. She didn't know whether she loved Jiang Chen or not, but if she could marry him, perhaps it would be much better than those strangers. At least, she no longer had that inexplicable rejection in her heart. The person who had appeared in her dreams countless times had finally become a reality. It's him, it's him, it's him. Bai Zhegong was killed by him. I've seen it before. This guy killed Bai Zhegong in one move. It's really terrifying. Are you serious? You're not kidding, are you? Is this guy really the murderer who killed Bai Zhegong? It can't be wrong. I've seen it too. It's really terrifying. A battle between godly venerable realm experts is not something that we can hope to achieve. There was a commotion in the crowd. More and more people began to point fingers at Jiang Chen, but most of them were afraid. Because he killed Bai Zhegong, killed a godly venerable realm expert, and killed the future realm lord of Tianlai Boundary. This was unimaginable to anyone. At this moment, even Tao Qianjun had heard the rumors. Was this guy in front of him really the one who killed Bai Zhegong, the son of Tianlai Boundary's realm lord? You killed Bai Zhegong? Tao Qianjun asked in a deep voice. A scumbag deserves to die. Jiang Chen said coldly. A scumbag? You killed the son of a realm lord for no reason. Aren't you afraid that Tianlai Boundary's lord will find you? Aren't you afraid that you'll be besieged and hunted down by the entire realm? Tao Qianjun pressed forward and looked at Jiang Chen. Since he's here, I'll kill him. Tao Qianjun's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen deeply. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen, but the current situation was not too optimistic for them. This person who could kill Bai Zhegong was definitely not an ordinary person. If he really won this battle, how would it end? Since you have the ability to kill Bai Zhegong, it seems that your strength is not bad. I'd like to see it for myself. Spiritual Master Tianyin looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. If you kill by Zhegong, you'll be qualified to fight with me. Tao Qianjun said faintly. At this moment, Tao Qianjun also fell into silence. Now, he was not afraid of Tianlai Boundary, but this guy who was causing trouble. Moreover, Tianlai Boundary's realm lord probably already knew that his son had been killed. Delaying him first was also an expedient measure. All right. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you can grasp it or not. The corner of Tao Qianjun's mouth suddenly curled up as he looked at Jiang Qin. This guy always gave him an unpredictable feeling. To be able to kill by Zhegong, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Thank you, City Lord. Jiang Qin cupped his hands and said. Then let me try and see how much you're worth. Zhang Liaoyuan looked at Jiang Qin with a faint smile. Then, it's up to you, Brother Zhang. Su Jianshan smiled. Originally, he also wanted to make a move, but Zhang Liaoyuan took the initiative. This kind of scene of being in the limelight was quite exciting for them. Both of you, come at me together. Jiang Chen's words once again caused an uproar among the crowd. Many of them even took a deep breath. This Jiang Chen is too arrogant, isn't he? How could he be so daring? Two hierarch realm experts attacking at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 3106. Sigh, this guy won't be able to go far. He's so arrogant and wants to fight two people at the same time. He's digging his own grave. I thought he's a powerful expert, but it seems like he's just a fool. I'm looking forward to this guy defeating by Zhegong. Ha ha ha. Both the soul condensing pill and the city lord's daughter are very tempting. I'd like to give it a try if I'm not weak. Jiang Chen's arrogance made Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan furious. Isn't he looking down on us? The two of them were enraged and their faces instantly turned gloomy. I alone am enough to deal with you. Zhang Liaoyuan said in a deep voice. You're not my match. Jiang Qin shook his head. Weak, too weak. Even when facing a late hierarch realm expert like Lin Yukong, he could only force him back with one palm. These two early hierarch realm experts could not pique Jiang Chen's interest at all. He had his own reasons for wanting the two of them to fight at the same time. He wanted them to not lose too badly. But it was obvious that Jiang Chen's good intentions were a blatant provocation in their eyes, a manifestation of arrogance and conceit. Is this guy really capable, or is he stupid? He wants to fight two people at the same time. Hee hee. Zhang Liaoyuan sneered. I think he's capable. Daoist Tianyin said faintly. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin from the beginning to the end. Although this guy looked ordinary, he gave people the feeling of a vast ocean. This wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Let's fight together, then you won't lose too badly. Jiang Qin said. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Brother Zhang, let's fight together. If we don't teach this arrogant guy a lesson today, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Su Jianshan shouted angrily and looked at Zhang Liaoyuan. Both of them tacitly agreed to attack each other. This guy must be taught a lesson. Tao Qianjun was also looking forward to Jiang Chen's battle. Jiang Chen's strength should be able to contend with Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the two early-stage hierarch realm experts. After all, Bai Zhegong might not be their match if the two of them joined forces. After all, they were both hierarch realm experts. This is the real you. Yuki Chihian murmured. He was still as cold as before, calm and composed as before, as steady as Mount Tai, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. He was as proud and aloof as a goshawk in the sky, or as arrogant as a kuimping in the 9 regions. He was so conceited, yet so insufferably arrogant. Everyone was watching the scene. Under everyone's attention, Jiang Qin stood proudly while Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the two early-stage hierarch realm experts, launched their attacks. Their terrifying auras swept across 10 miles. If it wasn't for the protective barrier around the arena, perhaps the area within 1,000 miles would have been flattened. Both of them used all their skills. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing layers of airwaves to roll. That kind of power made those below the hierarch realm to hold their breaths. They did not dare to miss it, let alone look at it directly. They were too strong. However, Jiang Qin did not hold back. His expression was calm as he struck out both of his palms. Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan's attacks were destroyed in an instant by Jiang Qin's palms. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The seemingly strong attacks were destroyed by Jiang Qin's palms. What followed was a terrifying wave that could overturn the heavens and earth. Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan's attacks were not weak, but they were completely destroyed by Jiang Qin's palms. Moreover, they were defeated in just one move. The two of them did not even have the strength to fight back and were sent flying by Jiang Qin's palms. They were seriously injured. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin only used one move and it was enough to severely injure the two of them. Even Tao Qianjun did not dare to say that he could do such a thing. Wasn't his strength a little too terrifying? Even Jiang Qin and Su Jianshan could not believe their own eyes after repelling the two of them. However, after 10 breaths, they finally realized that Jiang Qin had gone easy on them. If he did not go easy on them, the two of them would have been dead by now. The two of them looked at each other in shock. However, the truth was as Jiang Qin had said. They were not a match for Jiang Qin. It was not sarcasm nor arrogance. It was confidence. It was the unchangeable truth. After a while, the entire arena was filled with thunderous applause. It was even more shocking than Tao Qinjuan's speech. Jiang Qin's technique had shown them what it meant to be truly shocking. He defeated his opponent with just one move. It was something that many people could only dream of. Not to mention those Divine King realm experts, even those Hierarch realm experts were still in shock. Just with pure strength and without any fancy moves, he had seriously injured two Hierarch realm experts. How impressive and domineering was that? This man is really terrifying. Now I feel that Bai Zhegong's death was not unjust. Yeah, I heard that he was killed for flirting with someone's wife. He deserved it. No one can challenge the pride of an expert. He has the right to be proud. Jiang Qin defeated his opponent with just one move. It became a story that everyone was talking about. Jiang Qin had become famous after this battle. Countless people admired him. Jiang Qin looked at the green-veiled lady on the tower again. When their eyes met, Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. However, he still could not remember who that lady was. However, he knew that he definitely knew that lady. You're really strong. I can't wait anymore. An earth-shattering fighting intent was emitted from his unyielding eyes. His majestic and mighty body gave off a suffocating pressure that was akin to a mountain pressing down on others. I know that I'm strong. However, it's a fact that you're weak. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin was a bit too good at making fun of people, wasn't he? Everyone was startled by his words. However, to be honest, many of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Jiang Qin was quite interesting. He was the first person to look down on a Hierarch realm expert. You'll pay for your arrogance. Roar. Chapter 3107. So strong. The strong-mouthed disciple was shocked and rushed forward again. This time, he was even stronger than before. Heaven-splitting divine axe, invincible. The strong-mouthed disciple shouted angrily. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the momentum of a bull, shocking many people. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. With a flip of his hand, he punched out again. The fist wind intertwined with the 9-foot gold-plated axe, and the 9-foot gold-plated axe was actually shattered by Jiang Chen. Lines and lines of cracks appeared on the axe. The strong-mouthed disciple's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. This terrifying vibration caused the 9-foot gold-plated axe to collide with him. The feeling of being heavily injured by his own divine weapon made the strong-mouthed disciple want to cry, but no tears came out. The 9-foot gold-plated axe was instantly shattered, and he was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He was completely defeated. The audience was shocked once again. Jiang Chen was like an ancient bull. With a punch and a palm, he dealt with everyone, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. Even Tao Qianjun started to worry. Now, he could only hope that the Lord of Tianlai realm would appear quickly and suppress Jiang Chen. Then, he would be able to do the Lord of Tianlai realm a favor. At the very least, he would be able to stop the Tianlai realm from taking their anger out on him. The son-in-law he valued the most was the strong-mouthed disciple and the Reverend Tian Yin. This was because the strength of the Penglai realm and the Tian Luo temple was quite strong, especially the Tian Luo temple. If he could climb up the tree that was the Tian Luo temple, then he would definitely be able to rise rapidly in the Moro prefecture in the future, and he would not have to fear anyone. However, all of this depended on the Reverend Tian Yin. Now, the strong-mouthed disciple of the Penglai realm had been defeated, and only the Reverend Tian Yin was left. This forced Tao Qianjun to make preparations in advance. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. In the end, if Jiang Chen wanted to leave, he might have to suppress him. I already said that your strength is too weak, but you just don't believe me. Jiang Chen smiled and said. At this moment, he had nothing to say. After all, he had lost to Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had lost in a rather ugly manner. However, he had not died in the hands of Jiang Chen. After all, it was rumored that Jiang Chen had killed by Jiagong. Now, it seemed that this guy had the strength to do so. Now, it seems that you are indeed the strongest. However, in front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. As one of the strongest disciples in Tianluo Temple, it looks like I'll have to show you the true power of an ancient temple today. Tao Master Tianyin looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly. Ancient Heaven Luo Temple? I've never heard of it. I wonder what's the relationship between Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple? Jiang Chen said. You know Hongyan Temple? Daoist Tianyin said with a faint smile. It was not strange for him to know about Hongyan Temple. After all, as one of the top 10 ancient temples in the entire West Pole state, Hongyan Temple could barely be considered as the 10th. Do you know Daoist Qi Yan from Hongyan Temple? Jiang Chen asked. You know Daoist Qi Yan. He's an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. How could I not know him? However, Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple don't interact with each other. Daoist Tianyin said proudly. If you can't even defeat Daoist Qi Yan, I advise you not to fight anymore. Daoist Qi Yan might be an eminent monk, but I'm not afraid of him. Even if he's here today, I'll definitely exchange a few moves with him. Daoist Tianyin said. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. You're not even comparable to Daoist Qi Yan. It seems like this battle is meaningless. Jiang Chen's words made Daoist Yanin's expression turn solemn. Why? Because he's already dead. Jiang Chen said faintly. What? Daoist Tianyin couldn't believe what Jiang Chen said. If what he said was true, that Daoist Qi Yan was already dead, then how strong was this guy? Daoist Qi Yan's strength was quite powerful. Furthermore, he was an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. Daoist Tianyin still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen was able to kill him. However, looking at Jiang Chen's confident expression, he was also skeptical. No matter what, if you want to get the beauty today, you'll have to go through me. Daoist Tianyin sneered. Whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. If he really wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, it was understandable for him to retreat. However, he was quite fond of the Castellan's daughter and the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Wouldn't it be better to have both? If this guy didn't appear out of nowhere, perhaps he would have already been together with the Castellan's daughter. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. To him, these guys were like chickens and dogs. However, what he wanted was not the Castellan's daughter, but the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Yuki Chihyun was incomparably nervous. She knew that if Jiang Chen could defeat Daoist Tianyin, he would become the son-in-law of the Castellan's daughter. To Yuki Chihyun, this might be the best outcome. Even Yuki Chihyun's calm heart was filled with a trace of anticipation and excitement. If it's really him, then I'll just accept my fate. It's a good ending to be able to stay by his side. It's time and fate. Yuki Chihyun's lips curled up into a faint smile. Under her green veil, a trace of maiden's feelings rippled. Tao Qinjuan's face was solemn. Jiang Chen had defeated 3 people consecutively. His heart was getting more and more worried. He hoped that Daoist Tianyin could defeat Jiang Chen. If that was the case, his plan would become a reality. He would board the ship of Tianluo Temple and help the Lord of Tianlai Realm to capture Jiang Chen. This way, the Lord of Tianlai Realm wouldn't vent his anger on him. It could be said to be the most perfect ending. However, Jiang Chen was the biggest variable in all of this. He hoped that he wouldn't defeat Daoist Tianyin. Otherwise, things would become extremely bad. He would be surrounded by enemies. If Tianlai Realm and Penglai Realm joined forces, his situation in the ethereal realm would become even more difficult. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Outside the arena of the city lord's mansion, hundreds of thousands of people were cheering and cheering for Jiang Chen. Although they didn't know Jiang Chen, they didn't know Daoist Tianyin either. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was like a devil incarnate. He was like a brother or sister who walked out from among them. Naturally, he would receive everyone's support. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength was too strong. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His strength was so strong that it made people speechless. Looks like little Chenzi is going to win. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Sister Ning, how can you still smile? If that guy wins, I'm afraid that peerless girl on top of the city tower will definitely give herself to little Chenzi. Didn't you see how radiant he was before? How he winked at people. Just looking at him makes me angry. This guy is like eating from the pot and looking at the pot. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Then can you still control it? If he really has such intentions, as his women, we should support him. If he doesn't have such intentions, as his women, shouldn't we believe him even more? He. Chapter 3108. Feeling 2 sharp gazes, Yuki Chihyun also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock. Her face was still covered by a green veil, but the appearance and temperament of those 2 girls had already made Yuki Chihyun feel as if they were celestial beings. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. What kind of man would be able to control such girls? Yuki Chihyun murmured. She was incomparably shocked. Although she was extremely confident in herself, her confidence had already vanished into thin air when facing these 2 stunning girls. As for these 2 women, when they looked at him, there was actually a faint hostility in their eyes. At this moment, Daoist Tianyin was also incomparably solemn towards Jiang Qin. The battle between the two was about to break out. This is the day of your death. You can't win against me. Daoist Tianyin held the Buddhist discipline staff in his hand as he charged towards Jiang Qin. Layers of Buddhist discipline staff shadows flew up high into the sky. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally and faced the attack with only one hand. He wasn't afraid of Daoist Tianyin at all. Facing the incoming Buddhist discipline staff shadows, Jiang Qin showed no signs of fear. He threw out a fist shadow with a terrifying aura. Daoist Tianyin's unparalleled Buddhist discipline staff shadows smashed onto Jiang Qin's hand, but they were continuously pushed back. Jiang Qin's expression was indifferent, but Daoist Tianyin's expression changed greatly. Just one move was enough to make Daoist Tianyin feel how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Using an iron fist to counter it was simply too terrifying. Who wouldn't be shocked when this strike came crashing down? What a terrifying aura! Su Jianshan, Zhang Liaoyuan, and even Xiangmen were overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't Jiang Qin being too arrogant? But this punch gave them a deep understanding of jealousy. Jiang Qin indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Daoist Tianyin's powerful might made them feel a wave of palpitations, but in Jiang Qin's hands, it was like a child playing house. Within 3 moves, Sage Tianyin had already unleashed all of his techniques. His strongest attack had landed, but he was unable to break through Jiang Qin's palm wind. After 3 moves, Jiang Qin also instantly counterattacked. Under the superposition of his fist and palm, his strength split Mount Hua. His unparalleled posture shocked the world. One punch shook 3 mountains. Qi waves surged as a terrifying might surged forth, rendering Daoist Tianyin completely unable to block Jiang Qin's attack. The rod in his hand was directly split into 2 by Jiang Qin. Daoist Tianyin's face changed as he staggered backward. Jiang Qin took advantage of the situation to chase after him, sending out a palm strike that caused thunder to rumble. No! Daoist Tianyin bellowed. But Jiang Qin's palm wind had already landed. He was unable to retaliate and was directly sent flying by Jiang Qin. Daoist Tianyin suffered a crushing defeat, and without any warning, he was forced to retreat. His body was covered in injuries. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin not using his full strength, Daoist Tianyin would probably be in an even more miserable state. The crowd once again burst into thunderous applause. Jiang Qin had used an overwhelming advantage to defeat 4 people in a row. Now, the scene was quite lively, and no one could stop the surging enthusiasm of the crowd. Yuki Chihyun's cheeks carried a faint blush. Jiang Qin did not let her down after all. In the end, this guy still managed to come out on top. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's cheers were deafening, each louder than the last. Jiang Qin was like a representative of the powerless crowd. He was not like the genius disciples of Tianlai realm, Penglai realm, or Tianluo temple with strong backgrounds. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was all alone and looked down on the crowd. This was true ability. Tao Qinjuan's expression became a little embarrassed. He wanted to borrow the power of the Tianluo temple and Penglai realm to form a marriage alliance, but he did not succeed. His plans were directly disrupted by this kid who appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, he felt quite sullen. Thank you for letting me win, Lord City Lord. I should be the final victor. Now, can you give me the soul-raising spirit-gathering pill? Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. You killed the son of the Lord of Tianlai realm. Before the matter is cleared up, how can I marry my daughter to you? Everything will be decided after the Lord of Tianlai realm arrives. Tao Qianjun said lightly. Jiang Qin's expression changed. The moment he looked at Tao Qianjun again, his expression became cold. In that case, Lord City Lord, are you going to go back on your word? Are you going to tear up your promise in front of so many people? Jiang Chen said coldly, pressing forward step by step. Yes, Lord City Lord won't go back on his word, right? That's too funny. If that's really the case, I'll feel ashamed. Are the words of the dignified Lord City Lord not as good as farts? Sure. Lower your voice. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. Lord City Lord might have his own difficulties. What difficulties? Isn't it just that he doesn't want this guy to become his son-in-law? Didn't you see that Taoist Master Tian Yin has the Tianluo temple behind him, Pinglai realm is behind him, and Bai Zhegong has Tianlai realm? If it's an ordinary person, how could he become Tao Qinjuan's son-in-law? In the end, isn't it just a political marriage alliance? TSK, if Lord City Lord really goes back on his word this time, then I'll immediately withdraw from the netherworld. At this time, many of the spectators were relatively supportive of Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had obtained first place and obtained the final victory. If Lord City Lord went back on his word, he would be slapping his own face. How would he explain to the millions of people? How would he gain a foothold in the netherworld? How would he be respected and loved by tens of thousands of people? This was an extremely serious question. Tao Qianjun had no choice but to take it seriously. Tao Qianjuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. When did I say that I would go back on my word? It's just that you killed the son of Tianlai realm's realm lord. If I let you marry into the netherworld just like that, Tianlai realm would start a war with my netherworld. Then wouldn't I become the eternal sinner of the netherworld?" Tao Qianjuan's words were like pearls, reasonable and well-grounded. At this moment, even those spectators chose to remain silent. Indeed, Tao Qianjuan's words were not false. Jiang Chen had killed Bai Zhegong, so Tianlai realm would not let the matter rest. And once Tianlai realm vented their anger, it would very likely lead to a war between realms, and Jiang Chen would become the biggest target. This was indeed something that the people of the netherworld had not thought of. They had never imagined that they had wrongly blamed Lord City Lord. At this moment, it was Jiang Chen who had become the target of scorn. At least now, it was already impossible for Jiang Chen to marry the City Lord's daughter. At the very least, he had to first solve the problem of Tianlai realm. Chapter 3109. At the end of the day, is this the reason why you speak irresponsibly and go back on your word? Jiang Chen sneered and snorted. Tao Qianjuan's face was gloomy and he completely ignored Jiang Chen. You only have yourself to blame. If you didn't kill the son of Tianlai realm's lord, how could this matter have developed to this stage? How could it have become your hindrance? Originally, I wanted to betroth my daughter to a handsome young man, but you are immoral. How can I be at ease? Tao Qianjun shouted in a low voice. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. You really disappoint me. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. It seemed that he had to use force. Shameless thief, give me back my son's life. Thunder rumbled and exploded in the void. A loud shout made everyone's expression change drastically. Within 1,000 miles, the sound waves rolled and shook people's hearts. It's Bai Chao. Has Tianlai realm's lord finally come? Tao Qianjuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Jiang Chen's time of death had come. As long as this guy died, he could start the martial arts competition again. At that time, he would definitely be able to find a suitable son-in-law from Pinglai realm and Tianluo temple. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. It's someone from Tianlai realm. Could it be by Zhegong's father? It must be by Chao. It must be Tianlai Realm's lord. What a powerful aura. This time, Jiang Qin will not be able to escape. Everyone looked up into the air, and as expected, a red-haired man stepped on a green cloud. He was clad in golden armor, and he held a meteor hammer in his hand. Beneath him was a three-eyed amethyst lion. His aura was majestic and intimidating. "Brother Bai, you're finally here," Tao Qianjun said in a low voice. "My son can't die in vain. Your nether passage realm will have to bear the blame." Who else could it be but Bai Chao? A terrifying sound wave caused the experts in all directions to tremble, as if they were afraid of a tiger. "I know what I'm doing." Although Jiang Chen won first place in the martial contest for a spouse, I resolutely refused him, all for the sake of returning justice to Brother Bai. Young Master Bai can't die in vain. Even if you hadn't appeared, I would have forced him to carry a thorn and ask for punishment. Such a person isn't fit to be the son-in-law of the Nether Passage realm. Since Brother Bai has come, I'll leave him to you to deal with. If you want to kill or scrape, it's all up to you. Tao Qianjun's righteous words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness, and it was even to the extent that it caused others to be unable to refrain from shedding tears. But in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was hypocrisy, and it couldn't be any more fake. It was as if Jiang Chen was his subordinate, arrogant and bossy. That kind of high and mighty attitude caused Jiang Chen to laugh coldly. How did such a person become the ruler of a world? Who do you think you are? You even dare to order me around, ha ha ha. Jiang Chen pointed at Tao Qianjun as he spoke while laughing wildly. I originally thought that since I, Jiang Chen, had defeated them in a just and proper manner, this medicinal pill would naturally belong to me. But now it seems that if I don't use force, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Humph, Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His gaze was terrifying, and even Tao Qianjun felt quite a bit of pressure from him. Boy, you dare. You're someone who deserves to die, so it's only right that Brother Bai kill you. A life for a life, this is the cycle of the heavens, and it's not up to you. Tao Qianjun pretended to be the envoy of justice and spoke nonsense. At this moment, the person who was the most worried was Yuki Chihin. She'd never imagined that the matter would actually develop to such an extent. She'd originally thought that the heavens had greatly changed her fate, but who would have imagined that such a scene would actually occur? This was simply forcing her into a hopeless situation. If Jiang Chen died, then she would absolutely not live alone. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. She was now Jiang Chen's woman, so how could she give herself to someone else? To Yuki Chihin, this was impossible. She'd rather choose death. Faithful to the end, unswerving until death. This was Yuki Chihin. Do you think that I care about your daughter? Do you really think that I want to be your son-in-law? What I want is merely the soul-rising spiritual pill. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered coldly. At this moment, he could only snatch it. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu both soared into the sky and stood guard by Jiang Chen's side. The two stunning beauties caused even more astonishment in all directions. What? Yuki Chihin couldn't believe her eyes. So, he doesn't want me at all. What he wants is just a mere pill. Am I really that worthless in his eyes? Yuki Chihin slumped on the stone pillar and smiled bitterly. Yeah, with such a stunning wife, how could he be interested in a lowly person like me? From the beginning to the end, it was just her wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, she was just a grain of sand in Jiang Chen's eyes, insignificant. At this moment, Yuki Chihin's heart was as dead ashes. Xue Qianying had always felt that she was noble and arrogant. She was not the kind of person who would fall into the mundane world. However, she was worthless in Jiang Chen's eyes. No one could understand the pain she was feeling in her heart. It was an incomparable sense of defeat. It was a kind of desolation where her heart was like dead ashes. What's the use of me in this world? What's the use of me in this world? Yuki Chihyun realized that even if she really fell down, perhaps no one would mourn for her, and it wouldn't stir up any dust on the ground. Ha ha ha, good, good. Everyone heard it, right? This guy is intentionally causing trouble, and he even wanted to scheme for my medicinal pills, kill the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm, and instigate a battle between us and the Tianlai realm. You really are a schemer, humph. Brother Bai, let's join hands today and kill this bastard together. Tao Qianjun shouted angrily. He laughed coldly and pointed at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. Bai Chao also hated Jiang Qin to the bone. After all, Jiang Qin had killed his son. This debt was absolutely irreconcilable. Give me your life. You have to pay the price for your arrogance. Bai Chao said in a deep voice. He held the meteor hammer in his hand, and the three-eyed amethyst lion under him leaped into the air and charged towards Jiang Qin. Retreat. Jiang Qin said. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing quickly retreated. The current Yan Qingqing had already reached the hierarch realm. However, Wu Ningzhu was only a late divine king. She couldn't help Jiang Qin much. Today, I, Jiang Qin, will start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Qin sneered. In this world, if there were no divine emperor experts, who could do anything to him? Even a half-step divine emperor could only serve as a foil to him. Not to mention these hierarch experts who didn't know their place. Chapter 31:10. This person's strength has already reached the peak of the middle divine venerable realm. It's too terrifying. I reckon that this Jiang Qin is dead for sure. Sigh, if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself. Who does he think he is? He even dared to kill the son of the realm lord. He's too audacious. Impermanence in the world. Who would have thought that this all-powerful guy would be killed so quickly? Who can stop the Tianlai realm lord and our realm lord from the Nether Passage realm? I reckon that this Jiang Qin might not even be able to defeat the lion under the Tianlai realm lord. It's a pity. Those two beauties will definitely perish like Jiang Qin. Bai Chao's attack was like a thunderbolt. One man and one lion were unstoppable. From their point of view, Jiang Qin seemed to have already been killed. At this moment, Yuki Chihyun gritted her teeth. From her point of view, Jiang Qin had also fallen into a dead end. Two great realm lords attacked at the same time. How could he still have a chance to survive? Yuki Chihyun's heart was already filled with love. Regardless of whether Jiang Qin would marry her or not, regardless of whether Jiang Qin loved her, since she was the final victor of the marriage contest, then in Yuki Chihyun's heart, there was only Jiang Qin. Even if she was going to die, she would die before him. Yuki Chihyun did not hesitate at all. She resolutely rushed out, like a ray of light, rushing to the peak of the void. This scene was unexpected. The daughter of the city lord actually made a move, and directly blocked in front of Jiang Qin. This scene was unexpected. Jiang Qin did not notice it either. At the moment when Bai Chao attacked, there was actually someone standing in front of him and blocking this attack for him. Blood sprayed out from the white-robed figure. It was like a cold light that pierced into Jiang Qin's chest. Jiang Qin frowned, his heart was filled with an indescribable pain. Who could it be? He had actually risked his life for him to block the attack of the Tianlai realm lord. Originally, Jiang Qin basically didn't need anyone to block him. But in Yuki Chihyun's heart, no matter how strong Jiang Qin was, could he be stronger than two world overlords? No matter how fast his strength increased, how could he be a match for them? Therefore, Yuki Chihyun had no choice but to step forward. This was her only choice, and also her final farewell. No! Tao Qianjun roared angrily, but it was already too late. Because Yuki Chihyun had appeared too suddenly, no one had noticed her. Jiang Chen also didn't have the time to save her. Her and the Tianlai realm lord's attack seemed to have appeared in an instant. That kind of despair and deathly stillness continuously spread out. Tao Qianjuan's heart instantly collapsed. Because once Yuki Chihyun died, everything he had done before would be useless. Yuki Chihyun was his chess piece, his most important trump card. Once Yuki Chihyun died, it was possible that he would lose everything. A smear of bright purple and red blood splattered on Yuki Chihyun's snow-white clothes. Jiang Chen quickly acted, and saved Yuki Chihyun. The green veil slid down, and Jiang Chen's gaze was also completely fixed on Yuki Chihyun's face. Shock, surprise, trepidation, panic, and finally, solemnity. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably grim. He knew that he was wrong, and it was a huge mistake. He should have thought long ago that this person was someone he knew. From her gaze, he must have seen it before. It was as if he had seen it before. The corner of Yuki Chihyun's mouth was still indifferent and calm. It was as cold as frost, just like her face that had never changed in 10,000 years. But the corner of her mouth was covered with blood, but it was gentler and more real. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Yuki Chihyun was so beautiful, so cold, and so charming. But unfortunately, her breath was fading away little by little, and her eyes were gradually dimming. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yuki Chihyun gently covered Jiang Chen's mouth with her slender fingers. "Don't say sorry. All of this is predestined. Maybe we are not fated to be together. No matter how unbearable I am in your eyes, or how hateful I am to you, from the moment you defeated everyone, I, Yuki Chihyun, am also yours. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, I, Yuki Chihyun, will never give myself to another man. Although, in the end, the one you want is not me." At this moment, Yuki Chihyun's eyes dimmed. Her heart was abnormally cold, because Jiang Chen said that the one he wanted was not her, but a pill. "Compared to the two girls beside you, am I too ugly?" Hee hee. Yuki Chihyun said with a bitter smile. She felt like there was an ugly duckling living in her heart. Whether it was Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu, both of them were so beautiful, so outstanding. Compared to them, she was simply too inferior. "I know that in your heart, I am just a passerby. But I hope that from now on, you will remember me. Don't blame my foster father. My life was saved by him. Even if I am unwilling, this is my choice, and also my fate. Leave quickly, you are not their match. Otherwise, even if I die, it will be in vain." Yuki Chihyun held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. A peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple a city, had perished at this moment. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, but Yuki Chihyun's aura had also disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen's eyes became gentle as he nodded his head silently. He continued to inject the myriad qi into Yuki Chihyun's body. But it was too late. Even if an Emperor Realm expert was here, he might not be able to save her. "Promise me, leave quickly, live well," Yuki Chihyun spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her vitality was also slowly severed at this moment. "Why are you so foolish? So foolish. How did you know that they are no different than dolls in my hands? So foolish." Jiang Chen sighed. His hand started to tremble. His gaze became extremely sharp as he murmured. A monstrous aura surged out from him, causing everyone's expression to change. Jiang Chen's aura was like a peerless devil that had descended from the heavens. That invisible storm caused everyone's heart to tremble. Looks like they knew each other long ago. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. To be willing to die for little Chenzi, it means that she's not a simple girl. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Bai Chao, Tianlai boundary, Tao Qianjun, ethereal boundary. Ha ha ha, today, I will wash the ethereal boundary with blood and trample on Tianlai. When Jiang Chen raised his head again, he looked at Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao. A deathly aura filled the air. Both of them must die. Such a big tone. Humph, I haven't had the time to settle the debt with you. What's so great about a stinky girl? The one that I'm going to die is my precious son. Bai Chao roared angrily. Even if it's you and your son, 1,000 dog lives, it's not even worth a finger of hers. Jiang Chen shook his head. When his eyes met Bai Chao's, Bai Chao felt his heart palpitating. This guy's eyes were really terrifying. But what could he do? Terrifying eyes didn't mean that he was strong. Today, nobody could change his mind. My adopted daughter died because of you. Brat, I will never let you go. Tao Qianjun said ferociously. Chapter 31:11. At this moment, all of his efforts were destroyed by Jiang Chen. How could he not be angry? Moreover, he had to join hands with Bai Chao to kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame and the marriage contest would become a joke. He no longer had any tools or trump cards left. He could only choose to fight with his life on the line. Jiang Chen must die. He must turn his bones into ashes. A bunch of ignorant fools. Jiang Chen said faintly. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. Three-eyed amethyst lion, go. Bai Chao looked down on everyone. His strength was the same as Tao Qianjun, a peak mid-hierarch realm expert. Killing a little bastard would be a piece of cake for him. Although Jiang Chen had defeated many people and even killed his son, those people were still trash in Bai Chao's eyes. They could not be compared to him at all. Even his three-eyed amethyst lion had reached the mid-hierarch realm. At the same time, he regretted his actions. His son wanted to bring the three-eyed amethyst lion along with him, but Bai Chao did not agree. If the three-eyed amethyst lion had followed him to the netherworld, things would have ended differently. The three-eyed amethyst lion charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at it coldly and punched the three-eyed amethyst lion's skull. The three-eyed amethyst lion howled and retreated. Its 3 eyes were filled with flames of anger. How dare you hurt my divine beast? Go to hell. Bai Chao and the three-eyed amethyst lion joined hands and instantly closed in on Jiang Chen. Both of them had rich battle experience and complemented each other. Even a late hierarch realm expert might not be able to win against them. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the mid-hierarch realm. How could he be a match for him? Jiang Chen looked calm. His iron fists moved in all directions. If you have any moves, just use them. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Tao Qianjun sneered, and he instantly joined the battle as well. Because he was afraid that Bai Chao would instantly annihilate Jiang Chen, and there would be nothing left for him to do. Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? You are not worthy of me drawing my sword. Jiang Chen said in a cold voice. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements divine dragon seal flipped out. A monstrous palm print blotted out the sun and covered the sky. Tao Qianjun's expression changed abruptly. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually display such a terrifying palm print. He didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen at all. Sky Silkworm Scimitar. Tao Qianjun held the curved blade in his hand and swept out horizontally, creating a broad path. However, Jiang Chen's 5 elements divine dragon seal was still unable to be split apart by Tao Qianjun. In the end, the 5 elements divine dragon seal forced Tao Qianjun to retreat. His perlique was also filled with blood. Tao Qianjun was forced to retreat with a single strike. Everyone in the Nether Passage realm was shocked. Who was Tao Qianjun? He was the Nether Passage realm's lord, but he was actually forced to retreat by a single strike from Jiang Qin. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like they were evenly matched. Bai Chao's anger grew. When he rushed up, he joined forces with the 3-eyed amethyst lion to block Jiang Chen's path of retreat. He wanted to give Jiang Chen a head-on blow. A bunch of extremely stupid fellows. All of you deserve to die. Jiang Chen once again punched out. He didn't use any moves. With just a single punch, the 3-eyed amethyst lion's third eye was forcefully destroyed by Jiang Chen. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone held their breath in rapt attention. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Bai Chao's 8-zhang meteor hammer smashed down horizontally. Starlight overflowed in all directions. Above the sky, there were endless starlight. A mere origin divine tool dares to show off in front of me. Jiang Qin sneered. He grabbed Bai Chao's 8-zhang meteor hammer in his hand. Bai Chao's expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Jiang Qin directly crushed his origin divine tool. Bai Chao's lips were slightly dry. After 2 exchanges, he had lost his proudest divine weapon and his most loyal assistant. The 3-eyed amethyst lion had already suffered heavy injuries. Purple flame golden crystal. A purple flame spurted out from the 3-eyed amethyst lion's mouth. As Jiang Qin turned around, he struck out with the 3000 flame sky seal. The 5 elemental divine fire instantly engulfed the 3-eyed amethyst lion. Almost in an instant, the 3-eyed amethyst lion turned into ashes. The whole place was dead silent. Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun looked at each other. Their expressions changed again and again. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Lord of Tianlai Boundaries 3-eyed amethyst lion is a middle hierarch realm expert. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying demonic beast. How could it be melted so easily? This Jiang Chen's strength is too heaven-defying. I think even if the Lord of Hidden Path Realm and the Lord of Tianlai Boundary join forces, they might not be able to stand on the upper hand. This guy can kill Bai Zhegong without fear. He's not easy to deal with. Does he really not put the 2 great boundary lords in his eyes now? Someone could not help but curl his lips and say. His heart was filled with fear. Jiang Chen's power had almost instantly crushed the 3-eyed amethyst lion. No one saw clearly how the 3-eyed amethyst lion died. However, the flame that was even more terrifying than the 3-eyed amethyst lion was the best proof. You dare to kill my divine beast? I'll fight you to the death. Bai Chao roared angrily and joined forces with Tao Qianjun to attack. The 2 of them had almost used all their strength. This time, they were determined to kill Jiang Qin. Otherwise, not only would they lose their positions, they might also become ghosts under Jiang Chen's palm. Both of them had the intention to kill because Jiang Qin had threatened their lives. Bai Chao was the most furious one. His son and his mount were killed by Jiang Qin. He had lost all his face. If he let Jiang Qin leave at this moment, how useless would he be? Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun were very strong when they joined forces. The 2 of them could definitely fight against a late hierarch realm expert. Unfortunately, they met Jiang Qin, who did not even put a half-step divine emperor in his eyes. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's eyes changed. His human and dragon body turned into a giant dragon. His roar was extremely ear-piercing. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos. The power of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation had forced Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao to retreat. Jiang Chen's palm strike had completely emptied Bai Chao's body. At that moment, Tao Qianjun's face turned pale. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was so powerful that it instantly killed Bai Chao. Tao Qianjun finally knew what kind of terrifying devil he had provoked. However, at this moment, a monk with a purple hairband and a black robe with golden embroidery appeared silently in front of Yuki Chihyun. The monk had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. He then moved his hand and Shui Qianying's body started to move slowly at this moment. She then disappeared into the void and murmured. Chapter 31:12. Bai Chao was dead. Everyone in the netherworld realm was in an uproar. This was something they did not expect, and they did not understand. Why was Jiang Chen so strong? Why was he able to kill Bai Chao with just one move? This scene of Jiang Chen fighting two heroes, two great boundary lords, one dead and one injured, almost made the whole world quiet down. This is too crazy. The Lord of Tianlai boundary is already dead. It seems that no one can avenge the Tianlai boundary. Sigh, it's really ironic. The Lord of Tianlai boundary actually lost his life here to avenge his son. It's really scary. This Jiang Chen, is he really the reincarnation of the devil incarnate? Guys, look, our netherworld realm's lord is also about to die. No one knew who said that, but at this moment, Tao Qianjun was already completely defeated. Compared to the Lord of Tianlai boundary, Bai Chao, he was still considered to be relatively lucky. Under Jiang Chen's attack, his life was not directly taken away. This was already quite a considerable result. After all, Jiang Chen's methods were really too good. No one could stand in his point of view and look down on all living beings. The arrogant Bai Chao was dead, and the powerful Tao Qianjun was also defeated. The whole netherworld realm was in a state of panic. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tao Qianjun roared. The 20 aides of the city lord's mansion, as well as more than 10 hierarch realm experts on the battlefield, attacked together. More than 30 hierarch realm experts had already completely surrounded Jiang Chen. After all, as the saying goes, even a tiger can't fight against a pack of wolves. With so many people, how are you going to deal with them? Tao Qianjun sneered in his heart. Bai Chao, that idiot, was the first to attack and kill himself. He almost fell into Jiang Chen's death trap. With so many hierarch realm experts, even he could only look at their backs. What did Jiang Chen do? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than more than 30 hierarch realm experts? Let's see if you can survive this time. Tao Qianjun's eyes were sharp and his murderous intent was resolute, leaving no room for maneuver. Jiang Chen had killed Bai Chao, so he had temporarily lost the threat of the Tianlai realm. If he could kill Jiang Chen again in this battle, then the Penglai realm and the Tianluo temple would definitely be greatly shocked. At the very least, they would refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and would not directly point the spearhead at them. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Tao Qianjun. What a reckless guy. The human wave tactic was like a pile of dog shit to Jiang Chen, it was utterly useless. Little Chenzi should be fine, right? Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but worry. More than 30 hierarch realm experts were a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Sister Ning, don't tell me you've forgotten how little Chenzi fought against 100 people with a single sword. These guys were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his hands. Humph. Yan Qingqing was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. At this time, they only needed to wait for Jiang Chen silently. You're right. It seems like I've been worrying too much. Wu Ningzhu smiled. The smile at the corner of her mouth was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. Facing the 30 hierarch realm experts, he sneered and struck out the 3,000 burning sky seal. The 30 hierarch realm experts were almost instantly defeated. They did not even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. More than 30 hierarch realm experts were directly swept away by Jiang Qin. 17 died and 13 were injured. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one dared to take another step forward. The first time was an accident. Would the second time still be an accident? There were so many of them, yet they could not do anything to Jiang Qin. Even if they were to take action again, they would only be courting death. Every hierarch realm expert's face was filled with fear. At this moment, Jiang Qin was far more terrifying than a devil. The hierarch realm experts who died beside him were the best proof. One move. Just one move and their people were all dead. This was the dignity of an expert that could not be violated. Tao Qinjuan's lips were dry. Although he still wanted those hierarch realm experts to take action, he knew that they had been beaten by Jiang Qin. They were retreating step by step and did not have the slightest courage to fight with Jiang Qin. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When Jiang Qin's reputation had made them feel fear, even if they were strong, they would not be able to exert even 10 or 20% of their strength. Moreover, they were not Jiang Qin's opponents. Tao Qianjun retreated step by step, but at the same time, he did not forget to throw out palm after palm. However, when his palm hit Jiang Qin's body, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect at all. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun felt numb from Jiang Qin's counterforce. Tao Qianjun's heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this bastard? Why didn't he let Bai Chao deal with him? If he did not take action, he could at most sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, the current Jiang Qin did not give him such a chance. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin wanted to kill him as a warning to others. However, he had no other way. He could not defeat Jiang Qin. More than half of the 30 hierarch realm experts were killed in one strike. Who would dare to disobey Jiang Qin after witnessing such a result? Those who ridiculed Jiang Qin at the beginning had shut their mouths obediently. Jiang Qin's strength had given everyone a loud slap on their faces. They were powerless to fight anymore. Facing a devil like Jiang Qin, they could not even look at him. How could they be his enemy? Jiang Qin's long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and his aura was cold. His angular face was filled with arrogance and coldness. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me to do so. I wanted to reason with you, but you didn't listen. Jiang Qin said faintly. He was not an unreasonable barbarian. He only wanted to use his own strength to obtain the pill. However, he was framed by Tao Qianjun in the end. This guy was really despicable. I beg you, let me go. Consider it as an explanation to my adopted daughter, Qianing. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His life was more important than anything else. If he did not die, he would be able to dominate the world. If he died, it would be the end of everything. You still have the face to mention Qianing. If it wasn't for you, would she have died? You watched helplessly as your adopted daughter was killed, yet you still joined forces with Bai Chao. And now, you even dared to use the word, adopted daughter, to plead for your death. How ironic, how ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of person deserved to die. After all, I have saved Xian Ying's life. If you still consider her as your old friend and let me go, I, Tao Qianjun, will serve you faithfully. Chapter 31:13. It can't be, right? The city lord actually knelt down in front of Jiang Qin. Isn't this too strange? Our ethereal realm's realm lord is actually willing to compromise. The situation is worse than the person. This is something that can't be helped. Haven't you seen how strong Jiang Qin is? Even the realm lord of Heavenly Lie realm has been killed by Jiang Qin. More than half of the 30 hierarch experts have died. The city lord can't do anything about it. It's not shameful to lower one's head in front of an absolute expert. It can only be said that Jiang Qin is too strong, so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. He's so strong that our city lord couldn't do anything about it. A dignified realm lord. Sigh, how sad. Everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, the city lord was a high and mighty figure in their hearts. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the city lord was so weak and vulnerable. Now, he had become a prisoner of the city lord. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. Needless to say, this feeling was unbearable. Tao Qianjun was also completely helpless. He really didn't have the ability to contend against Jiang Qin. More than half of the hierarch experts had died. It would definitely cause the overall strength of the ethereal realm to be greatly reduced. He didn't know how many years they would need to recuperate. This was what he was most worried about. He was worried that others would join hands to destroy his ethereal realm. Jiang Chen's peerless divine might shook the heavens and earth, making everyone tremble. Tao Qianjun was naturally no exception. However, he could only play the emotional card now to be able to escape from Jiang Chen's hands. The death of the realm lord of Heavenly Lie realm, Bai Chao, shocked Tao Qianjun too much. In the hands of Jiang Qin, they were like ants that could be trampled on. Don't mention Qianing to me anymore. If I knew that your adopted daughter was Yuki Qian, would definitely stand on your side, even in the end. However, you are so stubborn. If I don't kill you, how can I face the realm lord of Heavenly Lie realm? Am I right? In the face of the death of his adopted daughter, he was actually so indifferent. In his eyes, Yuki Qian was just a chess piece, dispensable, but she was the most important part of his plan. Right? A person like me with no background is worthless in your eyes. What you want is to use your adopted daughter to ally with the forces of other domains. That is why you care about her life and death, not her person. Now that she's dead, your plan has completely failed. In your eyes, I can only see endless unwillingness, and not the slightest bit of pity. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. He felt sorry for Yuki Qian. How could such a person be her adoptive father? If it weren't for the fact that Yuki Qian had once been indebted to Tao Qianjun, she would never be willing to be under someone else. Moreover, in the face of such a crisis, she would never allow Yuki Qian to become someone else's tool. Therefore, Jiang Qin guessed that Tao Qianjun must have guided Yuki Qian patiently and methodically. In order to repay a debt of gratitude, she must have acted this way. Her personality was incomparably stubborn. To make her become a toy and link for colluding interests was completely a fool's dream. However, for the sake of this unforgettable debt of gratitude, Yuki Qian had acted this way. This is all a misunderstanding. How do you know the depth of our mother-daughter relationship? How do you know that I am doing this for her own good? I am your enemy precisely because you killed the son of the realm lord of Heavenly Lie realm, Bai Jiagong. If I don't join forces with Bai Chao to deal with you, he will very likely point his spear at me. At that time, who will know the suffering of the people of Seclusion Realm? Once a war between realms starts, how many people will die because of it? For the sake of the big picture, how can I not do this? I didn't expect that Qianing would have such an ignorant friend like you. So what if you are strong? Humph, Tao Qianjun coldly snorted. At this time, he had already given up. Rather than being killed by Jiang Qin, he would rather die a clean death. At the very least, he would let the countless people of the seclusion realm remember him as the realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. Tao Qianjun spoke vehemently, his face filled with pride, as if he was the brave warrior who had died a righteous death. Even the people of the seclusion realm were filled with endless sighs. It seemed that Tao Qianjun was truly a realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. They thought that the seclusion realm lord was afraid of death, but in reality, he was helping the world. Jiang Qin coldly sneered. How could he not see through the seclusion realm lord's sophistry? But just as he thought, this fellow's words were filled with righteousness, as if he stood at the peak of righteousness. Although he didn't care about the lives of so many people in the seclusion realm, he couldn't let Yuki Chihyun bear the infamy of infamy for no reason. If he killed Tao Qianjun, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But Yuki Chihyun would also be seen as the same as him. It was her arrival that caused the great war between realms, causing the seclusion realm to become the target of public criticism. It would make everyone feel that Yuki Chihyun was a star of calamity. All of this was caused by her. How could Jiang Qin allow her to be so lowly? At that time, her death would be considered worthless by others. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun would become the object of worship of tens of thousands of people. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He originally didn't want to kill Tao Qianjun. In other words, he wanted to. But he couldn't let Yuki Chihyun's soul be condemned. He couldn't break Yuki Chihyun's final will. This was the best respect he could give her. Forget it. So what if I kill you? Qianying won't come back. And do you know what the last thing she said to me was? She told me not to hate you, not to kill you, not to make things difficult for you, because after all, she owed you. No matter what the process was, the result was very disappointing. Qianying's death wasn't worth it. She didn't need to die. So from this moment onwards, a life for a life. Yuki Chihyun no longer owes you anything. As for your kindness, I will repay it in her stead. Sparing you from death is only to comfort Qianying's soul in heaven. Jiang Chen's words made Tao Qianjuan's heart skip a beat. He heaved a long sigh of relief because he knew that Jiang Qin had changed his mind. If he wanted to kill him, he didn't have any strength to resist at all. So in the end, he could only give up. But he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would actually change his mind. He knew that it was impossible for him to mobilize Jiang Qin because of his own words. It must be because of Yuki Chihyun's last words that made Jiang Qin change his mind. No matter what the reason is, I hope that you can understand that this world isn't as simple as you think. You should know very well why I didn't kill you. Whether you're a scheming schemer or willing to compromise, it has nothing to do with me. Your strength is not worth mentioning to me. Killing you is like killing a chicken. In the future, be a good realm lord. Chapter 31:14. I got it. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His face was incomparably gloomy as he nodded silently. His heart was filled with endless grievance and unwillingness, but as long as he could survive, it was more important than anything else. Qianying, I've done what you asked me to do. I know that you've already seen through everything. It's just that you can't escape the condemnation in your heart. You don't want to owe anyone anything. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. The moment he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Chihyun's body had disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Who did it? Jiang Qin was shocked and his expression changed greatly. Tao Qianjun didn't have the ability to take Yuki Chihyun's body away under his eyes. Moreover, no one had discovered this. Even Jiang Qin didn't feel anything strange. However, Yuki Chihyun's body had disappeared without a trace. Not only Jiang Qin, Tao Qianjun was also dumbfounded. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also perplexed. Yuki Chihin's body had been taken away by someone. Who had the ability to do such a thing right under Jiang Chen's nose? Jiang Chen's heart became incomparably gloomy. His Emperor Realm's soul had scanned the surrounding 10,000 li, but he still couldn't find anything. Where did Yuki Chihin go? Could it be that she could leave by herself? She was already dead and there was nothing strange about her body. However, the current outcome had shocked Jiang Qin and made him feel extremely guilty. I'm sorry, Qianying. Where are you? Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably sorrowful. Yuki Chihin's death had completely turned his heart cold. How could her body suddenly disappear? Yan Qingqing frowned. She could see Jiang Chen's worry. However, at this moment, even Jiang Chen couldn't find her body, let alone them. Qianying, don't worry. I'll definitely let you rest in peace no matter where I go. Jiang Chen said Lang Lang. He looked up at the void. No matter who it was, he must make them pay the price. Where's my pill? Jiang Chen looked at Tao Qianjun. Tao Qianjun's eyes flickered. At this moment, how would he dare to challenge Jiang Qin? He immediately offered the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering pill with both hands. Holding the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering pill in his hand, Jiang Qin could feel that the medicinal effect of the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering pill was much better than the Soul Nurturing Ganoderma grass. Although the Soul Nurturing Ganoderma grass was indispensable, it paled in comparison to the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering pill. Jiang Qin handed the pill to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu glanced at Jiang Qin. She was extremely touched. Jiang Qin was willing to pay any price for her, even going against several great domains. His sincerity made Wu Ningzhu shed tears silently. Her eyes were slightly red, but she couldn't express her feelings. Take it, Sister Ning. The medicinal effect of this pill is very strong and gentle. It's extremely beneficial to the recovery of your soul. Jiang Qin smiled. Little Qinzi, for me, you didn't hesitate to go against the whole world. Thank you. Wu Ningzhu held the pill tightly in her hand. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? If it was me, wouldn't you do the same? Don't worry. Even if I have to go to the ends of the world, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiang Qin rubbed Wu Ningzhu's head and said softly. Sister Ning, don't worry. Little Qinzi won't let anything happen to you. Don't you know his ability? Hee hee. Yan Qingqing also held Wu Ningzhu's hand. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were tightly connected. Shortly after, Jiang Qin looked at the resolute man again. Young master of the Penglai domain, I would like to request for the Jade Essence Soul Seed. Is it possible? The resolute man was also shocked. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing towards him as he said indifferently. Jade Essence Soul Seed. That belongs to my father. It's his treasure. Brother Jiang, I'm really powerless. The resolute man had a wronged expression as he said with a bitter smile. He was really afraid that Jiang Qin would slap him to death in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would really be wronged. All right, then bring me to the Penglai domain. Jiang Qin said. The resolute man's expression changed. His expression became even more strange. All right, Brother Jiang. If my father doesn't lend it to me, then don't blame me. The resolute man sighed in his heart. You want to forcefully snatch the Jade Essence Soul Seed from my Penglai domain? That's simply a pipe dream. Do you think my Penglai domain is the same as Tianlai domain? How can my father be compared to the Tianlai domain's lord? Tao Qianjun and the resolute man sneered in their hearts. It seemed that Jiang Qin was seeking his own death. The Penglai domain's lord had the strength of a late-stage hierarch realm expert. He was slightly stronger than them. Although Jiang Chen's strength could suppress them, it would not be so easy to deal with the Penglai domain's lord. The departure of Jiang Qin and the resolute man made Tao Qianjun heave a sigh of relief. He said disdainfully, "One day, you will know how stupid you are. One day, you will know how foolish you are. The Penglai realm lord will definitely teach you a lesson that you deserve." The corner of Tianluo Temple's spiritual master Tianin's mouth also curled up. He said indifferently, "Does this guy really not know how terrifying the Penglai Immortal Island is? The Penglai domain is one of the most terrifying domains in the Moro Prefecture. This guy is completely seeking his own death. We should really mourn for him." Penglai domain, the Immortal Island of Penglai. 100,000 miles of lush ancient trees, 1,000,000 miles of long rivers, 1,000,000 miles of setting sun, 1,000,000 miles of great rivers and lakes, a vast ocean to the south, and thunder to the north. When Jiang Chen and the resolute man landed at the edge of the Penglai domain, they saw the 1,000 miles of miasma. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked cold. This terrifying terrain was boundless. However, for Jiang Chen, he could see the endless miasma of the Penglai Immortal Island. This was definitely a master-level superformation. Even Jiang Chen could not see anything strange about this formation. This is the Immortal Island of Penglai. It's quite beautiful. The fragrance of flowers permeates everywhere, and there are no clouds in the sky. It's really a paradise on earth. Yan Qingqing secretly praised. That's right. This is indeed a rare and wonderful place. Wu Ningzhu also nodded silently. The resolute man looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing with covetous eyes. To him, these two beauties were already in his hands. As long as they entered the Penglai domain, what else would he have to fear? He really liked these two women too much. Compared to Tao Qianjuan's adopted daughter, they were even better. With these two women, what more could he ask for? If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Jiang Chen said Lang Lang. The resolute man quickly shifted his gaze. Right now, he was still under Jiang Chen's control. How could he dare to act rashly? In his eyes, this fellow Jiang Chen must have walked on 8 lifetimes of dog shit luck to be able to have such fortune. Two great beauties would never leave him. What virtue or ability did he have? Even the daughter of the ethereal realm lord, Tao Qianjun, whom he had yet to meet, had died for him. This caused the stubbornness of speech to be filled with jealousy. Why was he able to have the goddess, while he, the dignified son of the Penglai realm lord, did not have such fortune with women? He must snatch the two women beside Jiang Chen to his side. And this moment was not far away. I, the stubbornness of speech, have never been unable to obtain anything I want. Why are you still not kneeling and begging for mercy? The stubbornness of speech shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was overflowing. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. This fellow was a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now that he had returned to the Penglai Immortal Island, his heart was naturally incomparably at ease and confident. He still wanted to become Jiang Chen's enemy. Most importantly, he wanted to snatch Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. This was already a death sentence for him. What a coincidence. There is nothing that I, Jiang Chen, cannot obtain if I want it. It's just that no one has been able to lay a finger on my, Jiang Chen's, women. Those who had evil intentions have already entered the underworld. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This fellow was already shameless to the extreme. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted now? Even if he had the Penglai Immortal Island as his strong backing, it was not worth mentioning in Yishuan's eyes. Brat, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. When my father comes, it will be the time of your death. Coveting the treasures of my Penglai immortal island, you really don't know the meaning of death. The stubbornness of speech said fiercely. He naturally did not dare to make a move now. Even his father Celestial Eye Condor could not gain an advantage against Jiang Qin. One should know that the Celestial Eye Condor had a trace of the Kuan Pang's bloodline. Among the demonic beasts, it was considered an extremely terrifying existence. Although it was not as domineering as the azure dragon or the black tortoise, it was still a truly ferocious beast. It seemed that he still had some ability to kill Bai Chao and a dozen hierarch realm experts of the Netherworld realm. After all, he was not someone ordinary people could compare to. It seemed that he had to wait for his father to make a move to kill him. Then I'll kill you first. Let's see when your father will come and avenge you. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He took a step forward, and the wind and thunder rumbled. The miasma in the sky was also dispersed. An aura that soared into the sky completely crushed down, causing the entire sky to become incomparably dark. The stubbornness of speech suddenly changed. The eyes of the Celestial Eye Condor moved, and it quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, an even sharper blade light had already cut through the void. It split apart the miasma in 100 li, and split the green mountains on the ground. An extremely tall and burly figure rose into the sky, holding a 9-foot-long blade in his hand. He was extraordinarily domineering. His rough face was terrifying and full of hostility. His eyes were sunken and lifeless. He stared at Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, "Is it you? Are you the one who wants to kill my son?" The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. His voice spread and shocked countless experts around the Penglai Immortal Island. Usually, the Penglai Realm Lord would not show up. Now, all the trivial matters of the Penglai Immortal Island had been handed over to the stubbornness of speech. He had been cultivating in seclusion to reach the peak of the hierarch realm for more than 8,000 years. I only want the Jade Essence Soul Seed. He's just my guide. I spared his life, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. Tell me, should I kill him? Jiang Qin said coldly. This father was full of arrogance. It seemed that he was also jackals of the same tribe as the stubbornness of speech. Like father, like son. If this old man was not so ruthless and arrogant, how could this little guy be so arrogant? Bullying my son at my doorstep, you're dead today. The stubbornness of speech sneered. He held the Ling Tian long blade in his hand and pointed the blade light at Jiang Qin. He had completely locked onto him. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.